danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Don't we find You feel my pain. My soul is yours, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. And feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel my eyes. Even when I'm gone, let's circle on from near and far above the flower bed as we watch the stars. And we'll never be apart. Shine and feel
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick! What a way to close things out!
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sown. The spirit knows. May it guide me for I again will wander far.
another round of football. This time around, we've invited Casey over to truly test their skills at football. So let's get right started. Vladi and Kalist, I don't know if you have a team name.
The big guy.
The what?
Big guys.
Alright, we got the big guys over there. Yike, do you have a team name?
What is our team name, Kana? You have a good name?
Use pink?
Yeah, we're both pink.
Oh my god. You team pink
Something
over
with,
here.
Yeah, team pink.
The 10 minutes has started. Tommy, you can get in the middle and we can start the first kickoff.
Let's go. Stay in the middle.
We go?
Please, guys.
2, 1, have at it.
Oh, I can't go. I go. Try, play. No,
wait,
you can't teleport.
You can't teleport.
No.
Sometimes does that. I can't control it.
You can't control the ball? No, don't control the ball. I'm not supposed to do that. I can't. No, not carelessly. No. Let's go, Kana. 1-0.
1-0 for the blue team.
Stop dunking me, man. Don't push him, are you not boosted on listening kicks? Like, what do you mean? Go back. That's cheating, by the way. No, you can't teleport back. Stop creeping, man. Okay, teleport. Hey, that's cheating. No. He went out. This doesn't count. 2-0. Yeah, we have the ball. You get his FF, by the way. It's over for you.
Alright, Taka, you're getting a yellow card now. I'm sorry, but this is why we're gonna have to pull it.
Stop trolling. Okay, let's go. Stop taunting me! He's taunting me. Oh, you want a goalkeeper? Okay, out. I'm taunted. Wait, no.
Hold on.
Wait.
There's a yellow card for Kalist.
I TP'd. Oh my god. I TP'd.
Ball goes to the pink team.
Actually, it's in. Okay, but it's a bit. Okay. It's in.
2-1.
Oh, that's on the. Defending! No! Was it a goal? Yeah, it was like. It's not. What do you mean? It's not a goal. VAR.
I have just been known by VAR that it hit the post and it is not a goal.
No!
Oh, save just on the line!
Oh! Defending! I know. I'm defending. Oh! I'm more locked in than I was in MCOI series, by the way. The referee didn't say anything. Ladies and gentlemen, we keep moving on. That's a goal.
It's 2-2.
That's a goal, baby.
What do you mean?
That's a goal, baby.
Yeah, come. Start
Let's begin. That's a goal.
The get-go.
Go middle. Defend. I'm pushing. I'm playing a taunted. Whoa. Hey, he can do that. What do you mean? Yeah, no. You can do. No, help us. No. Yeah. That's a goal.
3.
That's 2-1. The referee didn't say anything. What do you mean? That was a goal. The referee didn't say. That was a goal. He's not saying anything. That's another goal. Guys, we made 4 goals in a row now.
3 seconds. 4-3. 9, 8, 7, 6.
Tarka, go in there. Go. No, in the other one. Fast.
And the game is over.
He was in.
Okay, Tarka is for sure win trading. It makes no sense. Like, he literally went in our.
He TP'd in our goal 5 times in a row. No, the ball can do whatever he wants. He TP'd in our goal. The ball can do whatever he wants. Yeah. Let the ball be. I think this ball was great.
No, let's protect the players. Welcome back to the LEC with a super entertaining episode of GB Sport powered by Euronics. And guys, I'm gonna get straight into it. I'm so excited. My team is at Worlds, but it's not the only reason because it's the last weekend in the studio and there's so much on the line. VIT, Odo, let's take a look at the bracket straight up and see what we have ahead.
It's not KT, it's KC.
Well, we're not sure they're gonna make Worlds. We're not sure they're gonna make Worlds, so I'm gonna bask in my glory here. We're gonna see.
Spoilers, by the way. Spoilers.
Yeah, you just ruined it for everyone at home.
I didn't ruin for everyone.
Guys, it could go either way. You can still
Yeah, anyway, yeah, the bracket. We talked about how there's a lot of stuff cool happening this weekend.
2 teams going home, 2 teams going to Madrid.
Yep.
Super exciting.
Playoffs has already been very intense for a lot of our teams, with 2 teams already eliminated, both Koi and G2 securing a spot at Worlds. There's only 1 spot left, and we're going to have a bunch of teams fighting, not even to qualify for that spot, but to qualify for Madrid, but they can fight for that spot.
And honestly, it's super exciting because it's been a while since I feel like we have, you know, true dark horses, because GX and Vitality are shaping up to be actual contenders in this playoffs.
And you know what? A good news doesn't come on its own, because Shox is back as well, which is super exciting. So I want to know, what is important this weekend? What do you care about?
What is important? What do I care about? Tell me this isn't the single most important weekend in the LEC studio. I know. Winter finals, spring finals, blah, 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 blah. But listen, we still need our 3rd team to qualify for Worlds and for Madrid. KC might not even make it. They're our winter champions. They're up versus Vitality. Carzzy is memeing. Carzzy is saying, I don't care if I go to Worlds. I just want to kick out KC. Is that a storyline? I know. Then G2 versus MKOI tomorrow, who's going straight to the grand final. I don't really know. MKOI, of course, they want to...
Okay. That's... Thank you. I think we pretty much get the message. Everything is exciting. Every match.
That was very condensed.
I was going to say, like, there was a lot there, and and that's not everything.
What?
There's more.
What are you...
Noah Revenger go brrr.
Oh my God.
Fnatic, and Mickey X wants his revenge on G2 as well. So.
You know what? Given that you're that excited, who do you think is going to be the 3rd team to make Worlds for us, for the LEC? Who's making it?
I'm going to go do an interview.
Oh, yeah,
No, but she's right, though. She's right, because looking at KC, they were 1 best-of-5 away from making Worlds last week. There's been a lot of drama, both on social media, and we don't really understand what's going on with the Niski situation. Honestly, I'm wondering, as well as the fans, are they cooked going into Vitality today? I would be worried.
Of course they're not cooked. Okay, what's this copium mentality? They have 1 best-of-5. It's not like they're out. They lost best-of-5 against G2. Now they have to play against Vitality, and then the winner of GX versus Fnatic. It's totally doable. Of course they're not out.
I think that KC should be considered favorites coming into this week. I did on Euphoria predict Vitality to win, but now that I've gotten away from Noah's charming smile, okay? Noah was just so confident, and he was so believing in Vitality, that I had to come back to my senses and be reminded that KC had a very good performance in Game 1. I thought their team fighting was still good. Game 2, they had the lead against G2, where they fumbled a little bit about Ardakan. I still think that KC is a strong contender and should very much be considered the favorites coming into this series.
Really?
Noah's such a charmer, honestly, because to echo Vedius' point, they did face against G2, right? And I feel like G2 just got the better of them, you know, in the laning phase, but also when it comes to these Drake setups. And today, I feel like it's always going to be about these Drake setups, and also about, you know, Chaik and Linsas working well together. So I really feel like it's a similar clash of styles. But at the same time, let's not forget that KC won winter, did very well in spring, and at the same time, just because they had dramas, it doesn't really matter. It just stops you from improving, because come game day, you're going to lock in.
Okay, do you feel like there's been 1 player that has been consistent and stand out for KC?
Definitely Kana.
Okay.
Kana, even though I feel like he's not the powerhouse that he has been before in winter and in spring, right now he's still getting a lot of leads. Even last time when they faced in regular season, Kana was consistently getting the edge over Naknako.
And I completely agree. I think that what we've been seeing from Kana is a super strong performance, especially in that series versus G2, even though they ended up falling short. And my eyes will be on Kalista as well to see how much of an impact he can have. I think we've seen some mixed performances from Carzzy, and if Casey's going to win, I do feel like investing towards that bot side of the map could be a key area to victory.
All right, we'll see about this actually. I think we have an interview on StatVite. I want to see what Casey thinks about all this, and Shox is now standing by with Rhea in the Marriott Bonvoy pregame check-in.
Rhea, very important week for KC, very important match day for KC. You haven't locked in Worlds nor Madrid yet, and I feel like that's not really where KC wants to be at this time in the season. Why do you think things haven't gone as good as they could for KC?
Yeah, I think there's 2 things that obviously are happening. I think one is the other teams are playing very good compared to basically the whole season. And on the second part, I think we're playing like less good than usually. So obviously it's a difficult moment for us during the season, because we would have liked to be at Worlds, would have liked to be in Madrid already, but we know one of our strengths is bouncing back. And I think today is a great opportunity to show it and go one step forward to our objectives.
absolutely, you are great at bouncing back. Now, there is that developing situation where Niski is, of course, also part of the team, and you did go on record to say if there's a Niski angle, we might use it. What is the Niski angle, and how do we need to interpret that?
I mean, it's a six-man roster. I mean, six-man roster. It's a six-man that is with us and is able to play in some specific situations. But as you might understand, I can't really explain in what situation exactly Niski will play. But for instance, I think Vitality is a team who screamed a lot, so they know which spots we're going to use Niski, if we're going to use him. But no, I can't really say. But it's on the paper.
It is on the table. That's what we also kind of tried to get. I don't know. We want to see it. I don't know if Vladi would want to, and that's of course the whole picture, right? As a coaching staff, has it been difficult kind of leading Vladi through that also? Because it is, it's kind of an intense thing to happen for a mid laner.
I mean, of course, especially he's very young. Also, I think we're still a very young coaching staff as well, so it's a new situation to handle. I think it's been very, very hard to handle the situation, but we know what the upside can be, having someone Niski available for us, for this team. And props to Vladi, because I think it was not an easy situation to be, but I think he's doing the best he can. Comes with ups and downs, but I think we are ready to play. He's ready to play, Niski's ready to play, and that's great for the team.
Amazing. Thank you very much, and good luck today.
And I think what he was saying right there is a large part of why so many people believe Vitality can cause the upsets. Because as you've already highlighted, KC does not seem like a clean and well-oiled machine like we saw in Winter.
Yeah, and they did it last time, GB.
They did it last time. I mean, I'm not as confident as to say that, yes, they're definitely going to do it again. But that's also why I'm so excited about today's matchup, because both teams have shown that they will have a different skill level depending on the day. And I think you can see a high from Vitality where all of them are working together. I think you see them improve from series to series, from game to game. Even their last series, game 1 was sloppy, but then throughout that entire series against Team Heretics, they got better and better, and that's honestly been the entire Team Vitality for me. I think you cannot forget how young this roster still is and how much they're still improving with very limited time.
Yeah, the growth that they've demonstrated throughout the year has been a joy to watch. And I think that their top side has really come alive for me. The fact that they've gone through so many different iterations, the fact that they are competing in a way that I don't think many expected them to. Now, there is that legacy doubt that we have in Vitality, given that we've believed in their super teams before and they haven't delivered.
But this isn't a super team, and that's where they get you.
And they're like these young rookies are the ones that are stepping up, and Linces is someone we've kept our eye on.
No, Linces is the guy I'm absolutely looking at again and again. I'm super impressed with the skirmish-heavy style he's brought to Team Vitality, where it's so easy for the rest of them as well to just come in. Great stats, as Betty is highlighting for us here as well. Because I think the fact that he's playing these Jarvans, the Sinsaus, the Trundle, it makes it very easy for a new guy to Fleshy to come in and say, I love Engage Champions, let's link up together and let's just run the map. And while they're not always as comfortable and consistent at doing it, I think the highs that Team Vitality has displayed gives you a reason to believe that they might actually take today's series.
And I believe that Vitality is nothing but full of confidence. We heard from Noah himself that they have been absolutely smashing in scrims. We believe in their ability to really step up, and I'm excited to see what they can do, because we know that both on and on the Rift, Vitality has been nothing but confident and, quite frankly, trash talking the opposition.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this with Karzi's tweet. Karzi was tweeting that he's already planning to buy Vladi's ticket home. I ran into Apples as well in the makeup room. He's wearing Max tie. So the mental warfare is on. We'll see who gets the better hand here. It is the most important series for both of these teams this year. Pressure maybe on KC. Vitality proved that they could fight backs and shocks, is now standing by the players in the tunnel.
Yeah, I am. I'm with Karzi because I have to ask, did you find any good flights? What's the flight path for Vladi?
I mean, the best flight is the cheapest one and the one that takes the longest. So 20 hours of relaxing and meditation for Vladi after the series.
Are you more motivated by Vitality maybe getting to Madrid or Worlds, or by knocking out KC so that they can't go to Worlds?
I just want to knock out Vladi, I don't care about anything else. It's just about Vladi.
Okay. Fighting words. I love it. It's about time we get into it. KC versus Vitality.
Karzi with the most awkward smile after. Welcome to the LEC Summer Playoffs as we continue. I hope my mic wasn't live. I think Karzi had a really awkward smile. I'm used to there being a little video there or something, but it was an awkward smile from Karzi, let's be honest, everyone. Perhaps his gameplay will not be quite as awkward as that as we make our way onto the Rift. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Dagda and Jack Spectra for this playoff match Worlds on the line, a possibility making it to Worlds on the line, a spot in Madrid on the line, and the rest of your LEC career this year on the line for both these teams.
Big stakes here, and I couldn't be happier that both of these teams are such question marks for me. Normally, if you take this picture back a few months ago, KC versus Vitality, it feels like it would be a free win for KC. But now coming into today, when I have asked people, well, who do you think is going to win? It feels like could go both sides, really.
And I think much of that is kind of KC having a little bit of an upset time at the moment. It's also been Vitality stepping up. Like, I think Linces has been fantastic for this roster. He's really been leading the charge from the jungle. And it's players like Nako that you can see on your screen as well that have just really settled in their rookie year into the LEC and starting to make a name for themselves, that I'm just delighted to see them all coming together.
And I love that Vitality feels like they have a very clear identity as being this like really mechanical team that just loves to fight, loves proactivity and action. Maybe not the smartest, not always going to make the best decisions, but they're going to fight you every step of the way.
They're going to be vibing while they do it as well. Here, singing in the voice comms. For KC, it has been a turbulent summer, to say the least. Kind of stemming back as well to when they lost to Vitality in that best of 3 in their group. Things have been a bit of a struggle. The introduction of Niski in a possible 6-man roster that isn't really a 6-man roster, but we'll see if today they can step up, because overall, I think KC have been underperforming compared to expectations recently. As we jump into draft game 1, Ziggs, Sivir, and Orianna taken away by KC. Interestingly, the Ziggs, one of the picks that Kazi used to beat them in that best of 3 earlier on in summer. Vitality going to get rid of Jarvan and Azir. Talia still available. We still have Varus up as well if you want to go for that on-hit build. Galio, the final ban.
Yeah, and a lot of big junglers open as well, like the Wukong, the Zinzao, the Trundle, these kind of picks that have been sitting through. Yunara slipped through as well, which is an incredibly strong pick. So I have to see if that's going to be first rotation here for KC.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if they don't pick up the Yunara here, just first pick. There's also the Pantheon. There's a lot of strong AD junglers available, and especially when that is the case, you'd hope that this is just an easy Yunara lock-in, unless they have something else prepared.
Nope, there we go. Yunara is going to be hovered and locked by KC. Will be the first time we see Kalista play it in the playoffs. Did play it in the regular season. Rumble Pantheon, the immediate answer though from Vitality.
Yeah, I think you can set up really nicely here for Vitality if you can get your hands on the Talia, where you've got very strong mid jungle, a ton of semi-global ults, the ability to kind of wrangle people into a spot so then you can get the Rumble ultimate down. I think as KC, you probably want to try and take that away here just so you can deny what is a very strong duo in that mid jungle.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think for me, one of the nice things about giving Yunara is that she's not very obnoxious to play against, as in you can play a lot of different ADCs, so you're actually fine dropping here and seeing what KC will ban out, while if it would be something like the Corki or the OP Kalista, it's like you have to play one champion to it, very specific, very niche. But with this, you have a lot of options for Vitality.
Yeah, can just look for something that scales up as well. If Helios Thresh, Jinx Thresh can deal okay with that lane. The Varus is going to be the pick though. The lethality build nerfed a little bit a patch ago, but still very strong on hit and can still work lethality wise. It still does good damage overall.
This champion just doesn't die. I feel like they've nerfed it 10 times. It's still one of the highest priority champions. Karsi here locking it in. Gonna look to bully out this Yunara in the early laning phase, and probably gonna ban out some supports to try to set up for that.
I am curious what Vitality want to take towards mid lane though, because you have the Rumble top, so you do open up options to take an AD mid laner if you really want to. Like we've seen Tristana start to rise up over in the LCK and UPL, so that is always an option. And I think if you really want to try and bully out the Talia, the Tristana is a good pick into that option.
Let's see if that's the way Vitality want to go. I'm looking down Shayek's match history. He has a few Corki games. Tristana is up there as well, 15 games across the course of his career of 350 odd, so a few at least in his top 10. We'll see if that's where Vitality decide to go. They're going to ban away another support. Good call on the support bans there, Jack Spectra. It's Rakan and Braum removed by Vitality. Annie, the first pick away by KC.
Makes me think that maybe Vitality here want to look for something like the Nautilus. Usually when you're up against this Talia Poppy, right, you don't really want a normal Rel or something that just gets cancelled. So ideally, something that just engages without a dash would be best for them.
So Nautilus can do that, but of course the Dredge line is a little bit of a dash.
It's
you can
stop
it
with
the step up buttons, but depth charge does wonders, right? You just put it on someone, you knock them up, and then you can run towards them and hit them with the staggering blows. Alongside that, it is a little squishy in the redemption support meta we have at the moment. Like, a Nautilus being the one that face checks, you do have a Pantheon to do it alongside. At least ahead of the Shield of Ages. Morgana,
is
the
Morgana
pick
mid,
for Vitality, likely mid is my expectation. Can be flexed down towards that bottom lane, but Morgana mid has risen through the ranks over the last few weeks, was buffed in 3 consecutive patches earlier on this year.
I've been hearing some rumors of this Morgana mid being strong, but I'm very excited that we get to see it here in action.
Yeah, it just means that you kind of have to be on point with your CC as Vitality, because you kind of want everyone locked down in one place to get Morgana damage off, to get your Rumble damage off, to get your Varus damage off in some situations as well. So I am curious if these fights end up fairly spread out, if Vitality kind of have enough in the tank to really carry the fights from a DPS perspective.
I really like the fact that they went for the Alistar here instead of the Nautilus. I think Kargama's been great on the Alistar, and just as you said, Vitality has so much lockdown CC that you really need a support that's actually going to be beefy enough and have enough sustain that he can survive it.
And Alistar definitely does that. Isn't really a champion at level 1 though in that lane, so we'll see how KC want to navigate that. Sion the final pick here for Kana. Not giving him a carry, but still giving him something he can carry on. Sion, such a difficult tank to work your way through, especially since we've already talked about the damage profile from Vitality. It doesn't have a huge amount of consistent DPS. I guess the Rumble with the Flame Spitter, and if it's an on-hit Varus, you can slowly work your way through that Sion.
I think it's also just having someone that can face check alongside the Alistar, because I don't want to walk into anything on Vitality if I'm going in there blind. So I like just having another tank in there that can kind of make its way into River and into the positions that you want for some of these objectives. And there's that Nautilus that we were talking about already.
Yeah, I quite like KC's composition though into this Vitality comp, because you have these 3 frontline, forces the Varus to go on hit. I'm not sure how Morgana DPS is going to end up stacking up. I could see it being decent, but also not high at the same time. Yeah. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I think like if you can lock someone in place long enough, I know you can get basically your W back up instantly because the cooldown kind of ticks down, and you do have a fair amount of lockup to try and enable that, but I just don't see that as your main DPS, especially as you say, Jack. 3 tanks on the other side that can kind of brute force their way into position. I think Yunara's going to have a field day here.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely easier for Kalist to be playing the team fights in this game, especially as Varus went comment.
That he did. We'll have a look at exactly where Kazi's decided to go rune-wise early on in this game. So we jump onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of this best of 5. KC taking on Vitality. Do or die for both these organizations. KC having a much better 2025 than any year previously in the organization's history, but if it is not capped off with a visit to Worlds, I think a lot of people will be disappointed. For Vitality, it has been 7 years since they last made Worlds, only once back in 2018. That was the Jizuke mini Attila mini Trupax roster that made it all the way there. It'll be a return to form for them. Obviously not making it through just by winning this series. Importantly, do need to win another best of 5 after this, but if you're out, you're out, and you don't have a chance of going to China.
And I think poetically it's Vitality with a much more untested, unknown roster that's looking to potentially break kind of their curse after so long, after so many super teams attempted and failed. But I want to bring it back to Carsey and this lethality Varus here, because when I said first, like, I think he has to go on hit, I still kind of think he has to go on hit, but I kind of get the logic. You have 2 AP champions, so ideally most of the enemy team will be itemizing quite a bit of MR, which means that your lethality value will be much higher, and with this build you can actually win out on bot lane.
Some changes to Morgana over the last few patches as well. Great point about the lethality Varus there, Jack. She was buffed on 25.09, buffed on 25.16, buffed on 25.17. And I think the question was, is she going to be a jungler that we just see all the time? Or is she going to be a little bit more niche? And it feels like she's fallen into that situationally a viable pick meta at the moment.
Yeah, I remember chatting to Finn about it, and he was giddy to go home and play this champion in the top lane because he thought it was just absolutely absurd what it was capable of doing. Like, the push is absolutely insane. The ability to just kind of control your lane and also set up for so many of the picks coming off your junglers, and also it just makes things very difficult. Like, a back shield on towards Linces means that a lot of that CC you have on KC may just not actually come to fruition in those plays.
Especially when it's so like telegraphed. It's so easy to Black Shield, a Poppy, an Alistar combo. So it makes it really easy for Vitality's carries to play teamfights later on.
And not a huge amount of magic damage as well to work its way through that black shield early on. We'll see if the seismic shoves, if the headbutt pulverizes can connect as Targamas and Kalista gain control of the bottom lane for the time being. Fleshy going in with a hook, puts down that Titan's Wrath as well for a little bit of a shield, but Triumph and Roar from Targamas as the minions die around him will be enough just to heal him back up.
This is really good from KC's bot lane here. Normally, when you play this Alistar, you're going to be losing push first few levels up to like 3rd, 4th wave, but already they're able to get push, presumably just due to how strong Yunara is in the all-in, and that kind of removes a lot of the pressure from this Vitality bot side early game.
And I've seen it so often when Yunara does actually slip through the draft, just how strong she can be in the 1v1 on mid-wave, like as the game goes on. Like if you actually if Carzzy overextends on that mid-wave, it's so easy for the Yunara to look for these all-in potentials and maybe just win out immediately in that 1v1. So you have to be very, very careful with just how much damage this Yunara can dish out. It can catch you off guard.
For sure. I think a lot of the strength of this champion just comes from how well she does at just running you down, and that's also one of the nerfs that they gave to her was the E movement speed, because the cooldown on that thing is just strange how low it is, and the pros are just spamming it always, and just able to move all around the map extremely fast.
It's a great one-hit wonder as well. 7-second cooldown at rank 1 and at rank 5. You do get more bonus movement speed the higher you rank up that E, but you're very happy just to have 1 point in that E early doors and then level it up last. We see Targamas on the traditional 4-minute Alistar roam around the map. Have a look around, see what's happening. Kalista's already in top lane farming minions. He's happy. And we likely will see Carzzy and Fleshy matching up with this. They have a little bit of extra time to Targamas and Kalista, so they can hold the wave however they want, but looks like it's slowly going to push towards the Vitality side anyway.
Yeah, especially if you're Naknako, you want to try and be opposite this Sion. Sion going to do way better than you when it comes to the lane swap, so this is going to be Vitality constantly trying to match up against KC where possible. And we just want to see as we start to go on with 30 seconds until Dragon, how we start to see Vitality and KC put pressure onto this. I think Vitality should be able to make their way over towards it just with the amount of pressure Chayak has on mid-wave. If we start sacking them early, maybe that's something where Vitality can look to play through.
And the biggest problem now is that KC bot lane will kind of retain this tempo lead, so they could just base and swap and do it again, and just keep doing this over and over. As you see the Sion basing here, he's already opening up towards top, and now they can retain this tempo lead permanently and always have Vitality on the back foot.
Yeah, always be first on the move around the map, and it can seem like such a minute thing to point out, but you're losing, say, 3 to 5 minions every time it happens, and that's a big gold injection, right? You're losing 100 gold every time it happens. Slowly you see these advantages build up. You can see about a 70 gold lead for Kalista, and he's already backed and is working his way down towards that bottom lane.
And you can see Vitality weren't entirely sure what they wanted to do, because Carzzy went to look for the reset as the waves went to even Steven, but actually denies it, goes back up to try and hit the wave, and I think they weren't sure if KC were faking a reset to go to the bottom lane because Targamas had stuck around, but now Kalista's actually made his way into this bottom side, and it means that Naknako with the wave pushing away from him, not in the best of spots.
Yeah, it seems like they maybe just weren't willing to drop the minions, like Medic said, to do the swap to instantly match it. But now they're in a very awkward situation here where Rumble can't really farm. They can set up for this Dragon, and the Varus and Nautilus are never going to punish the Sion.
And we're still 2 minutes away from the Grob spawning, so there's no cross map really for Vitality. It's saying, well, we can leave Carzzy up there, get him to level 6 a little bit quicker, give him some solo XP and farm against the Sion, who is already level 6, so Carzzy has to be a bit cautious in stepping up. We don't often see Sions just solo killing people, but they can definitely do it, especially against a squishier AD carry, even with the barrier available to Carzzy. He's going to stay up here. It looks like Fleshy is teaming up with Linsus around that mid lane just to allow Chayak to get a little bit more pressure. Naknako, he's comfortable enough farming under tower, but if the wave's ever pushing away from him or held away from him, it's so tricky for the Rumble.
I do like how Fleshy's defending him though, because you've got Linsus who wants to move back up towards that top side. His Scuttle camp is respawning, and I think his camps are going to be spawning on the top side as well. But it just means that Fleshy, at least, if KC try to make any sort of play into the bottom side, is there to cover. And I think this is the best bet, because when you're investing Carzzy towards this top side, you really want to make sure this Rumble's not falling behind.
That top lane matchup, one that we did want to focus on a little bit, is Targamas caught out here. Does have the flash, will have to invest it to get to safety. Burns that summoner, is able to walk away. But back to top lane, Rumble into Sion. Not the most exciting matchup in the world, but Naknako and Kana, two very strong performers for their team over summer playoffs so far.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Naknako in general. I feel like he's just coming in, looking to outplay at every opportunity, and I just love watching him play, to be honest. I feel like he gives me kind of same vibes as Kana, that they both love to play these carries, they love to be kind of flashy. And he plays Yasuo Yo, but it's also a big bonus.
Doesn't always succeed on Yasuo.
Doesn't always succeed, but at least that you're willing to bring these picks out. Oh.
Hook onto Vladdy.
That's a lot of CC.
Going out. There's a Soul Shackles as well. Vladdy has no recourse to escape. First blood to Vitality. Not sure Linces was even needed.
Great pick from Vitality on the mid wave. Fleshy, making it work. And as you say, I think Linces maybe a little bit of overkill, but still, that pick will net them these Void Grubs, which is massive in this early game.
And that really showcases the power of Morgana. He got binded into ulted. That was like 4 or 5 seconds straight of just hard CC where he couldn't move.
It's the longest CC in the game, Morgana Dark Binding, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
I'm ready for those memes to come back where it's like, I got hit by a Dark
Fletch is going for this. Kalist does have the flash and has the cleanse. Chain of Crushing down, there's the cleanse invested and the flash. 2 summoners out. Piercing arrow just shy of clipping Kalist's heels.
And Fleshy flashed over the wall there to reach him. Ends up getting 2 sums for the price of his own. Very nice play from him, as they also get to crash the wave and deny Kalist some minions.
He's also got the teleport here. Shayek's teleport, I think, is just coming off cooldown. There's a possibility of contesting the Drake with a support TP in.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. TP's onto the Dragon, has his mid laner and jungler coming across, and the Drake will reset, but Casey's plan of, okay, you take the grubs, you get topside control, we'll take a Drake, has just now been left in ruins by Vitality.
I mean, Fleshy's been on a bit of a tear. Gets the play in mid, immediately goes tops, burns sums, and now is able to cover for Dragon as well. Like, he's been everywhere that he needs to be in the map in these early stages, and it's kind of hurting KC a little bit.
Linces here might be a bit in trouble, though, as Casey just chooses to leave.
Looks for the
beautiful hook from Fleshy.
Black Shield down there as well. The Dark Binding's only going to hit onto Targamas, who doesn't have his flash, remember. Depth charge out as well, as Fleshy's already hit 6. They're chasing onto the cow. Another Dark Binding for the follow-up. Keeper's Verdict out. Linces will come in. Yike cancelled the Keeper's Verdict. Doesn't get the knockback. Cards is coming in from the side as well. Doesn't have that Chain of Corruption, though. So in the end, Yike and Vladdy should just be able to walk away.
Man, you just don't get to play the game. Something hit from Vitality. You spend the next 10 seconds wishing you could go back to the safety of your turret.
But Yike cancelled the Keeper's Verdict. He could have tried to save his teammate, but I don't know if it's indecision or it's nerves, but Casey is looking disjointed.
And Vitality are looking really strong. The jungle support duo coming up trumps. Both of them have been involved in every kill Vitality have got so far. And have to remember, Fleshy getting the double summoners out of Kalist on that top side. There is still a Drake available to KC and Vitality. We'll see if they decide to fight around it. But with no Merc Treads yet on the side of KC, I think they are waiting until they have a little bit more tenacity before taking team fights.
The thing is that every time we're seeing Vitality making the plays, it's that KC are never getting that cross map. It's Fleshy with the TP to try and deny it, or there's some other factor that's denying KC from actually being able to get anything back. So I think for Vitality, they've just been absolutely spectacular in the early game. And this was kind of what we were hoping for from Vitality, was a strong early game to try and set them up, especially on a composition like this.
And it feels weird to say, but Vitality are the ones that are looking confident in this first game here. They just are willing to pull the trigger. I feel like Yike looks nervous.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think he has been struggling to have as much of an impact as he'd like. And that's not counting KC out of the game just yet. There's only 1,000 gold difference. No Drakes have been taken. We see scaling from both sides as well, especially if that Yunara is left alone in a team fight. She can absolutely rip through Vitality. But for the moment, Vitality definitely coming out on top. Kana, though! We talked about the solo bolos, and that's exactly what Sion can do. Vladdy was forced away on the top side. Soul Shackles used by Shayek. He's going to have to back away because Targamas is hit alongside Yike to protect his mid laner.
They didn't know doctors could see the future, but here we are. Great play from Khan on the bottom side to get the kill, and we'll be able to shove in that wave and get a nice little reset for himself. Shayek should be fine on this top side. Morgana clears this out so quickly, and it looks like KC don't want to overcommit onto the Morgana.
Still though, even with Kana getting that solo kill, it's actually Vitality that are able to pick up the Drake. So they still have the objective lead now with 3 grubs and the Drake.
And a lot of that comes down to vision control as well. There's a ward just near Yike's blue buffer, just in the river next to it where he's baiting at the moment, that spotted him walking towards that top side. As soon as they saw him, Linces is like, okay, I can go for the Drake. We know jungler's top side, we know support's top side, we can go for this. And you have Fleshy and Cardi in the mid lane just to back you up if you're ever needed. Still only about 1,000 gold lead for Vitality, but KC definitely reeling a little bit from some early punches out of Vitality.
There's a lot of vision control invested on this top side from KC, and it looks like Targum is at the moment trying to keep it, but I wasn't sure with Yike in the area how effectively they want to try and push pressure on towards this top half of the map, but Fletchy once more here to cover.
He's been everywhere on the map in this early game. Redemption going to be his first item on this Nautilus. It's just so strong. It kind of sucks to see tank supports have to build Redemption just because the item is so good, but
it feels
just
weird.
So damn good right now.
It feels weird seeing them be so squishy every game.
Especially with Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah.
You don't even have Aftershocks. You go in, it's like, okay, I'm dead, I guess, but I can Redemption after I've died.
Yeah.
Which is why it's important as an item. Ooh, Kalist taking a brunt of a piercing arrow there from Kazi. Yike's going to get the knockback onto Lincus, but Lincus just able to walk away from this one. Next objective, Rift Herald up in a minute and a half.
There's a lot of back and forth, though, on where exactly you want to try and set up here on both sides. Like, Chayek going in towards Kana seems like a little bit of a response to Naknako having his life taken from him, but I think you kind of want Chayek up at the start for this Rift Herald fight if you want to try and go for it, but he doesn't have his TP. He still needs to reset. Kana's still pushing, and Naknako needs to get a reset to try and match this bot push. So I think Vitality not exactly in the best opening when it comes towards wave states for this Rift Herald.
When on the bright side, they will have Shayek's TP for the Herald spawn. But I do agree with you a lot that I feel like their whole comp, kind of their center pillar, is this Morgana. They need her CC, or they need her to continue setting up their own CC so they can actually get some kills. And this Rumble is not the strongest, with just no item completed. And now the Bork onto Yunara. Kalista starting to get strong himself.
Importantly, not too much magic resist on KC yet, at least in terms of Merc Treads, they have none. There's one probably on its way for Kana, so if you are going to fight, now is a really good time to fight for Vitality. All of that CC gets its full duration instead of having to sort of work out when's it going to fall off with the extra tenacity. Obviously, these guys have played enough games to have that as a muscle memory thing, but still, you do want to try and take battles before your enemies have those tools in their toolkits to try and negate some of the pressure you can put down.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that Yike and Vladdy, neither of them have Merc Treads yet when it's so valuable in this game, but you have to feel that for sure it's coming.
Yeah, 100%
very soon.
I wouldn't be surprised if we see 4 Merc Treads and Kalist probably with Zerkers, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's definitely the way that you want to go if you are KC here, just to avoid all of that CC.
KC are shifting Kana up towards this top side, so it looks like going to be a big 5v5 as Morgana TP's in as well.
Oh, Weaver's Wall coming out. Flashy with the dredge line, dead charge, hook, that's chain crush and follow up. Kalist still has the cleanse. Lincus splashes over the Weaver's Wall. Meanwhile, Targum is rooted up in the middle of the play. Flashy getting chased down by Kalist. He will fall first. The equalizer ticking on Targum and it roasts that beef. Follow up though from Kazi onto Kana, just trying to CC him down in the end. A 1-for-1, both supports traded.
They try to make it work for Vitality, but for KC, but they just didn't quite have enough, and Vitality managed to get one back. Chayek still fishing for Vladdy here. But again, the tankiness that we were talking about for KC, the ability to just shove a bunch of tanks in front of this Vitality damage, means they net the win in the end.
And Chayek was a bit too late with the TPS. It looks like they're still trying to
Grand Starfall, they're going to go in. They look for the Pantheon immediately. He's not back, locked against the wall, grounded. Rift Herald, look for the reset. It's Chayek that gets it. The smite with 4 HP short. Yike has to flash the wall. Lincus and Kazi looking for more, won't find it. But the objective goes over to the Wasp.
And Vitality get away with murder here as they lose the fight, yet they still get the Herald. And now Lincus tries to get the Wolf, but can't quite get it.
I don't think the most important part of that play was him getting the Wolf, but I'm sure he would have felt great if he'd stolen.
I think the most important part of this play is just the confidence that Vitality is displaying here. They keep going into River, even when Chayek hasn't TP'd in here. Lincus is a bit too early, as he doesn't have the Black Shield to actually defend him. Chayek flash ultis in and only connects onto Targamas. So that ends up being a little bit bad, as then Kana can ulti in, be there first, even with Knock on the equalizer. It's not enough.
Yeah, with the KC just able to rally behind Kana, it makes it a little bit easier to have that beefy front line. But Flashy's been doing a good job of finding Kalist in a lot of these moments, even getting the prediction on his ult E to get the dash. So shout out to him as well. Yeah, he's doing a good job.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job.
I mean, both Lincus and Flashy actually having a great start to the series, and both of them KC Blue alumni. They played in this team. There was a big furore when Lincus left KC Blue to go over to Vitality. And now we see them facing off for a possible world spot and a spot in Madrid.
I think that speaks a lot to just the rivalry between Vitality and KC, that a lot of KC fans felt like that was like a betrayal of Linsas, that he would go to Vitality. Yeah, it's now Fleshy.
Death charge onto Yike. Weaver's Wall's going to separate Linsas from the team, and now he's on the wrong side of dodge. Does manage to get the damage down, and the follow-up and Targamas is enough. I thought Linsas was the one caught out, but in the end, it's Targa just a little too deep.
I think KC were hoping to find a quick pick, assuming Naknako with a TP advantage would go into that top side, and trying to make a very quick play, end up burning them as Vitality managed to turn it around.
And this Black Shield just has so much value here, as even when Linsas goes a bit too deep, Morgana just puts the Black Shield on, but Naknako here went for probably a bit too much.
Yeah, tries to kill off Yike, equalizer down, he still gets him. Naknako will fall for it. Kalist gets 360 gold in his pocket. The only player on his team alongside Kana yet to die in this game. And a lot rides on both of their shoulders now for KC.
It's the fact that we're seeing these fights not play out like fully as a 5v5. It's kind of these like little picks in the moment. And KC here are just trying to set up, but again, Fleshy, great hook. Linsas goes to follow up, and the Weaver's Wall is something, but I don't think they expected Rumble to be coming in on this flank. So even though Linsas does get locked up, the Black Shield saves him. The extra damage coming through from the Rumble ults, they just end up picking off them.
It's also the Aegis Assault from the Pantheon, that E just blocking so much damage because he was caught out.
Yeah.
KC just couldn't put the damage into him because he had that E and was able to survive through it. Still only 1,000 gold between the two teams and a 720 gold lead for Kalist in that AD carry role, but Linsas having an absolute stormer so far. 700 gold ahead himself, has the Sundered Sky, Kindle Gem, and the Merc Treads already complete. Feats of Strength were gained for Vitality. Alongside that, they have 2 Drakes and 3 Grubs.
And I think it's this mid-jungle for Vitality that has been stepping up the most that has really impressed me. Like, Linsas has looked fantastic and has been kind of the key player in setting up a lot of these side lane plays we often see Vitality going for when it gets to the mid game. But Chayak as well has kind of been the unsung hero. This guy has been spectacular in the mid lane, has been able to find a lot of success. We don't talk about that Fleshy, but across the board, I think that Vitality, like, it has been these newer members that have really stepped up to make a name for themselves.
For KC though, I think on the bright side is Kalist. On this Yunara, he's going to be able to scale up nicely. He already has a 700 gold lead with his 2 kills. And I really think that him alongside this front line can lead to a long, prolonged fight that can set him up so well for success.
Yeah, and I think it'll be looking towards that second item at, 3 minutes until this next dragon. He should have access to the rune. Oh, it's actually not. It's the Phantom Dancer. I thought it'd be the Rune's Hurricane that he wants to pick up. I'm kind of surprised. Cause,
I'm very surprised.
Yeah, I mean, you assume that you want to take these big fights where you can hit onto multiple people.
I mean, the thing is, if I can try to justify his logic, it's kind of like Vitality as a comp isn't playing that grouped up. You have this Rumble that's going to kind of be playing on his lonesome, same with the Morgana and the Varus. And yeah, the Pantheon and the Nautilus will go in together, but not quite as much as KC's comp, for example, would. And the nice thing with Phantom Dancer is just a great stat stick, as Kana here is on a ward and Linsas is wrapped around.
Yeah, Naknako's going to chase him. Linsas there as well. Unstoppable Onslaught meets Linsas in the face. Stunned up. Now Kana needs to retreat. Does still have the flash and not too much damage yet onto him. He escapes with about a third. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Chayak trying to survive himself has put down the Black Shield already. Targamas dodges away Soul Siphon. There's the flash knockback. And Chayak's on the wrong side of the rift. He'll be taken out. It's a tower exchange for a tower and a kill in favor of KC.
And the TP now from Kana to get in on out of there. That's going to be the Anakan start. KC with a great turnaround on the cross map.
And beautifully played by Targamas there to set up his team for success. But you have to criticize Chayak a little bit. He's staying around on the weak side. The tower is 50 HP. It's not really a real tower. And that's going to lead to Atakan for KC and kind of a comeback for them.
Yeah, that first neutral objective of the game. They will secure it. Get themselves those petals, kind of looking for the chase on Naknako, flashing forward as well. Definitely the match going wide. TP behind, as you say, as Vladdy joins the fray on his 7-1 Talia. This year has only lost 1 game on it. This game not having as much of a good performance as he'd like, and in the end unable to find anything in that top side. I was so hopeful. I was like, this guy's he's 7-1 on the year. He can do something, and then nothing
and then he misses the W, they run out.
Yeah, okay, well.
That was a good caster curse right there.
Well, that's what I'm here for, man. I also realized in the middle of saying 7-1 Talia, people would think he was 7-1 in this game.
Yeah,
I had to correct that as well.
7-1.
Yeah, so let's ignore that bit of casting for the moment and move on. Thanks, guys. That was great.
The awkward start to the cast. I wanted to let it simmer for a little bit more and really go into it. But honestly, I think for KC again, like, this is huge. The fact that you managed to get the Otacon off this play, you've set yourself up on a bot tower, you've started to get not much needed, but some gold onto key carries, like we were already saying with Kalist. So I think in this sort of position, KC are still keeping themselves within touching distance. And now you're looking at the Dragon in 15 seconds, where you've already got Kana pushing in bot side, access to the mid wave for KC. And sure, Vitality are coming through, but Nako is going to the top side, so he'll take a TP to get here, whereas it looks like Kana wants to maybe get into position to start things pretty quickly.
I do worry, though, about KC trying to face check here into this poke and into the Morgana bindings. If Vitality can try to hold this spot, I think Kana is really the key piece for KC, because he can just walk up, and he's too damn beefy for them to really be able to deal with him. And Nako is pushing in this top wave. They have to drop full position.
Yeah, KC gain control over the river. Drake up there, Inferno Soul, our first course in this best of 5. KC will start it. Nako now TPing to the bot side as KC already have the Dragon down to 4,000 HP. As you say, Jack, it is just too late. The Drake secured. Vitality will look for the fight. Targum is immediately jumping onto Nako. He tries to flash the wall, but he can't escape. Equalizer down. Won't do much. Kana keeping the rest of Vitality at bay. Exhausted, rooted, chained, everything, but they just don't have the damage to work their way through here. Double onslaught for the follow-up. Good black shield there, but the follow-up onto Fleshy with a seismic jump. He hooks back in! Immediately into his death. Linces has to flash away. KC win out the fight.
And Vitality are falling apart at the seams, and KC are pouncing. They get the Dragon. They get 2 kills. Nako? What was that?
Yeah, the questions, they're the same. I don't understand, because at this stage I'm like, oh, they're just going to play for the tier 2 and top and look to forgo Dragon, but you've already got Linces in way too early. The black shield's now used, so the rest of Vitality have to back away. So Nako left completely on his own, and Targamas just sniffs it out because he walks straight over enemy minions. He's envisioned the whole time. And then Vitality, we already said it, they just don't have the damage to try and get through Kana. He knows it. Happy to start setting up these fights so they can pick off Flesh in the backline.
And I think in this fight you could really see how Vitality's comp is starting to get more and more difficult to execute. Getting through these beefy members, you just don't have the DPS, as Flesh has a crazy flank here.
Grand Sample coming out as they look for Kalist. Targamas and Yike here to try and defend their AD carry. Linces jumps in, but the Hex Flash away from Targamas gets him to safety.
And Vitality looks like a little bit desperate, trying to see if they can get into positions where they can catch people off guard. But it does mean now you get KC pushing in top, they're going to be able to push in bot, they can group on towards mid-wave here and should be able to get this tower if they wanted to, but actually kind of going to make his way back down towards this bottom side to cover the wave.
And this Yunara is just so damn safe with all this mobility, with the flash, with the cleanse. I think it's going to be really hard for Vitality to realistically look for picks onto Kalist. But then it's like, who else can you look for?
Yeah.
It has to be Vladdy.
It has to be Vladdy. And the question really is for Vitality as well. It's like, even if you find one, is it enough? Eventually, you're going to have to deal with Kana and with Yike and with Targamas, even if you find a pick at the start. Can you work your way through those 3 meatballs as Fleshy looks for the hook? Only finds a minion. Kalist was basically out of that anyway.
And that's why I wouldn't have minded if Vitality gave that last Dragon and said, cool, we push mid, transition to the tier 2 and top lane, start to get a bit more gold onto some of our carries, and then we're in a position of, hey, we've traded successfully and we're using this buffer of the 2 dragons we have to avoid team fights that aren't going to work out in our favor, where we don't have that pick to start off. But it looks like Vitality just want to keep fighting, and I think at this stage, KC are getting a bit too beefy for it.
Yeah, and it's only going to get harder, it feels like, because Morgana is starting to build towards that pen now, and Rumble does have it as well, but neither of them are really ever going to be going very fast through the style.
They might get through the shield at least.
Yeah.
It's going to take a while, especially Blackfire Torch Rylai's. Right?
Yeah.
That is not the highest DPS build in the world. As Targamas is going to find a pick here. Weaver's Wall coming in as well as they look for Nako. The equalizer down, but he's locked against the wall. Redemption coming out as well, but it won't be Nako's savior. Targamas takes it with the Redemption, and Baron immediately begun by KC.
Vitality going to have to try and get in here. At least the pool should be doing some good work when it's in this Baron pit. But KC can just turn and burn if they want to.
Yike with the bird, it gets knocked out. Yike's going to take a lot of damage from the Baron here. Chain of Corruption's going to hit as well. Seismic shot back onto Fleshy. Soul Siphon only going to hit onto Kana. And Kazi's trying to put the damage down that he can. Piercing arrow through Targamas will be enough. Kana getting chunked out. Linces on the chase. The hail of arrows not enough. Kana so low, a double in the end. For Kazi, Kalist tries to turn it around but can't transcend high enough to make the fight go KC's way.
The pulls from Chayek were insane in that fight. They managed to hook on towards Yike in the pits. He's getting damage from the Baron and from Chayek, which forces him out of the fight. He then gets the setup on towards Targamas as well, and on towards Kana. Chayek's Morgana was huge in that engagement.
And now it's Vitality starting off the Nash here as KC are out of position. They don't have the highest Nash damage, however, as KC are gonna be able to join.
Yike's are way away though. Maybe they can just sneak it before Yike gets there. Linces with the black shield surviving through it. Baron secured. Kalist dashing forward with the Kanmei steps. Linces will sacrifice himself and almost takes Kalist down in the process. Vitality settle for the Baron on 4. KC have to be happy with 1 kill.
And Vitality showing us that even if they don't have the damage, they can make the fight last long enough that they can kill the Scion. And that secures them the Nash. Just this slow and steady gameplay of the Morgana. And I think so far this game, I'm kind of convinced by the Morgana mid.
Yeah, I'm surprised by just how much it could do, because this was a great pick from KC. Like, great on Targamas to work with Vladdy, even the wall pushing Targamas in on towards Nako. It looks fantastic, but it's afterwards where trying to just get massive value. Yike is just standing on this black pool for so long, then you end up taking the rest of the fight. But watch again, another shot on towards Yike takes him out of the fight. Now you end up in a situation where you can continue to play these fights incredibly slow. Kana is trying to step up to be the front line, but Kalist can't really step forward with how much damage Vitality have from both Chayek and from Karzi. And again, the pulls on these bindings are doing so much work.
Yeah, I'm really surprised as they have enough damage to take down the Scion, and now with the Baron Nasher, they're going to be able to get tier 2 mid, tier 2 top, as KC are actually looking to try to trade for tier 2 bot.
Hook Weaver's Wall coming out. There's the knockback onto Flashy. Double death charge, but it's not going to be enough. Flashy just on the wrong side of the wall. And as you say this, KC pushing for the tier 2 on bot side. Recall's coming out from Vitality. Linces dead as well.
The redemption from Targamas stopped the resets coming through from Vitality, so they've now had to wander back even further. So KC managed to get the tier 2 and get out scot-free.
It's a disaster for Vitality as they had the Nash. They wanted to play for tier 2 top, and Linces wanted to try to defend the bot tower. And they get neither. And now Kalist at 6-0. Ended up going to Bloodthirster third, so still doesn't have that Infinity Edge, but should be relatively close to it now with another kill and that tier 2 bot. And surely once he gets it, it's really going to make these team fights a lot easier for Karmin Korp.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Like, we keep seeing these moments where Vitality do the right thing or they find the right fight that they want to, but it's just trying to replicate that hasn't happened. And KC are starting to do a really good job of playing off of the map states and setting themselves up for these wins through how Kana can get pushed or where Vladdy's basing the map with these nice little picks, and Vitality are starting to struggle.
Flashy with the Ghost. You can see how much it means to both the teams to make it to Madrid, to make it to Worlds. You guys can tune in as well. You can perhaps join us in Madrid from the 26th to the 28th of September in a couple of weeks' time. We're going to have a 1-week break week after today, tomorrow, and Monday. And then we'll be going over to what I hear is sunny Spain at the moment, although I'd prefer it to be slightly overcast. I'm a cold weather guy, man. Like, I like it when it's cool.
So you like Berlin weather?
I do enjoy Berlin weather, yeah.
That's great.
When it's not like 35.
Yeah, when it's not 35 to 40 degrees and we have no AC.
That's like 2 days of the year.
Exactly, right? So that's why I'm happy here. So for KC, it does feel like a pure front-to-back team fight, very much in their favor now. If they're not getting picked off by Vitality, the Scion is just too tanky. Targamas as well is in that camp with that unbreakable will. For Vitality, it's like, how do you fight around that?
I think they need to try and leverage more the fact that they had these dragons in their favor, but they're going to be looking at a third dragon in 2.5 minutes. Jack was just pointing at the screen, Infinity Edge completed for Kalist. Like, it feels like the team fighting for KC is incredibly strong, so you need some way to look for picks, but you can look at their screen. KC are not willing to give that to Vitality. They pushed in boss, they're going to group as 5 and just force Vitality back with sheer health numbers alone.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need to have a really slow and patient mentality from Vitality here, which is interesting because that's really not what I associate them with. But that's kind of the only way that they can make this poke composition work, because they don't have enough burst and they don't have enough sustain damage if the fight is just all together.
Crit Bloom complete for Shayek. That's his 3rd item. We see 3 on Nako as well with the Riftmaker, Leandries, and the Bloodletter's Curse. On the other side, 3 items for Vladdy. He's gone for the Void Star, 4 already on Kalist. He is incredibly strong. KC will take 2 towers out of this push, and Vitality won't answer even with the bot one. See Naka also already walking his way up through that bot side jungle to join up with the team in case a tier 2 dive materialized.
I do like how KC are playing this off of 2 waves, so they're happy to give bot if Nako stuck around, because they're just like, great, well, as a 4-man unit, we can just brute force our way in towards mid, and Vladdy is always winning out on the side lanes as well, and can join us so easily in the mid lane play. So getting down this mid lane turret just opens up the map so well for KC now, and Vitality are going to lose more and more as this game starts to go on, their opportunities to get on towards the map.
Exactly, Robin. I think it comes all down to the Sion. Like, wherever he goes, Vitality needs to respect. Because if they're going to win a fight, it kind of needs to be without him. Or if it's going to be with him, it's not going to be a short fight, that's for sure.
Makes a lot of sense. For the moment, no fighting really happening on the Rift, but we have the synced up Baron and Dragon timers. Would only be 3rd Dragon of the game for either of these teams, so no soul on the cards, but we might see eventually a trade between those 2 neutrals, or we might see one team just taking 2 after winning the fight. Perhaps slightly more likely as Kana steps up into the face of Kazi. Shayak looking for the flank position here. Hook between the uprights there from Flesh, and I think maybe he's a little bit glad that that one didn't connect.
I do like the idea from Vitality though, just fish for a binding or a hook or something that can follow up, but here we go.
Corruption, Death Charge coming out as well. There's the Equalizer on top of it. Redemption healing up Yike, Keeper's Verdict will knock back one. Fleshy surviving through it. The Crypt Bloom's going to heal him up alongside that Redemption. Kana's still on that front line, but he's going to be hooked up. Grand Starfall in by Linces. He was knocked away with the Keeper's Verdict. Yike having to flash out. Kana locked up. He doesn't get the chance to move away. Kalist flash forward and was met with the anchor of the Nautilus. He still gets the kill. Linces dives in. Vladdy goes golden, but he's only getting silver this game. Vitality find the fight. Yike looking. Oh my God! The buckler from beyond for KC. Perhaps saving the game for Carmine Corp.
What is this game? Vitality feels like they're doing the impossible here. They're playing it so slow, so precise. Fleshy just getting hook after hook after hook. When you'd think you'd just get one shot at the first hook. And even Kalist, with so many items, he just doesn't have it.
Yeah, the fact that you're getting the hook on towards Yike, you get him to so low health. And Fleshy, I'm shocked he gets out of this one, but able to flash away the Redemption to heal himself up. And Kalist just isn't able to get into a position in these fights to really get access to the backline. He flashes forward here in just a moment to try and make the play happen, but Fleshy again, these hooks.
Yeah, he dashes. I mean, the prediction is just...
It's so good.
And now he's so chunked, he can't rejoin the fight, and when he tries to, Linces just flashes on him and kills him. And I was thinking here, wait, is this game? But then Yike sits in the bush. Boop, bonk.
He goes, thinks better of it for a second, and then is like, haha, my buckler will follow you.
But I think Vitality are just playing these fights so well. The patience on them, as Jack was saying, the fact they're not overcommitting on that first hook, they're just using the range you have from the Varus, the Morgana, even this Rumble ultimate to just churn through this front line very quickly on KC. And then afterwards, you just don't have the beefcakes you need to allow Kalist and Vladdy to really step up into these fights.
And I really feel like it cannot be understated how much value this Morgana has, because maybe as a viewer you're thinking, why doesn't KC just engage? If they just engage, they win. But they can't, because the carries of Vitality are positioning separately, and whoever they go on will just get black shielded and they'll peel them off.
And we saw it there at the end where Linces ulted back in and immediately got black shielded after Kana used his ultimate and just walked on out. Like, it's so difficult if Vitality are playing these fights correctly. And honestly, I didn't think they had it in them, but Vitality are making it work.
Oh, Equalizer down, Chain of Corruption was Kana as well. There's Redemption, but he's already dead before it finds the floor. Kana down into that zombie mode again. Vitality find a pick. And now KC have to fight 4v5 around the Baron pit.
And how do you try and get it back? Access to this, Targamas kind of has to be the one. But if you walk in, we've just seen what happened to a man who has significantly more health than you do than the cow.
And crucially there, Vladdy as well got completely chunked out. So it's nearly a 3v5.
Oh, the turn onto Yike. They'll get him rooted up, and they stun him in the middle of the Keeper's Verdict. He's going to go down. That's the Jungler dead now. But Carmine Corp Vitality living up to their name, giving their fans a breath of hope early on in this series as they will get the Baron. KC going to walk down towards that bottom side trying to find something in the bot side jungle. Not going to find anything. Vitality fighting back as they go ahead in the gold for the first time in about 10 minutes.
Okay, Vitality, round 2 with this Baron Nashor. Let's see what you can do with that.
Honestly, I feel like they've really locked into how they need to win out these fights, and especially as you start to siege up at this, it feels like it becomes even more difficult. I think the only maybe saving grace for KC is if you get into a position of like having Targamas come in on a flank and that Black Shield gets burnt early. Maybe you can try and set up something that way. But the Black Shield usage from Chayek has been great in the last couple of engagements.
I think crucially when it comes to this Nash, I think a good Nash play here would be that they just get the tier 2s, they're able to get a 4-5k gold lead coming into this Drake. If they're able to get an inhibitor, I think that's when this game will really kind of be decided, because that would be a great Nash for them. But maybe they'll just fight.
Definitely would be. As we see Vitality trying to step down towards this bottom side.
And it would be incredible for Vitality to be able to take them down, because we had a GX on the podcast Euphoria this weekend, and they both predicted Vitality to win this.
Wow.
I think opposite of what a lot of expectations were coming into this, but Vitality, at least in game number 1, definitely showing what they're capable of here against KC.
I mean, it's been a rumor mill over the last couple of weeks, right? Is Nisty coming in? Are KC struggling? Are Scrims not going as well? Is there unease?
Well, for GX, I think they got slapped by Vitality that day in Scrim.
I mean, that also could be the reason. Chenicrosh down onto Kana, no follow-up CC from Vitality. They're trying to push in with this Baron buff. Still have a minute 20 on it. So far, I've got about 700 gold in excess of the 1.5k you get for just taking it.
I like the way Vitality set up though. Lince is pushing in mid, matching that semi-global from Vladdy, so you've always got this quick access to the spot lane if you need it, but KC going mid.
Gonna go on to Lince, seismic shove already used. Lince does have his flash and will use it to jump across. Meanwhile on the bot side, Kana's trying to keep that knuckle away. Starfall away by Lince, dies mid-air.
He can never come back down.
He's an angel now, guys. It's fine.
He's joined the top of Targamas in his... I don't know, what's the...
Mount Targon.
Mount Targon, that's
Targamas sent him to Mount Targon.
Targon, thank you, there we go.
Bars. He'll join the rest of the pantheon.
If I nailed it, sure.
So, what ended up happening there was 2 towers on the bot side for Vitality across this Baron power play. They sacrificed their jungler to do so. He's down for 20 seconds and the Drake is up in 10. It will only be the 3rd for KC if they take it. I think Vitality might just back away from it because Lince doesn't have the Grand Starfall. He can't join this fight very quickly. And yeah, KC are just going to be able to take this one away. Vitality, no interest in contesting without their jungler.
And this game is going the distance. We're going to all 7 Drakes here. Well, I have to say that was another disappointing Baron play from Vitality. Able to get a 1k gold lead out of it, but losing ultimately the Drake, which was the more important objective. As now, Kalista is fine.
Yeah. It feels very Vitality though. They get leads, and then something bad happens. And then they get leads, and credit to KC for punishing, right? They decided to jump onto Lince. I thought for a second he'll escape, but they were able to kill him off. Kana was able to defend the tier 3 on the bot side while that was happening. KC are doing a good job of weathering the Baron buffs, but I think if you are a Vitality fan, you are kind of bemoaning them these last couple of Barons, saying, hey guys, a little bit cleaner, and this game could have been over by now.
Yeah, it definitely feels like when you're the team getting 2 Nashers, it should be a lot more one-sided than this, but that's why we love EU, baby.
I think as well, you're at this stage, Vitality are, at least Chayek picking up the Rabadons does make the pulls quite strong. But the longer you leave this, like Kana just continues to get tankier. You're going to see more armor coming through on Yike. Like the beefy front line is going to get more beefy. And that makes it a little bit more worrying.
We was all down from Vladdy just to keep Vitality away from the tower more than anything. And he'll do exactly that. Next wave, 15 seconds away, so we'll just see them both look at each other menacingly in this top side for a moment.
You've great wave clear on KC, so if Vitality just kind of forced to bonk heads against them here, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. They're fishing for some decent poke, though.
Yeah, looking for a bit of poke. Redemption, Outkeeper's verdict, knocks Fleshy back, but he came back with a vengeance. The hook was baited, and Yike took the bait. Kana now having to try and escape. Already, Yike and Targamas down. Kana flashing away from the dark binding. The tower will be forfeit. Vitality get 2 and a turret.
I cannot believe that Vitality keep making this work. Like, they're fishing for the plays, but Fleshy with that hook, holding him in place, getting on towards Yike. And Yike just doesn't really have as much magic resist as some of the other members of the team, so they are able to burn through him so effectively with things like the Bloodletters and that Grip Blue.
And Fleshy buffering the Keeper's Verdict crucially there was really surprising and able to live as well. Looks for the hook on Vladdy.
When you're Nautilus in this position and you're ahead and you can also have the black shield on you at any time, you are going in at every possible moment. Chain of Corruption came out from Kazi. They're looking for the damage onto Vladdy. Another hook hitting only onto Kana, decimating smash out. Equalizer! Enough to snipe off Vladdy. And now KC, 2 men down for the next 10 seconds. Vladdy a minute away from respawning.
The soul of Linces came down in that comment to finish off the very low health members of KC and Vitality. They've cracked open the base. This looks fantastic from them.
Vitality doesn't need a Nash to take turrets and inhibitors, as they take everything here in another... This was a fast fight, but even then, it's Vitality that comes out on top, as KC carries are just not able to hit through the Morgana pool, through the equalizer. There's just too much.
The Riley slows onto Kalista on these pools are making it so difficult for him to play the fights out. Like, he doesn't want to try and use his dash to go in when you can turn so quickly as Vitality, but he actually just can't keep pace with so many of the members of Vitality who are just doing this constant conga line in and out of these fights and swapping health packs.
And there is the third Baron of the game for Vitality. 90 seconds before the Drake. The Infernal Soul for either team. Probably going to be the defining moment of the fight. That's the ex-Nappy viewing party, by the way, live that we saw in that moment. And we'll see if they're cheering when this game ends, or whether or not they are a little bit disappointed, perhaps, that KC are losing. It's
definitely surprising here.
It's been very surprising, because like Vitality coming out strong, I think we kind of expected that as a very real possibility. But then KC fighting back, and then Vitality coming out from a position of deficit, from being behind and being able to fight back this effectively. I think that's the true surprising part of it.
It always feels surprising when the underdog is the one that's able to persevere and actually come back from a deficit.
And I think it speaks volumes to the work that Vitality have been doing, right? Like, we've seen them kind of step up over the course of not only this split, but coming out of spring, adding Fleshy into this roster. Vitality have been working on their stuff, and it looks fantastic, and it looks like it's about to pay off for them as Kalista. That was close.
Yeah, that was way too close for comfort.
He has a Mercurial Scimitar and a Cleanse, so I think just playing a little bit aggressively, we have seen that bite him.
I mean, if he gets Nautilus ulted there, neither of those are going to save him.
That's very true. As he heals up off the wave, Vitality looking to crack the third inhibitor tower of the game. Naknako, there's Kana charging in. Black Shield once again onto Fleshy. Good knockback with a Keeper's Verdict. Vitality fighting a 4v5, but look at the equalizer damage on the Vladdy. Redemption already haven't come down. Kana's locked up on the front line. Naknako pops the stopwatch, but he might just go pop immediately afterwards. Scrap Shield Redemption, not down in time. 1-for-1 so far. The exchange for the top lane is dead, as Kana uses his zombie form to force Vitality a little bit further away. Vladdy still eating a world of hurt here as the dive comes in from Linces. One cannon minion about to fall. The second stands for a second, but KC still hold on to their bot side base.
But the Dragon is up and available. Vitality are just walking back to try and pick up Soul. KC need to commit without a tank, and Vladdy has to try and get out of base. But look at their Nexus turrets, they're under siege.
Vitality are just trying to buy time as they get
Chain of Corruption onto Targamas immediately. I love that. I love that. Just wait in a bush. A little ambush coming out of that bot lane try. Vitality find the cow, and they're looking to find the Soul alongside it. Yike. He can't get into the pit. Fleshy here acting as a bouncer. There's the Soul to Vitality. An Infernal at their backs. Double inhibitors down for the next minute and a half. And only one lane left that they need to push in.
This just looks so dire for KC. Vitality, step back, Black Shield on the Fleshy, and I like the idea from Yike. Send it on towards Shayak since that Black Shield has been used, but you called in the fight, the equalizer, forcing Vladdy back, keeping Kalist really at a distance. They do end up picking off Naknako at the end, but it's a trade for Kana, and the health bar is so much more favorable for Vitality. They can look for more afterwards.
And there's just so many slows on the Vitality side that it's so hard for Kalista to ever really have this pop-off fight, despite the fact that now he's sold his boots and has a Hurricane. He's like the full build ADC fantasy.
No boots though. Gonna struggle a little bit with some of the CC coming out from Vitality. You can see Targamas went for the Swifties to try and negate some of that. A slow resistance coming up strong for him. On this Alistair, I think 10-1 this year. And we have Vladdy sitting on his 7-1 Talia. Neither of them have had the impact that they would have wanted so far in this game, but the game yet to be over. Naknako TPing down towards the bot side. Vitality Got a 5-man push through here. No Baron at their backs. 2 minutes before that one respawns. There's the Weaver's Wall. Vitality will try and get on the right side of it, which in this case is the right side of it as they walk back. Next wave, 10 seconds away.
Yeah. Again, we're kind of seeing Vitality just 5-manning this and looking for the poke underneath the tower. It worked very well in the tier 2. And they're going to try and let this mid-wave do the work for them, but it's a little bit far back, so KC at the moment can continue at least to clear out these waves.
Keeper's verdict. Trying to hold for that Black Shield. It is cancelled, as you say. Inhibit tower down for Vitality. Binding's going to land. There's Chain of Corruption follow-up on Kana again. Chunked out before he can really get into the battle. We'll be able to heal a bit of that back up as Yike, the next target for Vitality. They don't have the Chain of Corruption, but they do have plenty of other tools at their disposal to lock someone down. Nugnucker flashes away a great Black Shield onto him, avoiding the stun. He escapes and Yike falls. Kana chasing forward. Decimating Smash not to do too much. Targamas and Kalist eat an arrow through their backs though, and they're both down to half HP. The inhibitor will fall. Nugnucker with the equalizer. Not the best positioning as all of KC are able to retreat to the bounty. Targamas sprinting out, trying to stop his Nexus towers from falling. Chain of Corruption going between the uprights there, and Targamas and Kalist were able to dodge it. Lince is falling low. The Aegis Assault not enough to keep him alive. Kalist begins to open up. He's transcended, and he looks for Nugnucker and the Mercurial Scimitar enough to cleanse away the CC. Kazi's going to die to Vladdy. Nugnucker's going to go down to Kalist. Only Fleshy and Shayak left alive. The binding dodged by Targamas. Vitality need to extricate themselves from this situation. Otherwise, KC might just march down mid.
But Shayak finds the binding.
Oh, a great hook into binding. Fleshy, though, now looking for more soul shackles coming out. Gonna land the stun. Shayak kills him. Shayak gets the root. Decimating Smackdown. There's the Black Shield to avoid the knockout. Vladdy comes in, though, and in the end, Kana will secure the kill. An ace for KC, but it cost them so damn much.
And finally, when I thought Vitality had done it, they could end the game, they bit off a bit more than they could chew, as they played so nice and patiently here. Yike tries to flash in, but a beautiful Black Shield. They're able to continue poking them with the Varus arrows, with the Morgana binds and slows and everything. You see the carries just getting poked out, and you think to yourself, it's GG, it's gonna be game. But Kalist, he's able to hold the base. As Linces goes a bit too deep, he gets comboed, he ends up going down, and then the rest of Vitality are left wandering, and KC...
Linces is coming for this. Oh, he's not going to get in range. Okay. I saw him standing still, and I saw Grand Star fall up. I was like, is he just going to go into the pit? Decides against it. Probably the right choice. Don't want to die when you have Elder coming up in 2 minutes' time. Don't want to give up another player for the next 60 seconds or so.
It still feels difficult for KC to do a huge amount with this when it comes towards taking towers, simply because all of their inhibitor turrets are down, inhibitor on bot side's down. I think this is essentially a rope into saving this for Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
Like, if you can get pushed out from the base enough that you can actually contest this, that's the big win for KC. I think that's where this game is going to be decided.
Yeah, for sure. This is a stalling Nash, where the goal is to just actually get decent wave states so that you can get control of this Elder. And if you can get control, then maybe finally we can see KC kind of being the first team on the objective and having that right foot, because for the past 30 minutes or so, it's always felt like Vitality are the ones choosing when and where to fight.
In a game with the gold separated by 100, when they both have 92,000, with 3 Drakes to 4 Drakes, 3 Grubs to 0, 41 Petals to 10. We are now in the longest game of the year here in the LEC. KC going to push through bot. Vitality currently investing their resources in that mid lane.
Chag just reset to finish off his Zhonya's as well. Had just burnt that Seeker's arm guard, so nice that he's able to finish that off just as we have 40 seconds until this Elder. And you've got basically everything when it comes towards items that you could possibly want. It's just the fact that Shayak doesn't have flash, same with Karzi for the moment, that could be punishable for KC, but it's answered on the opposite side with both the mid and AD carry of KC flashless as well.
KC have a couple of more control wards at their disposal. You can see Kana, Yike, and Targamas all saving a slot for that. Nugnucker hasn't saved the slot because he's full built on this Rumble now.
A good problem to have.
It's a nice enough problem, so you only have control wards coming out from Fleshy, apart from the ones that are already down on the map. Lince slowed up there for a second. Able to walk away from it. Targamas bound. Chain of Corruption with the follow-up. He's going to use the redemption on himself, but he's already chunked down to about half HP. Another Dark Binding just wide of Kana. Weaver's Wall going to split the team up here. As Nugnucker is not with them. A good keeper's verdict. Shayak uses that stopwatch. They're going to get the CC chain onto Kana, but there's no follow-up damage from Kazi. A good hook onto
to Yike, though, means that it's going to be jungler for jungler exchange. Target's diving onto Nako. The rest of Vitality diving in. Lince's first one. Kalista, oh my God, alive! He's put on a spit and roasted. Nako finding the vital kill as now they dive for Vladdy. And I don't think this Talia has a way out of here apart from just running for the hills. Lince is still chasing. Seismic Shove will get the knockback. There's an Elder Drake available to TP out from Vladdy. Is it Elder or is it the base for Vitality?
Elder be damned. Vitality don't need it as they're going to run down mid and end this game.
The Nexus Tower has respawned that top side one. You'll see them trying to get through that inhibitor in the mid lane. Perhaps their first target, they need the minions to help them out. Vladdy's going to try and cut off this wave. Try and clear it any way he can. As Vitality continue to push in. Chain of Corruption lands. Oh, Vladdy's a goner. He's done for. He buys himself a second, but all he can do is watch as his team is still dead. He is dead, and Vitality go 1-0 up in the series.
The draft was doubted, Vitality was doubted, but that performance left no doubts. What an incredible game from Vitality and start to this series.
We'll be coming right back after the break with hopefully 4 more games of that. Don't you go anywhere. In fact, we're not going to go anywhere because there's Linces standing by stage side. Shocks, take it away.
Thank you, indeed. Need to get a word from Linces here. Well, I know it's only game 1, but what a game. Tell me about that last fight specifically.
I mean, the last fight was a banger. I think my Rumble cooked them quite a bit, thankfully. I don't know. I think if we lost the game in that fight, I would have lost my mind as well. So.
I know, I mean, there's a little bit of history there with you and KC Blue. So is there any honor left there, or do you just want to smash them super hard?
No, I mean, I think this game should have ended way faster. I hope that the next ones we just fast win and go home.
Okay. I'll let you go to your team. Thank you, Linces. 1-0 up for Vitality over KC. Quick break, and we'll be right back with the desk in game 2.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, it's map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. Like, ask me, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Onto Vladdy. That's a lot of CC. Going out. There's the Soul Shackles as well. Vladdy has no recourse to escape. First blood to Vitality.
Alistar, no flash ult. Local Sam. Alistar, no flash ult. Alistar.
Yeah, he will die. Nice.
I can play more. Cage into. You can go.
Yeah, go, keep going.
Look, I flash shield you. Careful, Yonara.
Don't go through the Yonara.
Yeah, okay. No flash. I will kill her. I can kill her if she goes.
Man, I go on the tally.
Yonara, no flash, no cleanse. Nice.
Poppy will die.
No flash this.
I can only look at
Oh
my god, that was bomba by the way.
It took 52 minutes and 59 seconds to do it, but Vitality take game one here, and they do it with style. The last time we saw Morgana in the LEC was in 2020. The last time we had a Morgana win in the LEC was Eika with Elements in 2016.
Before you were born.
Before I was born. Mid lane specifically, but yes, absolutely correct. Before I was born, what a performance from Chayek in that mid lane. Loved everything we kind of saw from the draft in terms of how it functioned around the Morgana as well. Super entertaining this first
And I know you like it. Please tell us about this.
I've been so excited about it. I was telling everyone that I think we're going to see it in pro play soon, and we did see it in the LCK first, I will admit. But I want to show the viewers at home some things that you can do once you've been binded by a Morgana Q. You can write a book if you want when you're in that Morgana binding. You can watch all of One Piece while you're in that Morgana binding. You could choose to learn Korean. That's also a good choice. You could take the train from Berlin to Beijing, and you could also listen to Law's monologue about KT making worlds.
Wow.
All of those you could do while you're within Morgana's binding. And I think the reason why I wanted to set this up is because the Morgana binding was a key pivotal piece of what made this composition so awesome to watch. The chain CC that you had onto a single target when you played the patient game made for such an awesome comp to watch.
No, and I love the synergy between them. Also, huge shout out to Flashy with that Nautilus performance to follow up so many times. This guy continues to impress me, and I think it just goes to show the mechanics of the Vitality roster. They can do so many different things, and this was a new look from them that we hadn't seen, but still complements their style, which is so skirmish heavy. And I tell you what, there are so many skirmishes in this game.
patience was the thing that really impressed me, because the casters was commenting on it, but with a composition like this, you have to be patient. You're very reliant on your poke. If you're just throwing everything into the enemy, against a Yunara, especially one that was as fed as Kalista, who had a near flawless game in terms of his positioning, if you play it patiently, that man cannot hit anyone. And so the fact that they did play as slowly as they did, they played around their strengths very well. We saw some mishaps, as we often do from Vitality, but ultimately it was a super entertaining game to watch, and Vitality delivered in game.
Yeah, I was getting a bit concerned in the mid game, honestly, because you see some spells thrown left and right. When they don't land, it doesn't land well for them either. Mid game was difficult.
Mid lane was super difficult, and I do want to give a lot of credit to KC to playing from behind in that scenario, because even when Vitality got their first Baron, they still had a negative Baron power play, and I think especially the contest around the mid lanes was hard for them in the mid game, but it's also where that Vitality later on re-stabilized around what their composition does so well.
I think this team fight was just a great example of everything that we're talking about. KC generally had much better setups around their objectives, and I think in this situation, they were the ones with control over that bot side river. But Vitality were able to play patiently in the fight. It felt like that they really knew how to operate this composition. And in this fight specifically, I was really impressed with what Kalista could do, because watching it, it felt like he could just do nothing. He ended up doing like 6k damage off the back of it, but you saw that he was basically the last man alive. He was shut down by this single target, and the poke was effective. The Rumble came up clutch in the end. Vitality just a really awesome game one to start off this series.
What I thought they picked last time against KC, they actually do it again and prove us that they have other tricks up their sleeves. I was talking to Mac and Pad last week about this guy actually, and how they let him grow, how they let him progress, and how he has transformed to someone who can compete with the best in the LEC here.
No, I think it's just the fact that this entire team is kind of being built around what Linces loves so much, which is that you're not putting him on Sejuani, you're not putting him on Maokai, you're putting him on these AD champions where he's just rallying the troops around them. And I think the fact that you combine that with now a Morgana pick makes me really excited to see what else have they cooked up. Because I do need to see a bit more from Vitality as well as this series goes on. I think they were a little bit bailed out in this game one with how creative they were around their draft, and if that mid game doesn't get better, that's where KC definitely has an avenue to come back.
KC on the other end, anything to say? I was one of the skeptics. I was worried about them. I can confirm
the question
it now.
we all have to ask is how many of us are game one Andys?
You definitely was.
My name's Andy. I'm a game one Andy, okay? Like I said at the start of the show that I had flip-flopped from my Euphoria prediction, but fortunately, we had fewer viewers than we did right now.
Yeah.
So, as far as they're concerned, on the record, I believe that Vitality was going to win this series, and I'm still confident that they can do just that.
And this is why he says he's never wrong, because the moment he is, he'll just say the right thing, which he's doing right now.
That's the beauty of the flip-flop. Shout out to Raz.
Oh my God. Analysts are supposed to make statements. For Vedia's sake, he just made them after.
Oh my God, a desk looking like the game we just saw. Actually, Vitality have the chance to do the funniest thing here today and take down KC. They do it in game one. Can they do it again? Casters, over to you.
That's the question, isn't it, Law? Whether or not Vitality can continue this form, whether or not it will be another series win for Vitality over KC, it's going to be a struggle. I think game one draft worked really well for them. They played it really well. But we have up to 5 games of Fearless, and at some point you can't pick Morgana Varus every game, and that's this game. So we'll see what Vitality can do.
I mean, I think there's 2 sides of the coin for me. One is showing this perseverance speaks volumes to how composed they are and what they actually can do in this BO5.
Sure.
But at the same time, when you get a win off of kind of this niche weird pick like the Morgana, can you replicate that with a normal draft? I'm not sure.
Yeah, the thing that does fill me with a little bit of hope, though, is that as so many of these like big power picks were taken off the board, right? And for Vitality, who've shown that they do have a little bit of a depth of champion pool, like we've seen Chayek constantly getting Ziggs bans thrown his way, like you can see on your screen, and because of the way that they've been able to play, I think this will still open up picks for guys like Linces, who have the deep champion pool, guys like Karzi, who's been around forever. I think that's where Vitality might be able to actually bring us to the depths of their champion pools as this series goes on.
And the question on the other side is, can KC bounce back? It's been turbulent the last few weeks. The loss to G2 after winning game 1, the loss to Vitality in the summer season. That was their only loss going into the second portion of the tournament. But it hasn't felt like the Vitality, not like the KC we saw in winter. KC in winter felt like everyone was all the engines were burning in the right direction. Currently, all the engines seem to be burning, but one is skew if, one is 90 degrees to the other. Nothing is going in tandem, in parallel.
I feel like you can really see the confidence loss. Like in this game, I would think that the criticism I'd have for Kalist is that he's going too aggressive and that he's inting, but I kind of felt like he was a bit scared. He was never really willing to pull the trigger and actually make the difference in a team fight, which I never would have said before about him.
Yeah, and I think now that you got the Orianna locked in for Vladdy, I think you tend to see things like the Wukong and this go alongside the Orianna. So he needs to be the one that has that confidence, that is making the engages. And I imagine they're going to take this jungle champion for him on this next rotation and set him up to try and be that success point.
I think Wukong makes a lot of sense. You could also go for something like the Nocturne if you want that Orianna combo. I like the Xin Zhao. I think Vitality have said, okay, Poppy's gone. We're diving. Rel Kaiser, I expect a Vi on 3 if you really want to facilitate that dive. It doesn't work as well into some disengages like the Cyclone, which can be really good, but it definitely seems like Vitality had a very obvious game 2 game plan, and that is, we're going all in and we're going to kill someone.
I'm surprised with the Kaiser priority though, because K-Corp could look to lock in something like the Corki, bully it out early game, and we've seen that this champion can be a bit risky when you lock it in this early, even if you pair it up with the dive comp just due to that weak laning.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. You now kind of have to go for something like the Vi for Linces on this next rotation to set up for this dive and try and enable the Kai'Sa in a lot of situations. Even actually, honestly, the Mbessa takeaway here, kind of removing some of the champions that Nako might want to try and go for to facilitate this dive as well.
I love this K-Corp draft. I feel like both the Mbessa and the Wukong are champs that I'd really like to see on the Vitality side, but now being forced to go the Vi here, as we spoke about, it doesn't feel the greatest. You could go on the Orianna, but once she gets Sonya's, it gets hard, and then K-Corp presumably would be able to go something like the Saya. And now they have the Galio as well, just full dive.
I mean, you also have the option of tailoring disengage into your dive, which is something the Galio does well, I think. Is like if the Wukong is jumping in, you can just ult onto whoever the Wukong's ulting, and then you disengage the fight a little bit more, which is why I expect they didn't pick Vi here, which is much more committing to we're going all in. So I like that little bit of disengage coming out from Vitality. They're going to get rid of things in the support pool. The Braum is their first ban.
I think it just means, though, that you can... Oh, actually, I was going to say ban away the Vi, ban away something like the Nocturne, and then Jarvan by Nocturne all gone on this for KC makes it very difficult then for Linces to try and play that facilitator in a dive situation. But the York ban instead to make sure that the Mbessa is going to be comfortable for Kana. Imagine Renekton ban as well to get rid of that from Nako, and at least then you still open up your pool for the jungle here for Linces.
Yeah, I think a big thing when you're playing against this Galio is you want to make sure that you have a good top lane matchup, because Galio ideally wants to have both top and bot that he can move to and impact, because if he's just chilling, farming on mid lane, then he's going to get outscaled by the Orianna, right?
That he is. We're going to see where they go with that top lane matchup, though, because they know they're into the Mbessa. It's Xin Zhao and the Yorick taken away by KC, kind of pushing towards this Vi pick for Vitality. It's okay, we're happy enough with you having the Vi. It's better than you having the Xin Zhao, which would give you that crescent guard and the ability for Galio to jump on top of him, so...
But that's what I'm kind of surprised with the Xin Zhao, because we've kind of been saying, like, Vi fits perfectly with Kai'Sa. Vi Kai'Sa has been a pair that we've seen all year long for how strong it is, and you're leaving the Renekton open. And I think Xin Zhao was always going to be the secondary rotation in that jungle if you banned away the Vi. So I think this should have been either Vi or Renekton, because I think Nako's just going to go for the Renekton in this next rotation.
I mean, to be fair, Rob, if there was a team that would know if Vi is bait or not, it's probably K-Corp.
You know what? Good point.
Yeah, that's a very good point. There's the Corki you talked about, though, Jack, into that Kai'Sa matchup. We'll see what support it's paired alongside. Looks like it might be a Bard here for Targamas. Tempered Fate, so good at disengaging dives, also good at engaging for yourself if you want to. You already have the Wukong and the Mbessa to a degree to do that for you. There it is. There's the bot lane for KC, looking to try and harass down this Kai'Sa in the early game. Vitality, and we expect Renekton. Instead, Aatrox, kind of a similar top laner, doesn't have the same point and click ability that a Renekton does, but can still try and win out.
A bit more scaling, a little bit weaker early game, but I'm curious with this Bard. We haven't seen it have the best success in Europe, kind of hit or miss. It scales really well, but it doesn't quite have the early laning pressure to stomp this Kai'Sa, but if piloted well, it can still have a lot of pressure with the stuns, with the XP lead that you generate just from the meeps. And we'll see what Targamas can do on him.
I mean, if you want someone that pilots Bard well, Targamas is a good choice. 10-2 on the champion all time, but he was also 10-1 this year on the Alistar, I believe. And
someone was 7-1 on Talia as well.
Yeah, well, that is also true. So perhaps previous records don't apply too much to this series. And I think watching Game 1, that is as true a fact as can be spoken about these two teams as we see
The coaches bumping fists in the middle of the stage.
I think also just off of the last game, KC didn't look very coordinated when it came a lot to the play. So this is also a composition that when you're up against what Vitality brought to the table needs to be on point. You need to make sure you get your engages down. You're one-shotting people very quickly because otherwise things like this, Galio can come in over the top, do a lot of saving, cause a lot of issues for KC. So this is kind of going to be a test once more as to are KC on the same page coming into this game number 2.
And it's going to be a big test for KC. Need to bounce back here, you feel. Vitality, an incredibly momentum-driven team. When these guys' vibes are high, they are absolutely flying. Could be said to be true about the 2018 Vitality as well. That was very much a vibes team. And perhaps a resurgence of them. 2018, the last time the organization made it to Worlds. Kazi obviously has made it a couple of times in the meantime on Mad Lions. For KC, they have a pretty solid Worlds player on the top lane. You know, Kana had a pretty good time. Targamas going with G2 for a couple of years as well.
I mean, it would be a big shame for this KC lineup to win in winter and then not even make it to Worlds.
I mean, first and finals as well.
Yeah.
You kind of expected them to be in that Target position, and that was it for the most of the split, right? It's G2, KC, MKOI that were the supposed top three talking to the teams, and then it was Fnatic who were trying to make it up into the ranks, but Vitality already won up in the series and causing a little bit of an upset as KC moving in, want to get that vision down, and we'll spot out what Linces is up to.
I do feel though that compositionally, I think the K-Corp comp is a lot easier to pull off. I think if a longer fight erupts, Vitality can win with this Aatrox, Galio and Kai'Sa sustain damage. But Wukong just going in with the Ambess ultimate, it all looks very easy for me to imagine. But that was kind of the case for game 1 as well.
Yep, and I think that's it. It's I think it kind of again falls on execution for KC, because I think if they mess it up and it's Yike goes in, then Kana tries to ult, and suddenly Chaya comes in to save Karzi or save one of these other members of Vitality, I think you can find that KC are very quickly overextended and don't actually want to take that fight. So I think a lot on Chayek in this game to keep his team safe, and for Fleshy as well to try and provide that both engage and disengage from some of the damage members of KC.
KC bot lane once again winning the race to level 2. Targamas picking up his meeps early on, means he gets that 2 first, puts down the Caretaker Shrine, and heals himself up with a spot of T. Reminiscing about game 1 a little bit, Kazi actually had such an incredible performance on that Varus, second highest damage per minute ever from a player in the LEC, 1.7k.
90,000 damage, it's insane to look at.
Pretty impressive. He's only beaten by Upset on, it was a Zeri Yuumi game, Upset and Hylissang, where Upset did over 1,800 damage per minute. And Kazi now taking second spots on that leaderboard.
But I wonder if that's the highest damage total, maybe?
90k? I don't think so. Good, no, because we used to have like 80-minute
games. I guess actually,
There's 100% someone's done 100k damage at some point.
It was the Wild West back in the day. You couldn't end games.
I feel like it was start of 2018 when games were slow and long, and it was
the 500 CS Sivir win condition.
Hopefully we won't see that in this series. Although I don't mind it being a win condition, as long as there's fighting before that becomes the win condition. If it's like game 1, 50 minutes long, 500 CS Sivir, tons of action, I'm happy enough with that, you know?
Yeah, I'm definitely down for more of those.
For the moment, nothing really happening between these two teams. Jungle is going to path down towards that bottom side scuttle.
I mean, Chayek was forced back in the mid lane. Bloody getting some decent trades and actually forcing Chayek to go for the early reset. Does pick up the Dark Seal, so it's not the end of the world for him, but definitely gives Bloody a bit of time to stick around in this mid lane. Should be able to get up towards either the Lost Chapter or the components of his Rod of Ages if he wants to, but I think in this case, going for the damage is better. Oh, Kalist.
Kalist's going to have to Valkyrie away here, putting that Gatling gun down, looking for a bit more damage. It was a really interesting bit of pathing from Linces that I'm slightly confused about, where he walked through his blue side jungle and then just based in the bot lane.
So he was trying to cover his bot lane for a potential dive, and normally you would just go for the top crab because he knew he can contest the bot crab due to no bot prio, but I think he was worried that if they got more chunked on bot lane, Yike could wrap around and potentially dive them. But now he's choosing to open up again towards bot lane here. And he gets spotted out, wants to put a ward on the Drake.
It's going to cost him a lot because there's a couple of wards actually placed here by Yike as he walked through that jungle, and they know exactly where Linces is. Now, Linces will be able to go back and start farming up his camps, and that's fine for him, but it's a little bit of a lost a few lost seconds there for the Vitality jungler.
Yeah, I think he was a little nervous because Yike had cleared and I think walked past that ward that's in midway from Chayek, so they spotted him as he was going in and he didn't want to try and go back towards his Gromp with Yike on way in towards the jungle and push on bot lane where Targamas has the magical journey to get people into position. So I think just a little nervous and had to go back bot, finish off the Gromp, and now can move his way back towards top side. So definitely pressure on Linces in this early stages, and I don't think that's going to let up a huge amount. I think you will continuously see Yike try to get in towards his jungle, especially if he's on that bottom side and has Targamas to support him in getting into the face of Linces.
And it's always the story when we talk about Vi, right? It's about getting that level 6 and how well can you run it.
Flash Shadowing Strike into the taunt, the follow-up from Linces with the knock-up, and once again it's Vladdy who falls first.
He didn't get to play the game. Vitality set it up perfectly there, and Fleshy once more, the setup with Linces in tow gets Vitality first blood.
And it's time after time again. Vitality are the ones that are quick to pull the trigger, and they do so cleanly. Able to get first blood, even crashing in the wave here with the help of Carsey, who's kind of taking a tour of the whole Summoner's Rift here, going all
running
the way
up the top.
up the top.
But he also spots that this Scuttle Crab was never taken. So that his jungler's very happy. He's, oh, I can just take that. Nako dashing away as soon as he lands through his teleport. Kalist's going to farm up the bot side. Looks like no swap coming out from Kalist. It's going to be Kana who goes back up towards that top side. TP's up, so Kalist is going to try and just get a bit of extra XP and gold for himself.
Kalist was considering to base there as he Valkyrie'd back, but then Kana ends up basing, TPing top, so it seems like a bit of miscommunication there. But overall from this swap, since Carsey walked all the way from bot to top, he's already down 13 CS at 6 minutes.
Fleshy had considered opening boss, but then saw that Targamas is starting to run to this bottom side, so just going to TP up to the top half of the map as well. So overall, kind of all over the place when it comes to where the supports want to be, but will just be the swap. Opening is normal.
It's this constant balancing act of how far can we put our top laner behind, how well can they survive in a 2v1, how much of a lead do we want on Kalist, because getting gold into Kalist for KC is usually an incredibly effective game plan. In game 1, didn't quite work out for them. You could argue draft issues or whatever, but usually if you get Kalist ahead, he's got enough power inside him and enough strength, enough talent to help KC get over the finish line.
And he is very far ahead. You might look at the gold lead and it only is 170 or 150, but if you look at the XP and the levels, he's already ticked up to level 6, while Carsey just barely hit level 5. And that big of an XP lead will continue to play throughout the game, and Kalist can just maintain that 1.5 level lead throughout the game.
On the flip side, Nako is doing fairly well for himself, able to TP down and get that wave, then gets the plate as well. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for Kana as this game goes on, where Aatrox does end up getting into a position where the healing is just absolutely absurd, and Kana may not be in a position to try and contest that. Plus, getting in towards fights, like even if Carsey gets shot down, if Nako's in a decent position, he can follow very effectively on Linces' plays.
He definitely can, especially if he finds those flank angles on the Aatrox. So hard to get him off your backline if he's on top of them. Both the junglers did start pathing down towards the bottom side. Linces puts a control ward on the Drake, and you can see Yike already running up for those grubs. They have pressure in the top. Not too much pressure in mid, as well as just holding this wave here, but Linces has just done a little back and forth there, put his right foot in the water. It's a little bit tepid for him, so he backs away. Now is going back towards it, eventually deciding the Drake is the option, but once again, it's a time loss for Linces. Not clearing his top side when it's just spawned, instead having to go back to the Drake, just loses you out through the early game.
I think he was maybe a little bit worried about potentially Yike invading his topside camps, because he already knew that grubs would be hard to contest due to the KC bot lane having full control, but it ends up costing him a lot of time, so he ends up actually finishing the Drake after all 3 grubs have been taken, and maybe they now could play for that topside invade.
A couple of pings coming out from Yike. I think he's just looking for a Scuttle Crab that's about to spawn in that river, and Linces will be able to work his way up towards that top side. Yeah, Scuttle Crab spawns, and Yike immediately wants to take it.
The problem is, though, Yike has just kind of been sitting on this top side, and Shayak hasn't really been able to break this freeze that Vladdy has going on the mid wave, because he has to go up and use his space to do so. And he's a little nervous as to exactly where Yike is, imagining that he needs to cross back in towards the spot side to go for the camps. But now, in an okay position, as Linces has moved up in towards his top side and should be able to at least cover him if he needs to try and break it.
Yeah, it's a few CS behind in that mid lane. Slight lead for Knuckle on the top side on this Aatrox, about 2 waves or so his advantage, but there's a wave coming in here for Kana that he can catch. Bot lane, again, only about 130 gold lead, but that level advantage has been cut down quite a bit. I think it's Fleshy leaving the lane for a bit, allowing Kazi to 1v2, and it's kind of evened out that experience disadvantage. Still about half a level or so.
I mean, you can see that Targamas now nearly has a full level lead onto Fleshy, and I think also the swap that KC did cost Kalist a little bit of that XP. And it's actually Naknako that's level 9 now, highest level in the game, has a decent lead onto Kana.
He does. And the grub for the Drake exchange, and neither team really wanted to force anything before at least their first completed items. You can see everyone tentative, like trepidation, just looking for a little bit of a play. It's like, oh, it's not materializing, cool, we'll just swap. We'll go and get some minions, we'll go get some farm.
Especially for, like, a Vitality side, it feels like they're very reliant on having a lot of these ults in check and having KC away from where they want to try and make a play, because the turnaround from Yike can be absolutely absurd if they can find that moment, but they just haven't really been able to, especially with the pressure Linsis has been under to try and match a lot of plays from KC in the early stages.
I mean, the thing with Vitality's comp is Shayak might be in trouble here.
Decoy in from Yike, doesn't land the taunt, shockwave back onto Shayak, Winds of War. Their Wings of Despair for the Galio. KC will get on the board, their first kill of the game. It goes over to Yike.
Nice job from Yike to get into position there. Vision on the opposite side of that river, and it meant that as you step up for the wave, Shayak just overextends, and Yike does a nice job to catch him.
A good punchback from KC. So they're finally able to get on the board. I feel like Yike is starting to show a little bit of that proactivity that we normally always praise him for. So that's very nice to see. And Vladdy as well now building up a bit of a CS lead from that kill. But it's a slow game.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's 2 kills at 11 minutes. You know, it's going to take a little bit of time. With a dive comp, you do love diving in, but as Rob said, very dependent on your ultimates, also dependent on items. You need to be able to assassinate the person you're jumping in onto. And we have yet to see, well, we just saw Double Sundered Sky complete for Vitality, so they're their first 2 items. Drake up in 2 minutes, Repelled still 3 minutes away. Both the teams happy enough just to stay in this kind of homeostatic position for now.
I think the thing with Vitality's comp that I was talking about earlier is it's all or nothing. You go in with this Vi, you go in with the Galio, and you fully commit to it. While with this KC comp, you have the Bard ultimate, you have the Wukong who can go in and then clone out, and you have a lot more potential play patterns and ways you can play fights. While for Vitality, it feels like you have one mode or you're not fighting.
I think it's also, but KC been doing a good job of getting Vision into the Vitality jungle. A lot of that coming off the back of Targamas. Again, having push with Kalist has meant that he's constantly been able to get these slightly deeper wards. And when you just spot out what Linsis is up to, what Fleshy's up to, although Fleshy not going to be collapsed on there by KC as he goes in.
Targa got a couple of wards just behind Shayak in the lane, one in that bush. Next to the blue buff, Kana going to be pulled back there. Likes to go back in, but Naknako's healing, a little bit too difficult to deal with. It's Eclipse versus Sundered Sky. A burst from Kana against the slightly higher sustain coming out from Naknako.
That's Kraken Slayer, picked up on Karzi.
That it is, that it is.
Yes.
Quite. What do you feel of Kraken Slayer on a Kai'Sa?
Good.
Yeah, you like it?
I remember there was a small period of time where every Kai'Sa went crit when she has no crit scalings in her kits.
Sure, but you can still crit with your right click.
You can, but every champion can do that, but every champion doesn't buy crit.
That is
pretty much only champions with crit scalings go crit. Because kind of right balanced it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense.
That's crazy.
So you're saying going crit on Kai'Sa perhaps not the best?
Yeah, I'm glad we got out of that phase and we realized that going on hit on the on-hit champion is much better. So we're now going
you're seeping with sarcasm, man. Like, it's on the floor around you. We're going to have to get some towels. Mop it up. Vision invested once again by KC around this Drake, spawning in 2 seconds time. Vitality will want to get their second on the board, but KC are having none of it.
Vladdy taking a risky route here in front of Linsis, though. Will get spotted.
He's zoned out completely.
Yeah, there's no way in for Linsis here, really. Shayak could look for an engage. Fleshy coming in, looking for that Magnet Storm as well, but isn't going to find it. A nice little magical journey back to the safety of their jungle for KC.
Yeah, it's just the vision control again from KC coming in big as Linsis. Now spotted out once again.
Gonna get hit with that Cosmic Binding. Should be able to clear out the control ward. And he does just that. Shayak takes the second to hit that tower. Isn't going to be able to do too much more. Naknako's still on the chase here. Kana aptly dodges away from the second Q. Winds of War, again a magical journey, and immediately Shayak realizes he is outnumbered. Tempered Fate will lock him up. The Cyclone got the knock up as well. Shayak trying to flash Justice Punch, jumped in front of by Yike. Linces dives in. Kazi's a long way away. And in the end, it will be a 1-0 in favor of KC.
Hoping to get the stack for Karzi so he could come through, but just wasn't quite there. And Shayak ended up burning the ultimate and the flash to try and make that play work. So that's big spells down from the Vitality side if you want to put pressure onto the map.
And it's another good play by KC here, able to catch Shayak off guard. They're still forced to recall in him both, but Vladdy can now TP on mid, try to get some damage onto that and deny some minions, so Shayak's going to be forced to TP as well.
It's just the fact that Shayak used that ultimate right as Rift Herald's about to spawn. So now, even though it feels like, you know, KC have Vladdy's ultimate just back up, you don't have Yikes, but it's just on a much shorter cooldown compared to the Shayak ultimate, so you should be in a position where you can continue to fight for this. And Shayak not having flash means he's a little bit less dangerous at getting access on towards the backline of KC.
Rift Herald has been started by Vitality. KC TPing Kana up towards the top side, but aren't going to be able to challenge the Rift Herald, so it will just be, in the end, a Drake for Herald exchange, kind of. Targamas with another Cosmic Binding. He's more of a nuisance than anything right now. He gets the magical journey out. It's taunted at the end of it. Kazi diving forward. Look for Targamas. Redemption already complete for him. He flashes out of the redemption and takes the shot from Kazi.
Flashed out of the redemption.
Yeah, I mean, he could have placed it better, I guess, is all you can say. Wasn't enough width on that side of the wall for him to fit his barred posterior into. This will be the tier 1 in the bot side as well for Vitality, although Yike is coming to try and defend it. Kalist already here. Yike's going to be spotted out with that Void Seeker. Shayak stepping forward, looking for Kalist. Isn't going to be able to get it. The Gatling gun and the Phosphorus Bomb, enough from Kalist to clear out the way.
Nice pick from Vitality, not able to get any more off it on the bottom side, but still, he's getting something back. It still kind of feels though like KC are the ones dictating a huge amount of this game. And if that's the position for KC, I think they're going to be very happy. Again, like they scale relatively well with this Wukong Orianna. They're the ones that are setting up on positions first. And even though Targamas got caught there, like it's still getting the vision that they want to spot out where Linces is to make plays. So I still kind of giving the advantage to KC despite the pick.
Oh, Kana, Nako.
Yeah, the thing is, every time I see top laners fight, whether it's tanks or bruisers, it's like no one's really going to die for an age. You can see Nako still has a refillable and 3 biscuits in case he ever does fall.
Rift Herald.
He's got the Rift Herald as well. As Nako is caught out with the Public Execution. Redemption coming down as well to try and hit him up. Fletchy here to help. The Cyclone down from Yike gets the knock up. Shadowing Strike does not connect. Nako healing up with the Sunder Sky, but it's not enough. Used 2 of his biscuits and he was not K. Fletchy getting chased out by Targamas. KC get their 3rd on the board, complete the feats.
Man, your caster cosmetic are truly on another level.
Look, when it was just Kana and Nako, neither of them were going to die. So as soon as other people come in and mess up the top laner, Jules.
I didn't quite see what happened to Shayak though. I thought he had gotten into range to get up towards that top side, but again, KC, this is what I was talking about. They're just faster onto the play. They've been quicker around the map. A lot of that coming from like magical journeys from Targamas and the fact that you are having push with this Corki and Orianna in a lot of situations, but they've been using that time incredibly effectively, and Vitality not looking anywhere near as confident as they did in game number 1.
It feels like they're not quite willing to pull the trigger, and they're the ones just getting caught out slowly one by one. It's going to be the Drake now spawning as we have a look at this replay. Let's see what Shayak was doing. Well, he was pretty far away.
Yeah, end up clearing out a ward on the bottom side right as this play ends up happening. And you can see them all scrambling to try and get up towards this top side, but just not quite enough there. And KC, they get a good pick.
They're always on the responding side thus far.
Yeah. And
really, as this Galio Va, you need to be the one engaging first to make something happen. You do have good re-engage, but it's not going to cut up.
Smite from Yike. It's smited in response. Cease and desist going down on him, but he's got a magical journey and just slides his way through the wall. And again, it's reactive from Vitality, trying to make a play with KC, the ones on the front foot.
And 10 seconds until Dragon. Now Linces doesn't have that engage tool, and it makes things a little bit more able to breathe on KC's side, as they don't have to worry about that access to the backline as much.
I think Vitality just have to drop it as Yike engages immediately onto Fleshy.
Cyclone, there's the shockwave follow-up, and Fleshy is just dead. Nothing a Rel can do in that sort of situation. So much credit to Yike through this early game. 3-0-1 has been involved in every one of his team's kills. He's been everywhere with that Cyclone. Targamas doing a great job with the vision control as well.
Yeah, the wards are definitely a big MVP for KC this game, as they've been spotting out Linces consistently and able to just have Yike take over the game as they now get 2 dragons and continue being the one that are always in control.
And when your dive comp is this far behind, the game becomes very difficult to play as they look for Yike.
Well, they catch him out. Redemption coming down. Doesn't get pulled back with the Infernal James, but Kazi dives in immediately, and they go for Kalist instead. He tries to Valk away, but he's hit with a Praise Seeker. Sangam takes a journey, a short trip across the wall. No return ticket for him. Vitality kill off the enemy AD carry, and with it, look like they're going to take this mid-tier 1.
See, that was a cast.
Yeah. And Kalist getting caught there, ends up using his flash as well as they get mid tower. It's a huge throw from KC.
A lot of gold in Kazi's pockets, 1.1k ahead. Vladdy trying to get something on this top lane. We'll be able to take this tier 1. Those 3 grubs in the mites helping him out.
I think Shayak should be here to clear, and you still have Rift Herald for Naknako as well. Just
I think he gets it.
Yeah, he gets it. There it is, Rift Herald on that bottom side as well. So you could look for a potential cross map here as Vitality, but there's a lot of Vitality members on the top side. So this is going to be a solo endeavor, it looks like, for Naknako.
I think that tower's low enough that a Rift Herald charge should
so.
just kill it off. It's hard to see from the map. You kind of have to guesstimate, but yeah, that's definitely low enough. Rift Herald will get the charge in. Vitality will get their second tower of the game. We'll probably even out the gold overall, as Naknako gets 300 to go and spend on whatever he pleases. 2 items though for Kazi. He's brought up that Ginsu's alongside the Kraken Slayer on hit, reigning supreme here.
Beautiful. Beautiful, and now he's going to get that W evolve soon as he gets a bit more AP, and then he can start actually poking and not playing just this purely dive style Kai'Sa, which just allows him so many more options and so much more threat. And he's going to be doing so much damage on the passive procs. It's going to be dangerous for KC.
Yike going in here. Redemption used the shockwave follow-up. They were on a wall the whole time. Linces goes in with the cease and desist. Void Seeker from Kazi trying to find his mark, but a good Tempered Fate will lock Shayak and Kazi up. Kalist can't quite get the damage down onto Kazi. Shayak flashing out. Public execution. Dives in onto the Kai'Sa, who killer instincts across the wall, but Kana is having none of it. Chases him down. It's a double for the Ambessa.
Linces tried to go in to turn it around, but KC find it regardless. Now Naknako running for the hills. Should just be able to escape, but the rest of Vitality are crumbling around him.
I think I need to stop speaking because I just cursed Vitality. Like, now it's going to be Atakan for KC, and they're firmly the ones in control of this game again.
Now they are 2,000 gold lead with the Atakan. Be about 3.5k in total stats ahead of Vitality. Kind of reminiscent to game 1 though. I'm just going to put it out there. I don't think Vitality had as strong of an early game, but this is kind of the point where KC began to bite back in that first matchup.
I mean, a great engage from KC here, and I think this is kind of showing, though, the issues with Vitality's comp where you have to go in, but great ultimate from Targamas means you can deny the re-engage, you can deny the follow-up, and Kana connecting on towards Karzi here was really the nail in the coffin for Vitality in this fight, able to pick off any hope that they had trying to escape that.
It's always so satisfying to see CCs combined correctly and properly so that you get that Wukong knockup immediately into the Orianna Shockwave, and there's absolutely no counterplay for the Vitality squad.
Yeah, it basically does what Nocturne Orianna does, but slightly better because you don't even need the paranoia. You don't need the darkness out beforehand. There's no warning bell.
You also don't need Nocturne. You can have a good chat.
That's true. Look, don't let Betty hear you say that, man. The guy still stands on Nocturne mid. This is business. He'll always say I haven't played it in years, but whenever you say it's bad, he'll be like, nah, actually, you guys just don't know how to play it. Yeah. But KC definitely know how to play their draft this game. A huge lead for Vladdy and for Yike in that jungle mid. 1.2k ahead each. In fact, the only red gold lead is for Kazi as they look for Yike. Fleshy going in with the Magnet Storm. There's the follow-up with the Hero's Entrance as well. Yike's going to get knocked up, but a great Tempered Fate hits onto 4. Is it enough? Another Cyclone cease and desist. They're locking down Yike, and he will fall. The shutdown goes over to Linces. Kazi, though, now a little bit isolated from his team, goes in with a Killer Instinct, has to dodge away from the Cosmic Lightning and manages to do so. Slowed up, though, with an auto attack out of Targamas. Meanwhile, Kana continues to rain down on that top tier 2.
So it's a nice pick from Vitality coming over the wall. Linces actually a little bit late because he didn't end up using that Q to get over the Dragon Pit. But it's a response from KC, and getting that tower, the tier 2 for Kana, going to be huge. Giving him, like, look how much gold Kana now has over Naknako when it was Naknako winning in the early stages.
Yeah, I think this fight just perfectly showcases why KC's comp is so damn good into this Vitality draft. This Wukong looked like a Scion. He took so long to die through the Bard ultimate, through the redemption, through the shield, through the shielding as well from Vladdy. There's just so many different components they have to buy time and make Vitality's dive comp so difficult to play.
And it's a nice idea from Vitality, but Linces didn't end up using the Q to get over the wall, which meant he was then late to the engagement, meant they didn't have all that damage to try and pick off Yike. And you're kind of seeing again, it's that like confidence that we were praising Vitality for in Game 1. They're not here in Game 2. Whereas for KC, they look significantly stronger. Yike looks fantastic. He's happy to take these fights. Targamas's Bard has been phenomenal in this game, both when it comes to vision control and these tempered fades. And it's just making the game unplayable for Vitality.
And the magical journeys too. It feels like he's everywhere on the map, saving people, engaging plays. Brilliant game from him.
Really good stuff so far from KC. Vitality trying to punch back though. They've shrunk that gold lead by about 1,000, was 2.2k, now down to 1.2. Do have to add in those Artican petals, about 1.4k for an 11 advantage, maybe 1,000 gold, and alongside that, 3 Drakes to 1. Double Ocean going to be helping out KC alongside that Hex Drake they picked up earlier in the game. And 1 dragon away from the Soul. Baron has spawned. You can see Vitality trying to vie for vision control around it.
Vie for vision control?
Beverly.
Well, I think this game, for me, it all comes down to Carsey, if Vitality is going to be able to bring it back. He's closing in on that 3 items now with the Nashor's 2 completed, and that's when really this AP Kai'Sa fully comes online. And even after that, as you can build towards the Zonius, the Rabadon, the Void Staff, you have so much continued scaling as you start to get more and more AP items, while this core key has kind of already hit his stride with the Mana Immune and the Triforce.
Jayek cancels the reset on bottom side, and then looks like he's going to go for the wave again. KC moved Vladdy up towards his mid lane, so I think they might need to try and make a pressure towards this Baron if they want to try and get the TP out, but or at least Jayek should be able to get the push on bot wave here and get some control on side lanes for Vitality.
Yeah, Vladdy's going to go down there and answer that wave, so he'll be the one catching it because he has that TP. He was about to hit that level 16 as well. Very powerful shockwave. You see Kana just cresting that level mark. Kazi finishes the Nash's Tooth. Truly online, as Jack Spector would say. I will say unsurprising that the AD carry main suggests that the AD carries are the important people to watch in the game. I kind of agree with you though.
Kind of has carry in the role, in the name.
That is true. We need to rename support to support carry. Top lane to top lane carry.
Only when they deserve it.
Yeah, true. So support's never.
Oh, wow. Okay. I see why you're not on a team anymore, mate.
I'm sticking to the sarcastic persona for the Kai'Sa.
It's working. So, we're setting up around Baron. There's a little bit of vision for Vitality around that. Nothing really deep into the KC jungle. Yike is waiting to see if anyone does step in.
The reason I was kind of looking at Jayek here, I think there is a moment where if Jayek pushes in boss, you can make a potential play in around the Baron area where you just look for the big engage off of the Vi, and you don't have that Orianna there immediately because she's collecting that wave so deep, like looking here, right? And I think this is what Vitality are trying to do, is play off of Orianna has to collect wave, can we find the engage?
No vision in here. This is going to step forward. They jump onto Targamas, who takes a magical journey out. Yike has to burn his flash and the Cyclone to escape.
And that's the TP from Orianna. So I think this is good plays from Vitality, trying to use the fact that they have the TP, the push from Jayek, and that ultimate to get him into position if they want to. But unfortunately, it doesn't work out. And now it's KC on the offensive.
And Targamas.
Temper Fake dodged by Kazi and Linces. Nice sidestep there, holding on to their summoners. Meanwhile, Jayek continues to push through the bot side. Vitality going to regain control over this blue side jungle.
It looks like Vitality want to try to do the same play again, as they have a ward here onto Yike. He's no flash and ult now.
They jump onto Yike immediately. The World Ender coming out as Nuka looks for the damage, and Yike falls. No Caretaker's Shrine enough from Targamas. And now Fleshy keeps Kalista Bay, ignites him as well, just to switch through the summoner spells. Jayek is up here, he's TP'd up. Vitality have a 5v4.
Great use of the map by Vitality, and Jayek, as you say, TP'ing in, it's Baron. But Nako wants to try and wrap around, he's not on vision.
Fleshy looking for that position up towards the top side. Has Hex Flash, no Magnet Storm. Kana stepping in there.
It's
They're torn. They dive onto Kalista, who has to flash away and use the cleanse. Next up is Kana. The shockwave doesn't hit anyone. Kana goes in with the public execution, but only hits onto Naknako, and Kana falls for it. Shyek survives. There's Honeypomb for him as well. He wants to pick that up and continue in the fight. Has no TP. Vitality turn their eyes back towards the Baron. 7 seconds on Yike. He won't be up for this as Naknako tries to keep Vladdy away. No shockwave. The movement speed from the command dissonance enough to get him out of the chains. Naknako takes the honey boot. Lince's down low. Vladdy stepping in. Low mana on him. Vitality continue on the Baron. They'll secure it. Tempered Fate just not in the nick of time. Vitality retreat. They get the Baron on all 5.
Really well played by Vitality on the map. And just as Dragon spawns as well, to be able to pick up the Baron. But this is what I was talking about. You get the push on bot. Orianna has to collect. Vitality pounce onto the play in the top side, using the fact that they had that small window on the map.
It's an Ocean Soul.
In the picture,
I think KC is just going to get this. You can see Chai trying to get in, but there is the Ocean Soul for KC. So in the end, a Baron for Soul exchange. We'll have another look at the fight.
Yeah, and you just see off the back of this, the setup coming through. The stopwatch from Chayek means the shockwave hits nobody, and it's Kana who goes a little bit too far forward.
And now Vitality with the Nash, we have to wonder, what can you do with this? You gave them Soul for this Nash, and we saw their Nash play in the last game. It wasn't good enough. They didn't get big enough leads. We need to see at least tier 2s and ideally inhibitors.
There's also the risk of you're playing a dive comp and you feel like you have to force the tempo. You dive a tower here, that could be it. That could be Dunzo. A Cyclone Shockwave is just going to stop you. A good Tempered Fate is going to stop you in your tracks. At least in game 1, they had to wait to hit their CC, but KC are not waiting. Hero's End just going down. Naknako's already fallen. The Magnustorm will find a bunch, but the Tempered Fate stops Kazi from interacting in the fight. Beautiful from Carmine Core.
There was no carry for Vitality as the AD was taken out of contention, and KC just turn it around in their face.
And it's Targamas landing this Tempered Fate as we start here. Yike goes in with the Embess ultimate as well. They're able to actually one-shot Naknako before he gets any of this healing to actually play this fight. And with the Bard ultimate onto Karsi, he's not able to deal that pivotal damage to actually turn it around.
Great exhaust from Targamas as well in the middle of it, exhausting Naknako so he can't get the damage he needs to heal as well. So across the board, just expertly played by the KC support.
And what Baron?
Exactly.
What Baron? They got 700 gold off it, actually lost money. Yeah. Because taking the Baron gives you that 1.5k. Only Kazi has it, and it's so difficult for him in these positions. Needs to dodge away from the Tempered Fate, has to dodge the initial engage, has to dodge Kana, trying to jump onto him in the middle of the fight. Kind of doing what KC had to do in game 1. Yeah. A game of dodgeball rather than League of Legends. Kalista so strong now on this Corki. 3 items complete. Building up towards that 4th.
And there's no anti-heal to be found on the side of Vitality here, up against this Ocean Soul.
I mean, it's burst, right? You try and one-shot someone. Yeah. If that doesn't work, you're dead anyway.
Fair enough.
I'm not saying it's the right choice. I'm just saying I see the logic. Right? Yeah. Like, have they died on our initial burst? No. Okay, we're dead anyway. Okay. Who cares about Oblivion Orb? You know. But maybe we'll see a Morello or something coming out from Kazi. He's got that Shadow Flame alongside the Kraken Ginsu's and the Nash's Tooth. And as Jack so amply put earlier in the cards, it is very much on him. Yeah. You saw how poorly a fight goes for Vitality if he's unable to contribute.
I think the Shadow Flame is a bit greedy. I would like to see Zonius instead because it's comparable damage, but you're able to get armor up against his Wukong and Embess and Corki, and you get that incredibly overpowered stasis. But he does do more damage with this now, so we'll be able to see what he puts out. And not too much MR on the side of KC. They do have the Merc Treads.
He might just be hoping the game goes 50 minutes again and you can break Upset's record, you know? Possibility. Linces, ooh. Ash is in there. Naknako caught out a little bit. Targamas and Vladdy looking for him. Cosmic Binding doesn't connect. The ball goes down, but Vladdy's not going to use the Shockwave on only Naknako with no real follow-up from the rest of his team. Kana still pushing through top while all of this happens. Fleshy looking for the Shadowing Strike. He's stunned up. Hero's Entrance coming out, but Fleshy's already dead. Chayek is met with a Cyclone as soon as he lands, and Kana's going to try and cut him off. Chayek flashes the Justice Punch across the wall and gets onto Kazi again. He has to blast the wall as well, the Killer Instinct Shield. Enough to keep him alive for now, but KC are on the warpath, and they'll find all the blood they want.
They're finding them everywhere. Vitality trying to sniff out any sort of play they can. But Karmine Corp will not let them anywhere near this win.
And that's going to be at least the mid tower for Kalist. And it really feels like Vitality have lost all the momentum in this game going up against this Ocean Soul. They just don't have the tools that they need to actually win a fight.
It's easy to overlook the benefits you get from something like a Soul because it's intangible at times, but it gives you so much healing. We'll see Fleshy here looking for a flank. He knows KC are here.
Yeah, and he thinks, hey, look, I've got the Galio follow-up. Maybe he can look for it. But KC burst him out thanks to that ultimate. And the TP from Kana was perfect. Cuts off Chayek's retreat. And again, it's kind of Karzi not being the target, but Kana finding him anyway in so many of these engagements.
Yeah, they're able to just chase Karzi down and continue extending their gold lead. It is, however, only 2.6k gold, but Fleshy.
Fleshy shouldn't have been there. Should not have been there in any shape of the word. Has to burn the flash to get away, dodges away from the Tempest Fate as well, but he was just in mid lane pushing out the minions, and I'm sorry, Rel, but that's not your job in these sorts of moments. Maybe holding it, maybe the team called for him to keep it a little bit further away from their towers while they can. Yike caught up a little bit here, but again, you see the healing coming out onto him from the Caretaker's Shrine and just from having that Ocean Soul. Karzi putting some damage back into the KC members, but they will heal up an absolute storm. Another Praise Seeker. Doesn't quite connect from Karzi as the Baron spawns, and KC look to make it their main objective.
Yeah, KC kind of need to rush this though, because Vitality know the 25 seconds until Elder Dragon. They're trying to position for that afterwards. This Baron going down quick though.
Karzi giving vision.
Karzi can try to get some poke here. And they can leverage control of this Elder. This Nash could be bait if KC are not able to get back to this Elder and try to get control.
Yeah, Vitality trying to play around the mid lane prio. Didn't get as much of it as they wanted. There's a control ward behind them here as well, towards that bush that Karzi just walked past. TP's coming out from KC as they look to continue the play. Linces has snuck all the way behind here next to the Razor Beaks. Put a bit of vision down. We'll see if KC ward their flanks, because often overlooked is a ward towards that red buff, and they haven't done it. So Linces does have an avenue of attack. Shayek having to walk behind here. Linces beginning to step forward. Shayek getting caught out, pops the stopwatch. Nako the target for Kana. Shayek in the middle of them, but already Kalista's unstoppable. And Vitality again just don't find a coordinated engage. A great Tempered Fate comes out from Targamas as they kill off Fleshy. Linces has to flash and dash and try and get away, but Vladdy chases him down. The Elder, only a cherry on the cake that KC have devoured. Karzi trying to escape. A killer instinct is anything but almost taken out. Kalist is having none of it. Won't let his enemy AD carry escape. Kana tanking the tower here as the chase continues. There's the Elder, but the Nexus lies in sight for KC.
And Vitality try as they may. They did not have enough to close out game number 2 as KC take this game.
In dominant fashion, Karmine Corp will stamp their name into the scoreboard. 1-1 now between KC and Vitality.
KC coming alive in game number 2, responding well to Vitality's pressure, finding the control that they need, and taking a confident win.
Hugely confident win for KC, and hopefully confidence for the rest of the series. We still want to see 5, and if you want to see 5 as well, join us after the break. We'll be right back.
League fans, mark your calendars. The LEC Expo is back. On September 27th and 28th, we're taking over Plaza de España in Madrid with 2 full days of free activities celebrating everything League. From cosplay contents and meet and greets with teams and talent to partner activations like Kit Kat's selfie box with the Poro, Red Bull 2XKO station, and lore-inspired booths. This is the ultimate fan experience. It's not just about watching, it's about living League together. So grab your friends, bring your fandom, and join us at the LEC Expo 2025. Free entry, no ticket needed. Don't miss your chance to be a part of it.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus. We become the light. Against the
I will keep fighting, good fight.
Okay, I go.
Yeah, I have ult for you, Karasi.
Yeah.
Forsage. Look on me.
Oh, sorry, nice.
Flash.
Noted.
Okay, talks.
Yeah, I stand in.
I start, so come. Nice. Waiting.
I will take case, I said I have no damage.
Kill him all. Okay, good job. We stop the Nash.
Take this game. In dominant fashion, Carmine Corp will stamp their name into the scoreboard. 1-1 now between KC and Vitality.
The blue wall is not done here in this elimination series, and they come back strong against Vitality in Game 2. And as we say in League of Legends, when things don't work, rely on jungle diff.
I mean, rely on jungle diff and then rely on a jungler that's just gonna gank all your power lanes, because that's what Yike did this game. I was so impressed with the jungle mentality that is, I will full clear and I will pick a lane and I will gank it. And that's what he did in this early game.
Players hate it.
But that's just a typical Yike game. Every time we say Yike, oh, when is Yike doing the best is when he has strong lanes, he does his full clear, goes behind someone, helps them out. Why are you looking at me like that?
Because you're right. That is when KC looks the best when
Why
Yike
do you
is
look
doing
so
that.
angry?
I was happy about you. I was not looking angry. I love the fact that he just saw that Chayek's often posturing way too aggressive in the mid lane. Super easy for him to come in and gank him whenever, especially because Chayek blowed flash very early into the game. So there was such a big timer where Vladdy was just able to get such a huge lead because of the pressure that Yike kept applying on him.
I mean, that's the thing. What is the result of this? You end up having a really beefy Orianna working with Wukong. That's the dream.
Well, it is the dream because it's also the best champions that Vladdy has, this sort of style where, you know, Vayike is just always posturing up, playing with him, always getting him ahead. And, you know, great stats, control mage duty for Vladdy. Holy. I mean, he did have 100% KP up until minute 25 in that game. So for me, he was doing, you know, great. But at the same time, it was just a stock standard KC game.
No, for sure. But I think that's what a lot of people wanted as well, right? You get a Wukong Orianna rotations. That's great. It's so reliable to play through. It's going to be good for you in the early game. It's going to be good for you in the mid game. It's going to be good for you in the late game. Like, I think this is exactly what they need going forward as well. Because Vitality is such a team that loves throwing curveball at you. You need to have something that you can always rely on. And that's what they brought this game.
And we saw it as well because this game wasn't easy for KC by any means. Sure, they had their draft the way they wanted. They had the champions they wanted. But at the same time, Yike did get caught around the Gromp area. It did prompt this whole Vitality shebang where they get the Nashor, and it complicates things a lot for KC. But at the same time, they had enough tools for it.
And that's how quickly a game can shift here. Yike, just being a jungler, he's done great so far. What's that? Enemy jungler, all CC wombo combo on top of you, and suddenly you're just in a position where you're going to lose Nash. You're in a position where the rest of your team is going to have to posture forward, and Vitality is a team with their team composition, despite being behind, that's still going to be able to equalize on this. And I also think that play like this, it sets the tone for the future of this series, because it shows that no matter really what happens in the early game, we saw that in game 1, anything can happen in that mid game where the entire tempo will just be flipped over to the other side.
And I'm really happy that Vitality, even though the comp is a lot more standard this time, I still feel like they find these creative ways. I think Nako and that Nash start finding the flank on Kalist and managing to pull the trigger and, you know, get them out of that fight just gets me so excited for the rest of the series, because usually you have, you know, the series where one team is, you know, the clear favorite, but right now, the fact that both teams are leveling up, because Vitality, I still feel like they're leveling up. Against KC, they're being more creative, finding more plays, not just, you know, standard dragon setups and all of this. Just sets the tone for the rest of the games to be super hype.
And I like Vitality being aggressive here, but I want to call on caution on their side, because we saw this Rel getting caught. You cannot be allowed to make these mistakes, especially in the later stages, especially when KC has disadvantage.
Yeah, I think it really speaks to KC's vision control around here as well. They're so ready for this flank. They don't even mind. Kana's free. Like, he's chilling topside, still has perfect TP wards. The moment Chayek's already ulted in on a dead target, it's over. And I love all the micros in this fight from KC. I love Kana's ultimate. I love Targamas Bard ultimate, which disrupts the pathing of where Kasi would ult to disengage out of the fight that still allows them to come together. So I just think this beautiful team fight from KC demonstrated what they do so well.
It was great.
What are we looking at then here? 1-on-1, smashing game from Vitality in game 1. KC come back in game 2. You guys were wondering after game 1, can Vitality make it? Do they have more? Was it a one-game fluke? Were we game 1 Andy? So far we were.
Andy were. But I think going forward into this series, what's going to become more and more relevant will be AD carries. Because as pools get trimmed, less power picks will be available for the other laners. But a hyper-scaling AD carry or front to the back teamfight composition, you can always rely on. And I think with the kind of thematic we've gotten from this series so far, that's where this series will also go in the future. I think it's going to be between Kasi and Kalist in terms of who can perform the best in these upcoming games.
And for me, I'm looking mostly at Vladdy and Chayek, because traditionally, Vitality is a team that really wants a lot of proactive tools, and I feel like with Game 1, having that curveball out, Game 2 now also a lot more other of the proactive tools are out. Now I think it's more up to Chayek to step up and find more comfort in these sort of stable mid lane champions, because this is Vladdy's playing ground. As sad as it is, when the game is extremely slow, that's where Vladdy thrives, and Chayek is usually the one who wants to break this mold open.
And the deeper we go into this series, the more the nerves are going to start to feel. I was wondering about KC after Game 1. Are they going to be able to come back? I'm wondering about Vitality now. Can they make the distance in this best-of-5 series? And can they make it last? Because it might be their last of the season for either team.
In a question about vibes and mood, you can never doubt Vitality. They can lose 3 Nashes in a row and they will tell you, all right, but there's a 4th one coming up. And that's the kind of vibes they will rely on to come back into this series.
Usually as the underdog coming into this series, usually you're looking at KC and you're like, oh wow, they're the ones supposed to win. But Vitality already showed us that they don't really care about any of this. I still feel like they're finding a lot of cool opportunities to play. And for me, it just sets the tone that they're on even playing ground.
I think this
welcome back.
Thanks.
Hello.
I think this series has, and you'll have to excuse my French, become a bit of a shit show. I quite frankly think that we're seeing throw after throw from both sides, and that to me is one of the biggest determining factors. Overall, I think KC is playing better League. I think their objective setups are better. I generally prefer what they're doing in the early game. But I think Vitality just have that raw talent that when they draft well, know how to use the strengths of their composition. So coming into this draft, I'm curious as to what tools they will equip themselves with this time around.
And that's why I think ease of execution just becomes that much more important, because while they might be losing out of the map, Vitality, if they are in a favorable team comp around team fighting on these Drakes or anything like that, that's exactly what they need to showcase those raw mechanics that our Game 1 Andy is talking about.
But also that ease of execution that you're hyping up so much, that goes out the window in Fearless, because now we're in Game 3, melee supports are starting to be out.
Jarvan.
No, hold up. No. They're gonna drop the Jarvan ban now because they choose blue side. So this time around, when all the AD carries who have their dashes are out, that champion's priority suddenly rises.
We talked earlier, Odo, about the Nico. With Nico and Rakan gone, that means Leona, Braum, maybe even higher priority now. Like the support pool, obviously, once you get to Game 3, much more pinched. You can see KC debating heavily on what they want that final ban to be, but with the K'Sante gone.
So right now, I would favor red side a little bit more on the topic that you just said when it comes to bot lane power pick in that sense, because counter pick on support makes so much more sense when you don't have a premier support in the game, which Leona, I feel like there's a lot of counters to it. I'm looking at the potential trade of junglers, the Zinzao, Maokai, or the Jarvan is going to come in. Ryze picked already. It's great. Usually when you don't have a,
with Orianna gone.
Yeah, a super OP champion in the draft, you can also just look for these trades, because for me, I'm looking at these junglers. The junglers are the OP ones, but you can just ensure mid lane prior with the Ryze, and the Ezreal pick is lovely.
I do wonder now if you're looking for anything like Aphelios Thresh now. Thresh very lovely always into the Jarvan as well. Not Pyke, sorry, but Ryze can be a great target for that. So any movements from Fleshy or a champion that allows him to play safer around his laners, that could be very good here.
I have to imagine Xin is the pick here, no?
Yeah, the problem with Aphelios Thresh here is that you can't really pick it because you really need to secure your jungler. Otherwise, you're going to get pinched hard. Zinzao is going to go out, Maokai is going to go out.
Whoa!
So they're cooking, actually.
Razork is so jealous right now.
The thing about Jarvan is he is just a weak skirmisher. He's got great gank setup. He can punish lanes without flash super easily. But in terms of his 1v1 ability, Zed just outperforms him massively. Zed should have a much faster clear speed. Zed has a lot of options. His overall team fighting should be weaker. But especially against champions like Ezreal, who inherently have that inbuilt mobility, Zed can lock those target downs and make it very difficult for that AD to live.
The hell are they doing?
I really like what they pick here with the fact that they pick full topside here, because if you would break up this combo and you would let the AD and support pick in isolated phases, you would lose a lot of power. So for me, it does make sense. You do want, top lane to be a lane that will push no matter what, so that the Ryze and the Zed will always have a target no matter what, because that's Vitality's game plan right now. They need to explode the game early game and not make it so much about these objective fights.
Playing around an Astral as well on the enemy team, like you can easily just make a trade-off where both VT carriers will just farm waves by themselves and you start roaming around with these supports. I think movement from Fleshy and Tarkamas is going to be key going into this one as well. Already a great performance we just saw from Tarkamas on the bot, but Fleshy's already getting some of his ones taken away now with a pipe being banned.
Yeah, they're really pinching that pool pretty significantly. The Renekton ban, I mean, Odo,
they really need they really need to make something volatile here, because it's not so easy to make something volatile in this draft. You can't really just clear-cut punish bot lane. So the Renekton makes sense because you just want to take out all the beefy boys if they have someone to dive, because that's your only clear win condition.
Is there any good picks left into Yorick top?
Ooh,
I was thinking maybe Gnar.
As much as people hate it, I think Gnar is there. I think Gnar is always there.
So Gnar is probably the next ban for Vitality then?
I would say so, unless I'm missing something, but I'm sure that I'm missing something here. But I do think that Gnar is probably
Sion, Aurora, how is she into, probably not that great into Yorick?
I mean, once he throws his wife and kids at you, it gets a lot harder.
The thing when you melee, you one-shot the ghouls, but when you range, you actually have to spend time actually hitting them, so it's always quite hard.
Karma Ezreal.
Yeah, Ezreal Karma is what they're worried
about. They're looking to find something that they can find, that they can break open to secure an early game lead.
I mean, Vitality's comp already screams to me like side lane focus, split pushing, skirmishing. Like, they don't want necessarily the 5v5 that KC, when you have a Victor plus a Jarvan and Ezreal, they're basically saying, hey, come fight us on a dragon. We'll either poke away at your HP or we'll force an all-in fight. And I guess
I don't like the Braum though. So the reason I don't like the Braum is because, again, you're not really countering anything. You go top lane.
But I guess they're arguing that there's not much that can punish the Braum.
Yeah, it's probably one of those cases right now.
What about I mean, we haven't seen Renata in ages. Would she make sense here?
I mean, you can go Kalista Renata and explode the game, you know?
That is quite explosive. You wanted volatile.
Okay, Sivir.
Lulu? Yeah. Makes sense.
So I love the Sivir Lulu in isolation, but when I look at the whole soup that Vitality has over here,
Where's the engage?
I get quite picky.
It's Sivir's ult, right?
Oh, right.
I mean,
but it's side lane. You saw Nako, when was it, like 2 weeks ago, or whenever they played, the wife pushed down and took 2 towers and an AHIB.
There's a 6-member on Vitality.
Right on the other side, that's the game plan. And Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is also a great one.
He is good. He is very good. All right, well, I think on paper, in terms of ease of execution that we were talking about earlier, I do prefer KC's comp. On paper.
On paper, it doesn't matter so far.
I mean, that's true. So not only am I going to have to agree with that, I'm also going to say that Vitality has a composition right now with playing side lanes that's way more above the map, and I don't necessarily think that has been their biggest strength in the series so far.
Is it also reliable enough? Do you have windows to punish here? Because when I'm looking at these lanes in isolation, sure, let's say that the Ryze will always have a move, but I don't see a clear target. And that's my concern for Vitality's team comp.
Well, Vitality so far, they are cooking. Is it going to be French cuisine? Is it going to be exquisite? We'll see about this just now. This is Game 3, Vitality versus KC.
Let's get into the game. Thankfully, the password was not #VIT wins, so we didn't have anyone sneaking into the lobby for this series. But we are getting ready to get into Summoner's Rift. Again, the Zed jungle, a surprise with how early it was picked in the draft. All you saw was Jarvan and Ezreal at that point, and it's like, okay, cool. Time to smash in the Zed.
Yeah, normally when it comes to a niche pick like that, it's like you have this insane scenario that's going to happen for it to come through. But Linces was just like, nah, I want to play Zed.
I mean, apparently all he needed was the 2 planets of Jarvan and Ezreal to converge. Like, oh, this syzygy is enough for me to find the Zed pick. Let's get into the game. It's a best of 3 from here on out for your Madrid hopes and for Worlds qualification possibilities. Whoever loses this series is knocked out of the LEC, also knocked out of the possibility of going to Worlds. If you win, you are not automatically in Madrid or at Worlds. You need to win another series if you are going to make it there.
30 seconds until
So we see a line of scrimmage between the 2 teams. First time we've seen Vitality on the blue side as well. You can see Nako down in that bot lane, probably just looking for a little bit of vision for his Sivir and Lulu to give them a bit more pressure in that lane. Double ranged is always really nice into a melee like the Braum, but if the Braum does get on top of that Lulu, she dies pretty sharpish. Yeah. So she needs to be a bit concerned.
I mean, for sure in the Sivir Lulu lane, the goal is to just keep pushing in this Ezreal and Braum. It's going to be hard, I think, for the Sivir Lulu to get a considerable advantage, but if you can keep pushing them in and get a CS lead that way, then you're going to be pretty happy. But with how strong Ezreal is level 1, you can see KC are actually choosing to, looks like a late invade here.
I mean, using Braum is nice in the late invade, but I don't think they're able to get much.
I just realized, because I saw someone's Twitch message pop up and it said, Sivir will carry. We predicted this in game 1, guys. This is the 500 CS Sivir win coming out from Vitality. KC will get their invade off and steal away this red buff. They'd love a split map. If they can keep this Sivir and Lulu by themselves in the bot lane, keep the Ezreal and Braum safe, but also the ability to gank a Lulu after she's burnt that flash is really high when you have something like a Java.
Yeah, it means that Braum can actually have some pressure, because now suddenly if he hits a Q, Ezreal can follow it up, then Yike wraps around behind. The one thing that's really strong about said jungle is his clear speed. So you can see already now he's done blue buff, got enemy raptors, finished those. So he's going to be able to clear a lot faster than this Jarvan, and we'll see if he can leverage that into some real camp lead as Yike does these raptors.
I think Yike was spotted on the wave that walked past the Krug camp, which is why Linces was so confident immediately going in for this, because Yike could have done red into cross mid and to go into his red side, and then we would have had a little bit of a battle, but Linces happy enough just to farm up the entire. You can see Linces waiting here as well.
Also, crucially, the steal away from Fleshy on those small Krugs means that Yike is still only level 2, so it doesn't actually tick over to level 3, which means he has to do another camp. So that'll ease some of that pressure on the bottom side. It's a nice job by Fleshy, because that was one of the big changes from the Krugs a little while ago, was moving a lot of that upfront XP from the initial Krugs into the smaller ones, so junglers actually had to stick around and clear them out.
And now with Linsas doing his own top side, he should be able to just transition back into his bot side and then actually end up with quite a decent tempo lead, all in all.
Yeah, we'll see how quickly he gets over towards that bot side, because he'll probably stop on the Scuttle Crab on the way.
Yeah.
Likely see that exchange of Scuttle Crabs. Wanted to talk a little bit about the top lane matchup. I really like Cho'Gath into Yorick. I think it's a really good pick into it, because Cho'Gath's passive is whenever he kills an enemy, he heals a bunch, right? And restores a bunch of mana. There's so many more enemies to kill when you're playing against a Yorick. You have all of those ghouls that you can deal with, so you're never really under too much threat as the Cho'Gath. You will get pushed out early game. Your wave clear isn't as good as the Yorick's, but you should be able to survive with the Vorpal Spikes, that's his E, and with the ghouls for a bit of extra sustain.
Fleshy's in a lot of trouble on the bottom side. I think Yike going to look for a potential play here as the wave starts to push out from. Really good trade from Calist and Targamas. And now there isn't a vision to spot out Yike. He's going to be able to sneak in.
Yeah, immediately Fleshy and Kazi are backing away. Spell should use the flash invested as well. Targamas burnt his flash Winter's Bite, and Kazi was wise to it. Fleshy stepping up towards that. Like, actually, no. I'm okay not checking that Tribush yet.
But they don't actually have a ward.
Yeah, I think it was a mind game to be like, oh, we know you're here. But I don't think they actually, well, they clearly don't.
No flash now.
Yeah, Kazi doesn't really have an escape tool. Dodges away with just the movement, but the concussive blows will be enough to lock him up. Spell shield away from Mr. Shock isn't enough. Lince is diving forward, trying to kill Targamas. Targamas hasn't procced the concussive blows. There it goes. Lince is dead as well. A great dive from KC. They'll find 2 after Vitality. A little greedy, knowing that perhaps Yike was there.
KC getting 2 kills on that bottom side. I think Fleshy looking for the mind game, being like, oh, the bush is warded, we know you're here. But the fact that Lince is overextended as well sets up beautifully for KC in this early game.
And it's Yike doing what Yike knows best, playing around his winning lanes and playing around their volatility to make them win even harder. You can see this ward that's crucially been pinged out by KC gives Yike all the information that he needs, that he's not spotted out, so he feels confident going for this gank despite waiting for so long. And then it's just a mistake from Linces. He tries to go onto Targamas, doesn't have the damage, gets stunned, and ends up going down with the flash of Yike.
Yeah, it's the risk of a Zed, right? You need to be in that melee range, but you jump in and immediately get stunned up by that Braum. It's so good for KC. 2 kills, 1 going over to Yike, 1 to Targamas. Not the targets that you would 100% want them on, but they'll be happy enough with it. Kana now gaining a little bit of control of the top lane as he pushes out Nuck. Hits that level 6 first. The wave slowly will come towards Vitality on this bot lane.
But that's also a problem for Vitality. You've got Linces who has to go back up towards his top side because of the desync on this level 1s on the junglers, which means there's a potential here again. Look at Yike to immediately just run down to this bottom lane and look for a dive now onto Karzi, who doesn't have the flash available. Looks like he'll just go for Dragon off the bush instead. But this is just going to be constant pressure onto Karzi and Fleshy now that they're behind.
In a moment, we will have a vote up for who will win this series. You can type KC or VIT into any respective chat, and we'll see who is able to come out on top of it. Yike's going to be able to take this Drake. Great early start here for KC. 2 kills, the first neutral, Grub's up in 2 minutes. They have tons of time to move their bot lane towards that top side if they so desire.
And now this just punishes this Sivir Lulu so much, because what we talked about earlier is that Sivir Lulu really wants to keep pushing this Ezreal Braum in, and that's how they're going to leverage a lead, get a CS lead, maybe get some plates. But with this gank, the momentum has completely shifted. It's going to be Sivir Lulu constantly playing on this back foot, never really getting pushed in. And for Ezreal, that's so crucial, because now he can actually use his Q to pressure rather than just clear minions.
Exactly what they're doing. Targum is just fishing with those Winter's Bites as well, seeing if he can land a little bit of extra damage. Karnot surviving the top lane very well, as to be expected. Uses the Feast on the Maiden, and that's part of the power of the Cho'Gath in the matchup. Maiden's such a huge part of the power budget for Yorick. He's so dependent on having that up when it comes to team fights. You feast it, and it's 2.5 minutes before it's back up.
Does that count as like a unique stack or one of the 6 stacks?
Okay, so I'm the play-by-play caster.
Yeah.
And you're the color caster.
I never play Yorick Cho'Gath matchup.
You were talking a lot of stuff about Yorick.
I do love Yorick. I was playing with Broxer a bunch, and we did a autofill challenge, and any time I got top, I had to play Yorick because it's the only champion I'm good at, and also I don't have to farm. The ghouls do it for me. I'm going to look it up, Jack, for you. It does count as a stack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you that much.
I think she is coded as a creep, though.
I mean, she's probably coded as a Teemo, because that's kind of how coding works in League of Legends. She's not an epic monster or minion, I don't think, so... Yeah, I think she just counts as a normal stack.
Fair enough, yeah. It still sounds strong, being able to always just feast. The Maiden, that's KC, our first here onto Grubs. Darcy trying to push in this top side, but looks like they just have to fully give it here. Unless Winston wants to try to steal one away, but he already smited the blue buff. It might be a fight.
It's possible. First couple of Grubs already down. There's the third. KC get it. And they're just back out.
Much stronger early games, game 2 and 3 for KC, though, and I think we're starting to see them at least bring it back. Vladdy, actually, maybe I talked too soon.
Deathmark down on Vladdy's head, and here will go Pop. Shyx the one to take it, as Vitality get on the board in game 3.
And we get to see some of that set strength there, as he's able to close so much distance with that W and the ultimate. Beautifully set up by Shyx there. And Vladdy, even though he burnt the flash, still ends up going down.
Nice job. Unfortunate there for Vladdy, who just ends up taking that step too far forward. Especially because, again, I was about to say, KC, like, you have the early dragon, and you went out on the Void Grubs, getting all 3 of them with the pressure to chat on the map. This would have been such a slam dunk early game for KC. Now, there's a little blemish on us, but I still think KC very much in the driver's seat, and...
He failed the combo. You just see a flag behind you.
I'm talking about KC's good early. I'm just gonna... I give up. I'm done.
I kind of like that, the mental pressure, the jump scare you feel when you just see a flag behind you.
It's about 100 gold between the two teams. I did look it up. She counts as a minion, so she's not a unique towards it, but still a very good tool at taking out part of that power from Yorick's hit. Leshy here clearing out some vision down towards this bottom side. Not really too much going on as the TP comes out from Nucko. He's going to go back up towards top. Tons of pings on where Kazi will be out from KC. They're like, okay, Kazi is 100% running out of base right now, going bot lane. And kind of makes sense with Nucko already showing his hand by teleporting up towards that top side.
And the Lulu just holding the wave, walking back and forth.
It's good support play right there.
Yeah, it is. I always love it when my supports do that.
But I could just take the minions. I don't understand.
Yeah, but Fleshy tried to do that in the last game, and it cost him a bunch, remember?
Yes,
so
sorry, yeah.
Nucko will be very happy with this time with the tower, though. Get himself a couple of plates. Will extend his gold lead a little bit. Karnot didn't have TP, so wasn't able to come across. There's 45 seconds on the Drake. I wonder if we'll see Vitality just giving this one up, leaving Nucko up towards that top side. That's where he's going to pass. Karnot doesn't have a teleport either. But without a first item complete on your Sivir, with God of Ages not on Chayek, it feels like it would be a bit greedy for Vitality to really force the pace of the game by taking a fight now.
At the same time, though, there's no item on Ezreal or Victor either.
That's
Both
true.
junglers have their item completed, although I'd say Sundered Sky has quite a bit more value than the Eclipse.
Oh, Dark Possession onto Karnot, close it immediately. At the auto reset from the Vorpal Spikes, he'll get another plate. So Karnot evens out that plate score and takes a small gold lead in the top side. Targamas takes a chunk from Linsus, who puts down his living shadow.
Decent poke.
Yeah, it's good poke, actually. Not something you really think of Zed for, really, his poke ability, but
yeah.
He's like Facebook when we were all teenagers. Lots of poke happening. So Yike going for the cataclysm.
It's the most dad joke ever.
Look, man, I'm 34, okay? That was a long time ago for me. Kazi getting chunked out by Kalist. Has that lethal tempo popping up. Dark Possession down again from NuckNuckGo as he puts the Ghouls on the job on the case of killing off Kana.
Yeah, I think at this stage, Vitality would be happy if it went back to Farmville and just didn't have to interact at all with any of these plays, but KC still putting pressure down.
Yeah, Shayak might be ganked in that mid lane. You can see Yike's around, uses the smite early on the Drake. Oh, on the Scuttlecrab, in fact, just to take that one down. Now it's going to start up the Drake. We'll have his smite back up. Linsa's looking for the steal, but there's so much vision around here for KC. Linsa's going to find it hard to find an unabetted path in here. Deathmark's in, immediately exhausted, then jumps back. The root lands onto Yike, who has to jump away. Does land the smite on the Drake, and in the end, just a couple of summoners burnt from KC, and they get the Drake in as well.
A valiant effort from Linsus to try to find a steal there, despite the numbers advantage for KC. Doesn't quite able to get it, but he does get the flash from Yike. It is, however, 2 Drakes now for KC, and with a Mountain Soul potential on the horizon here. I mean, this Cho'Gath, Jarvan, and Braum are going to be very happy if they can try to secure that.
And I think KC have come in with a decent game plan in 2 and 3, which is just try and keep Linsus in check. Like, split map in this game, try and force him away from lanes that are strong to play around. And ideally for Vitality, you want to try and play through this mid-jungle where Chayek puts down the root, Linsus gets into position, deals a ton of damage, and can even follow after. But we just haven't really seen that come to fruition because KC have played a spectacular, controlling early game. And now, as Jack was just saying, they're in a great spot of moving Targamas around with Yike. Their jungle support are so strong on the map thanks to the CC they can offer, and Vitality have to play scared for so many of these plays.
I don't think Vitality mind playing a little bit scared. Like, 2 dragons and 3 grubs is a large early game lead for KC, but the goal pretty even between the 2 of them, and you have Ryze, Yorick, and Sivir who do all scale well into the game.
Yeah, but they scale well when you have someone who can engage. And that's what Vitality are really lacking with this composition. So I feel like you kind of need to get, it's more of like a 1-3-1 style composition for this, where you can try, because otherwise I feel like whoever gets engaged on by KC is just going to have a sad time.
Yeah, I get that.
It definitely feels like a criminal lack of CC on the side of Vitality. I mean, you're really relying on Shayak to find these roots.
you have Dark Possession, you have a slow from Morning Mist.
Yep.
Shadow Slash does have a slow from Z to E. It slows a little bit.
And Lulu.
Is it only on the Shadow or is it on the original though? That's what I always forget.
Only on the Shadow.
Yeah, enemies hit by Shadow Slash. Yeah. No, it's on all of them. Enemies hit by Shadow Slash are slowed.
Okay.
Yeah. So. Really? Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm looking at the wiki, man.
Yeah.
Like, it's,
fair enough.
Yeah. It's just what it says there, so. But yeah, still not very much CC.
Yes.
I think we can all agree on that. As the Dark Possession comes down, there's one of the forms, but can't able to clear it out. Has the Heart Steel and a Bramble Vest, and has Consume as well.
Goodbye, Maiden.
Goodbye, Maiden. NuckNuckGo. It's an Elden Ring playthrough. Maidenless and poor right now. So he can TP back down towards that bottom lane, but it will give Kano a bit of time to work his way through the tower if NuckNuckGo did decide to finish that recall. Linsa's looking for Vladdy. Okay. Living Shadow across the wall, doesn't hit with the shurikens, and we'll just back away. Flashy, no flash on him, pops the heal, Redemption coming down, there's the wild growth as well, but Flashy locked in the cage. And Lulu goes bye-bye. Linsa's trying to come in from the side, can't do much. Kana with the chase, NuckNuckGo has to flash, the Ghouls will chase Kana down a little bit, but I'm not sure NuckNuckGo wants more of that, Barney. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Kazi and Linsa's trying to fight around this Rift Herald. Kalist he's taken a third of his health, and now a little bit more. Good Unbreakable from Targamas to block the Boomerang Blade out from Kazi. Linsus will smite the Rift Herald, and I think Vitality might get this, even though it was Casey who started it and did have a man advantage.
Yeah, Chayek repositioning from topside with the Realm Warp to actually be able to join with the team, but Targamas.
He's going to protect Vladdy. He does it well. Linsa's jumping across here as well. But they do know that Targamas is in the area, so I don't think Vitality will force anything.
But they did force KC into the top side, which is leaving Carzzy alone with this mid-wave. So even the fact that you get time alone here for Carzzy is pretty nice. Lose a wave, maybe get the second one pushed in here. Could even start to move bot lane, which is what Fleshy looks like he's doing, and leaving some of that threat for Naknako as well.
We're officially a third of the way through the game. 170 CS on Carzzy.
And speaking of CS, I mean, it's a CS lead for Carzzy. Despite this early game, he's actually clawed his way back in and sitting at a slight gold lead up against Kalis. And even with Lulu getting picked off there and Fleshy dying, it ends up being quite a good play for Vitality as they're able to continue crashing in these waves, get the Herald, and continue to leverage control in this game.
Yeah, Herald given over to Shayak as well.
Yeah.
Which is always an interesting thing when you see it on anyone but the jungler. But we talk about 1-3-1, we talk about side lane threat. That's where Ryze really succeeds, really thrives. So if you can put the Rift Herald down, get a charge in, Realm Warp it somewhere else, it'd be interesting to see how effectively Vitality can use it. Last game, the Rift Herald was just put down because it had to be. They did manage to get one tower out of it, but nothing much more.
I'm wondering if it's just going to be on mass, go mid and try and use that realm, or sorry, that Rift Tower, because that tower is so low, and Shayak doesn't really have any of those tools to move around the maps. Already starting to group, and Targamas might be caught out.
Does have the flash and has a ghost, puts the Unbreakable down, will flash the wall, Deathmark chases him, Redemption out from Targamas, should be able to heal him up enough, the dash back from Linsus gets him out of dodge. Realm Warp down, yike. Looking to see if Linsus overstep, can jump across the wall and he finds him. Linsus doesn't really have a way out, Kana flashes and screams him down. The Rift Herald will get the charge into the tower, Cataclysm down, but Shayak, the Great Wild Growth, knocks Shayak up. Ricochet's coming out from that Sivir, it's not going to be enough. Kana getting chased out, TP in, there's the Rune Prison. Kana, they just don't have the damage to work through him as of yet. TP out from Vladdy, third Drake on the cards for KC.
I think Kana was trying to run back towards his mid tower, realized that one was gone, ends up joining with the rest of KC, but you called it, no damage. Not even to take down Targamas, who's able to hop away. And KC, again, 3 dragons now, and firm control in this game.
And you have to feel the frustration from Vitality because it looks so close. They're not quite having the damage to actually get through KC. Like, they go onto the Braum, Targamas is tanking so much, flashes out with the Redemption, barely survives. And then Linsus, even though he's recalling on a pink ward, Yike actually spots out his W and reads his recall very nicely here, gets onto him, Kana flashes over with the W silence to secure that kill before the Redemption comes in. It's the third Drake for KC.
Now just one away from that Mountain Soul. As you said, Jack, like Cho'Gath with that Soul is happy as Larry. He's in incredible position, already has 90 stacks on that Heartsteel, Thornmail complete. Hasn't even upgraded his boots yet, sitting on those slightly magical footwear. 1,000 gold lead for KC. Vitality still in this game, although the last few fights have not gone in their favors. Maybe 2 items on the Ryze, 2 items on the Sivir will be enough.
But the problem is, it's like, how do you try and catch a player to get back into the game as Vitality, right? It's like Linsus ulting onto them to then wall growth them to provide the CC to get the damage down. And so often the players that they've been trying to go on to are like Yike or Targamas because, well, they're the ones that are out in the open, but no Shayak.
Oh, we got feasted. Oh, Rupture doesn't quite hit. Yikes here, though. And the Cataclysm definitely finds its mark. The tower alongside it for KC. They kill off the enemy mid. They're looking for towers on either side of the map. Vitality trying to respond, but they just don't have the pressure to really push into KC, and it's that lack of hard engage really coming back to bite them.
And as you say, Vitality are falling apart at the seams. They have a comp that really only works as a 1-3-1 without having much team fighting tools, but they're losing both sides of the map. They can't pressure neither bot or top. And it's looking harder and harder for them.
In 3 minutes, I feel like it's just over.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're supposed to do. And like, I appreciate Vitality trying to cook. And I can understand once you see the Braum going, okay, we want to go for some sort of enchanter support here. But it's just like that over-index into what works in lane versus what we actually need holistically in this composition. And unfortunately, it's at the point now where you just aren't winning enough to try and force these rundown plays with Carzzy and Lulu to just outright win in the 2v2, and your sides are losing, so there's just very little wiggle room on the map.
I also think we can safely say the set was a bit over-eager.
Yes.
We didn't really see enough to make sure that it would work, and it just doesn't have the value that you need in a comp like this. You'd really want a bruiser that can frontline for this Lulu, give him some CC, and make the game easier for Vitality's team comp.
I'm just remembering game 1 where we said very similar things about Vitality's team, comp, and then somehow they won the game.
We said they had a lot of CC.
We said they had it, but I was saying we wasn't quite cohesive, wasn't as coordinated as we. Where was the damage, you know?
Yeah.
I agree with you both, by the way. I think they're lacking CC, they don't have the damage, they pick the Z really early, especially into something like a Braum that can just CC you as soon as you jump in.
The thing is, if you have very low damage but a lot of CC, you can make that work because you just CC them for longer than enough to die. But if you have a lot of damage but very little CC, it's really hard to make that work in competitive because people don't just walk into you and die.
And what if you're lacking damage and CC, like Vitality seem to be in this game?
Sounds like my solo queue.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. KC with that 1.4k gold lead. 3 dragons to the good. Artican is up. And we do see many games thrown around there. Kazi at 2 items now. Begins to open up onto Yike. Put some damage down, but takes some in response from Kalist. The Maiden. So Naknako really doesn't want to hit a Morning Mist on the Cho'Gath, because then the Maiden will just chase him, and the Cho'Gath will kill that Maiden. So it's trying to farm with your E while not having the Cho'Gath be kind of on top of the minions you're trying to farm.
Doesn't sound like a fun matchup.
Yeah. It's a really good pick. It was an inspired pick, this Cho into the Yorick. As we saw him dealing with that Maiden on repeat, the Yorick really doesn't get the threat in the side lane that he'd like. 40 seconds before the Drake. Feels like that next fight, if Vitality don't lose it, that's Drake and Artican very easily for KC. And you feel that might just be the nail in the coffin for this game, at least for Vitality.
Vitality are trying to get pressure with Chayek in the top side because that's the one winning point they have on the map. But now there's the TP. The wave has been dismantled by Vladdy with 20 seconds left. There is no pressure on the map for Vitality, and they're under pressure themselves.
Lenses has to use a shadow to dash across the wall. TP coming in from Kana. He's going to join up with the other 4 members of KC. The Maiden left to her own devices down in the bot lane, dealing with that push. TP coming out now from Chayek as he recalls after pushing in that top side. The Drake already about to spawn. Lince is almost dead to the Arcane Storm. Fleshy will shield him up. Targamas on the front line. The Drake is being hit by the rest of KC. Targamas flashing away. Chayek trying to open up. He'll find one. Realm walk forward. Yike gets almost kills Linces with the death mark away. Linces dashes back in, gets the candles out. Chayek up towards the top side, found another. 3 members of KC are left alive, and Vitality are shepherding them into death. Kana the next target. Kalist trying to do what he can. Kazi falling lower. Yike can't get in. Kalist finds 2 though. Dashing forward with the arcane shift, and KC have turned the fight back in their favor. Kazi trying to spell shield. It's 3 for Kalist. He lands another mystic shot onto Fleshy, who has to flashy. KC turned the fight around somehow after taking the Drake.
And Vitality nearly did the impossible as they gave over the soul. Lince is here getting completely chunked out. Vladdy doing a beautiful job here, zoning the enemy jungler as his team is securing the soul. Targamas ends up falling down here as he continues to buy time for his team. And in my head here, I'm thinking the fight must be over. The game is looking quite dire, and KC just got soul. But it's through Linzas with his fancy moves, Chayek and Naknako on the back line, that they're able to do so much. But Kana does not die. Karsi goes melee, which is a bit questionable, but it's because he just can't kill him. He doesn't have enough damage. So Kalist is able to then continue cleaning up this team fight, hits all his Qs, and it's 3 kills for K-Corp.
Kalist just got so much time in that fight, untouched through the entirety of it. Kazi tried to do what he can, but yeah, as you say, stepped up melee into a bush without any vision, and there was a Cho'Gath in there, and perhaps not the wisest choice in the world.
Wouldn't be the first time he stepped up to a bush in this series.
No, it's very, very true, okay? At least this time it was Kana and not Yike with a buckler just to kill him off. But for now, KC in total control of the game. Mountain Soul, that's about 6k worth of stats. They have 17 extra pedals, that's about another K.5. And then they have a 2,500 gold lead alongside it. Kalist, you can see most gold in the game.
And a level 16 Cho'Gath, who's just looking so damn unkillable at 9 stacks.
But this looks so much better for KC. Like, there have been so many question marks floated around this roster as to what they're going to look like, how are they going to step up, what's their early game in particular going to be, but KC have kind of shut a lot of those doubts down in this game 2 and 3. They've had commanding leads, they've played through them well, they've played out the map better than Vitality as well, and their drafts have been significantly stronger too. So at least for a lot of KC fans, this will give them a lot more hope coming into much well, I don't want to say tougher matchups, but certainly later on into the tournament, these are the wins that you want to be picking up handily.
Yeah, really happy with KC this game. I feel in general, I feel like a bit of a fool thinking that this would be close with how
Yike flashing for a Glacial Bishop for the follow-up. They know that Shayek's the main target. Can't get back into the realm of stunned with the concussive blows. The Arcane Storm and Kalist will kill him off. Great engage from KC. Pulls the trigger immediately. And now Baron is theirs if they so desire, and they definitely desire. Yike looking for more, gets onto Kazi, who doesn't have flash and just walks straight into KC again. He's dead. Kalist is dominating, and Vitality are left reeling.
I don't think we're getting to the 500 CS. I'm not gonna lie. I think KC want to be done with this game. Great engages from Yike again and again. Baron in their sights. Denial of entry by Vladdy. And this game is KC written all over it.
And a fantastic performance by Yike, as you said, Rob. Really showing why Jarvan is so high value into these immobile carries. Every time Shayek, Karsi doesn't have flash, even Fleshy, he's punishing them. As now Nak will stay to get this mid tower.
He's going to die because there's a TP behind him from Kana as well, who is being chased out by Linsus. Maybe Kana can't get in range because
there's another TP. There's another TP.
There is another TP. Okay, yeah, he's probably going to die here. Yorick, they call him the Undertaker for a reason, but I think it is his eulogy that will be being sung. Kalist gets the kill, godlike now. 7-0-3 on this Ezreal.
Yeah, the TP's allowing KC to overtake him there. Now Vitality, like this engage was sick from Yike.
Wow.
The flag and drag into the knockback on the plant. And even then Shayek trying to realm warp, but the CC was there. And again, KC turning as a unit off the back of this as well. I mean, what do you do as Vitality?
It's hard. It's really hard. They need to find some sort of pick, but when you don't have the CC to do so, it's extremely difficult. And through the added tankiness of this Mountain Soul, it's gonna need a miracle.
Yeah, I mean, Kazi's dead again. Not really much you can do in that situation. Perhaps you could ask him to back away from the tower, but KC, every time they see him, they immediately jump in.
I think as Vitality this game, you're honest to yourself, and that you know KC are gonna look to end the game here.
Yeah.
But going into game 4, you really need a composition that's easier to execute with some CC that sets you up for success, because they did not have it this game.
It's definitely a difficult draft to navigate. Double inhibitors down from KC. They'll look for more. 17 seconds on Kazi. Vladdy just chipping away at that Nexus Tower. The cannon minions doing a lot of work on it as well. First Nexus Tower down. Vitality still trying to defend. Kana can tank the tower for an absolute eon. The second Nexus Tower falls as Yike dives onto Shayek. The only real damage left alive. Kazi comes back up and immediately is put between the walls of the Cataclysm. KC will take the game, even more dominant than game 3. A 10k lead at the end as they go 2-1 up.
And KC's demise was greatly overstated as Kalist and Yike, really the driving forces in this game, looking fantastic.
Incredible stuff. I'm excited to see if this KC will stick around for game number 4 and potentially further into the tournament, because as you say, it's much more confident, great control. But we'll have to see as we move on whether it will continue, as we're going to toss it over to a quick break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp? You should join the WhatsApp. Join the WhatsApp.
stamped in time. You're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost. You are my home. You feel my pain. My soul is yours. Two souls the same. With you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dance in time. You're one of a kind. Stars shine.
Bonjour, I am Laure, and I'm here for your guided meditation as a K-pop fan. Close your eyes and breathe in deeply. And remember, la K-pop est toujours là. Breathe out and let go of the fact that you haven't actually won since winter. Picture Niski. Why is he here? No one knows. Just embrace the chaos. Feel the warmth of that single glorious moment. Beating CFO at first stand. And yes, people are still impressed by it. That was a month ago, but it feels like it was yesterday. Hold the faith that the next game will be different. Breathe out and release the truth that the draft suggests otherwise. C'est la vie. Ignore the standings, ignore the losing streak, ignore the despair in Twitch chat. Focus only on the ultras, the chance, the dream. You still have passion, you still have faith, and above all, you still have the comment section.
And the comment section must be full of memes right now. What a recovery from KC, disastrous game one, and they ramped it up. Domination here, once again.
Absolutely. We saw the most convincing game of this series from KC as they completely dismantled Vitality. It felt very difficult for them to play, and it felt like that it started from the draft.
Yeah, I mean, it was just another day at the office. I feel like
Another day at the office?
I mean, it's just KC getting a KC draft and Vitality shooting themselves in the foot. Hey, the game one cook worked, you know? The game one cook worked. This one didn't really work because the Zed, yeah, it really wasn't it. And it just showcases here that the fact that he's just, you know, doing mental gymnastics, jumping left and right, throwing his shurikens, doing absolutely everything. While on the side of KC, you just need to rock up to somewhere and just walk forward, and the world is your oyster.
Yeah. He demonstrated how invisible ninjas really could be. Am I right, Odo?
I'm not answering to your stupid joke. It was a bad joke. But look at this Shogun. Look at this Shogun. Look at this big beefy boy just running forward. Even Karzi is running. Look at Karzi. I mean, man, if you imagine,
only you could get excited about a Shogun
I'm so
running full
excited.
speed at you like this. What the hell?
You know how much power you feel you have in that moment? Imagine you're just sitting there at Shogun, walking forward. Enemy DC is like doing this to you all the time. Probably in voice comms, it's like, come on, Zed, do something. And Zed is like, I can't do anything because I'm a ninja and you can see him.
But it's crazy to think how a lot of the problems started just at level 2 bot lane.
Yeah.
That misplaced ward, the early creativity from Yike with his pathing, and the truth is that Yike really just ran circles round Linsus in this game. It feels like that a lot of this series has been that back and forth between the two junglers. And you're right, game one, we saw some fantastic cooking come through from Vitality. We had a lot of fun watching that draft play out, but this time round, the cooking didn't come to fruition, and unfortunately they now find themselves one game away from ending their year.
One game away from ending their year, and another game to prove it all, and so far we haven't found the fire that Vitality had in Game 1. And I think about the organization, I think about everything they did so far, regardless of the roster changes, regardless of this one-year project that actually had a lot of players to finally find his final form. Talking to Mac and Pad last week, they believed in these rookies. They believed that these rookies could get to the level they are today. And I'm just wondering if they have more. We saw that they could do it against KC last time. Was it a fluke? Was Game 1 just a Game 1 case of NDism? Does that work? No, it doesn't work.
NDism, okay.
Can we see more here? They're on the verge of getting eliminated.
I mean, definitely I think we can see more, because even in the Game 1 draft, or like their whole plan about empowering the rookies, they are showing up, right? The fact that they have the confidence to go for these wacky picks, they don't end up working, and that's, you know, that's the tragedy in that sense. But at the same time, if they can identify what went different between Game 1 and Game 3 cooking, they still have a lot of tools. They can always go back to the benchmark Vitality that we have with Linsas playing, you know, the Maokai or playing the Zen. It just feels like they didn't really have a lot of easy buttons to press.
I said it at the beginning of draft that I believe that KC is playing better overall than Vitality is in terms of their objective setup and how they're playing the map. What I do think, though, is that in long series, KC have proven to us before that they don't have the draft capabilities or the depth of their draft pool to go all the way to Game 5s. And what Vitality continue to show us is their creativity in the draft. They've shown us one that works really well and another that doesn't go quite to plan. So this could be an opportunity for success with Vitality, to potentially keep the cooking going, to keep the creativity coming, and that could potentially upset KC. But if they want to try this traditional, straightforward, classic pro-level league, I do feel like the KC's looking around things out.
I mean, Mac himself said it, that restraining his players is not what brings them success. You want to make mistakes? Make mistakes, as long as you try things. They only have one chance to try things again. On the other side, you have KC. KC, who haven't found success since winter, actually. We've been looking to find their form from them again. Are they back after what we've seen here?
That's a great question.
They're still quite timid, I would say. I feel like there's still signs of life. Series like this or games like this gives them a lot of confidence, because, you know, with all the drama and everything, having good, consistent games like this, even though maybe the draft was a lot easier to play into the enemy team, it does a lot for the morale of a team.
I absolutely agree. And I think that the momentum that KC is riding on, the level of which they're demonstrating right now, they're looking to make their way to Madrid. But if we're talking bigger picture, there's still a lot of question marks around a lot of our teams in the league right now in terms of the level of their performance. And I will say that I still think that we're far away from the ceiling that KC can demonstrate, but right now all that matters to them is getting to Madrid, being in that conversation for securing that last Worlds spot. And for Vitality, it really is simply do or die. We're looking at Linsas, we're looking at Chayak, that mid-jungle duo. They need to come alive to keep things going for Vitality, to bring us to a Game 5 and to secure a spot in Madrid.
Yeah, KC want to find success again. They want to prove that what happened in winter was not just a one-time thing. And on the side of Vitality, it's been a year project for them. It's been a year of improvement for this team, and to get there today. Chayak was saying it, they have their eyes on Worlds. Now is the time to prove it. Vitality, do you have what it takes to take us to Game 5?
That is the question. Do Vitality have what it takes to win this Game 4, or is the project over? Are Mac and Pad at the end of their rope, really, when you think about it? Because it has been very public that Vitality will not accept anything other than making it to Worlds, or at least making a deep run into playoffs. And for Mac and Pad, they've built up this team. They've spent a few years doing it. This new roster obviously only coming in this year, but it will be the end of a journey for them if they end up losing.
Doesn't it feel poetic then, in the sense that it all rides on the draft somewhat?
Yeah.
Like, this is really the coaches needing to step up after that last game. A really difficult draft for Vitality to play. And I'd go even further to say that in nearly every game, especially in the Game 2 and Game 3, KC had the better draft. It was easier to execute with more tools, and also just having better champions and better synergies. So I really think Mac and Pad need to step up for this game.
I agree, and it's a tough one. I mean, so much rides on this last game, well, potentially last game, trying to see if we can make it to the game number 5. But we haven't really seen from Vitality the flexibility I kind of expected for them coming into this. Like, they have had picks that are unusual, but they haven't really felt like they've threatened with them or they've understood themselves how to play around it, apart from game number 1. So now going into this game 4, do we just see them go back towards a bit more standard, like Nako on a Cassante, Jayak on a control mage, Karzi on something he can just be like Isaiah, and then Rakan for Fleshy, something along these lines, right? But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is.
And the thing is, like, do you revert to standard when you've been practicing things that aren't standard? Do you just go for comfort picks in a game like this as we jump into draft? The old school draft. Wow. Back to join us here in the LEC. Vitality on the blue side, Casey on the red. They get rid of Ziggs, Pike, and Annie. Rakan, Nico, and Azir banned out by Vitality, and it's a first pick Jace.
That is quite the crazy lock in here. A big takeaway from Kana, as he is our best Jace player in the league, and we'll see if Nako can make a statement on this pick.
I'm also wondering if it is to hold open that flexibility where you can put that Jace in towards the mid lane for Chayak. I want to say he's played it before, maybe not this split, but in the past. And then if you end up taking something like a Cassante that because Kana was hovering, then take the Gwen into it and you can flex those champions around. But KC at the moment going for the Aurora, which holds its own flexibility, so kind of answering tit for tat.
Yeah, it's a good pivot from KC here, not getting baited into that Cassante lock-in, as you say, because then Vitality could flex that Jace and get a really good matchup into Cassante, but now they can just have the Aurora go into the Jace if they want, or even flex that as well. And with the Xin Zhao now locked in for Yike, another really strong early game jungler that he can look to have a lot of impact on as he's had this series.
Yeah, we're kind of falling down the ranks in terms of junglers. You know, Pantheon gone, Jarvan gone, Wukong gone, Vi gone. Where are you looking if you're Linsus, right? You could go for something like a Maokai if you just want area control. You could go for something like a Sejuani for a similar sort of idea, and that is where they're going to go. So Sejuani obviously really solid with the Jace.
That's what I was going to say. I think it works with the Jace, especially if you are putting that Jace into the top side. But even then, regardless, you can always, again, keep that flexibility there, go for a melee champion in the top sides. So I imagine we're probably going to see something like the, I pick here, sorry, for Karzi in the AD carry role, just to try and secure that ADC in this position, because I think keeping that Jace flex works well into this next rotation.
Yeah, for sure you want to try to keep this flex. I like the Sejuani, a pivot from last game saying, we didn't have enough CC. Linsus, no more set, you're on Seju duty.
All right, the Jhin is the pick for Karzi. Game 4, and you bring out the Jhin. There's a certain serendipity to that. Looks like Cassante is the pick for the top lane. Aurora will be flexed into mid for Vladdy.
I wonder how much range Vitality want to opt in towards here, because things like Hwei for Chayak could be an option here, things that can hit from very, very long range. And at the moment, like Cassante, Xin Zhao, even the Aurora to a certain extent can struggle with things that have range in them. And if we're already looking at banning away more of these engaged supports, I think there's very little in that is left that KC can really operate off of engage from that bottom side.
Yeah, I'd love to see Vitality just all in on this poke comp. We saw it earlier today. BDD on the Zoe went absolutely crazy. I think if you go for something like that or the Hwei, you have so much potential here to just play with your Jace, Jhin, all so far back. And as you said, with all these support bans and Game 4 of Fearless, there's not a lot for Targamas to look to, and you can end up in a situation for KC, as Vitality was last game, that now you're the team with no real engage.
Yeah, Blitzcrank banned away as well, which is one of those engaged supports alongside the Leona. Zoe, you mentioned from BDD earlier today, actually one of Chayak's most played across his career. It is 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th most played, 14 games on it, 71% win rate on it all time.
The only thing that's going through my head is, can Targamas maybe bring out something like a Maokai support here? So basically going, hey, we're not gonna, that's at least some engage that we can try and play around, and works against a lot of these long range compositions. And they are going to leave us to that last rotation, but definitely something to keep your eyes on if you want to try and go for those.
And now with this Aphelios lock-in, I'd love to see Vitality go for this really long range mid poke champ that can just continue punishing KC's comp, because Aphelios is really weak into poking champs when he doesn't have engage from his own team, and unless Targamas can find the rabbit out of the hat, I don't think they'll have it.
Yeah, I mean, there's little bits of engage for KC, right? Aurora ulting in, getting the slow, Xin Zhao with the follow-up for the knockup.
There
There's
we
the
go.
Zoe. As we said, 9th most played across Chayak's career. 71% win rate on it when his average win rate is 55%.
That's pretty good.
A lot better than average on this champ. Where are we going for support for Vitality? The Pike's banned away, so you don't really have that execute possibility that Fleshy is so good on. Is he just going to look for something that can add a little bit of safety for his Jhin? Tahm Kench does exactly that.
I like it.
Yeah.
Some disengage.
Yeah. I think it's a great round out. As you say, disengage. You've already got a ton of long range, good engage coming through from both the Sejuani. And honestly, if you can get into a good position as Vitality, the range or the engage from the bubble is so good as well with Zoe. And I don't think Thresh is going to cut it here. It's just not going to add what you need to try and close this gap onto Vitality.
I mean, Thresh provides some safety towards the Aphelios, but the Karma as well. Like, there's really not a lot here that Targamas can lock in to help them.
I'm really worried if I'm Thresh and I'm looking at this comp.
Yeah.
Because like, you stun yourself when you go for a hook, and there is so many ways to poke you while you're trying to step up. You are a Lantern bot, and you can do work in the lane. Like a good hook onto the Tahm Kench or onto the Jhin early doors, you can put some damage down, but later on, you are going to struggle with the amount of poke.
But I feel like if you're getting value out of this Lantern, it's the fight's already lost and you're running away. Like, it doesn't feel like it adds anything to this, and I think, as you say, like, the CCing yourself to throw that hook is just miserable into what Vitality have. And even if you land the hook, the man gets eaten anyway and saves, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, I think for KC's side, it's really about winning this early game. It's about snowballing through this Xin Zhao, through this Aurora, because if you can get a lead, you can always look to run over poke composition. If you have a lead, you're first on the map, you don't need to worry about setup, and you can just play easily. But if you fall behind and you end up needing to be the team that's face checking into Zoe, Jhin, Jace, you're going to have a miserable time.
It's going to be bullet hell for KC if they fall behind in this game, but will it be heaven for them if they take the win here? They are one step closer to their World's dreams, to going to Madrid alongside MKOI and G2, and one other team, currently unknown, will be making up the four that we send there. For Vitality, last chance saloon, do or die right now. They need to win this game. They're going to keep their dreams in both the LEC and internationally alive for 2025. It is a long rest after this if you don't win this series. As we see, Fleshy are looking towards the mid. They're not going to find anything. As Targamas is just covering here, acting as a bit of a recon, a bit of scouting. Vladdy not stepping too far forward, and Vitality won't find anything early doors.
Spellbook here on the Zoe, abusing that rune as well. So we'll
utilizing it appropriately, I believe, Jack.
Yeah. We'll see what she can get done with it.
And we will. Oh,
we're getting hyped.
The music really pumped up there. A little bit later than I'm used to, I'm going to be honest. But a couple of questions coming out from a few chats there. How are they killing Cassante? I don't think they need to. I'm going to be honest. Like, if you get ahead and you have poke, you can just poke out everyone else. Cassante can block a few of them, but eventually he'll die.
It's similar to game one, where even if they couldn't directly kill the Sion early game, they had enough tools to just slow them down or to kill the carries to make him useless. And in this game, I think it's even easier for them because they have so many tools to keep the enemy at bay and to just keep them at range and poke them down.
Yeah, I think it's just hard for Cassante to try and run at them. Unless KC, as you say, get an early lead and then they can set up on objectives first and have like flank angles for Kana, sure. But if you've got a face check into this as to what Vitality's bringing, it's just not going to be a fun time regardless of how tanky you are.
Kana using the ward in the bush there to stop Naklaka from dropping minion aggro in this sort of situation. You'll still take those couple of extra auto attacks, and in a range versus melee matchup, you take every extra bit of damage that the range player can have on them as the melee opponent.
I am a little surprised to see that Kana opted in towards the Grasp the Undying instead of the Aftershock, because oftentimes in these range matchups, you'll see the Cassante take Aftershock, and Cassante scales super well off of resistances, and you up your all-in potential, because you're just not really going to get a huge amount of value out of the Grasp the Undying, so that's generally what I've seen into matchups like this for the Cassante.
I think even Spellbook could make sense with how often that rune is played. But we'll get to see. We can do a grasp check-in to see if he got any value out of the rune later on.
How many stacks does he need to have got value out of the rune?
More than Jace.
More than Jace. Okay, we won't track it. I don't think he's going to have more than Jace, I'm going to be honest.
Especially because the Jace can just auto you, change into melee form, and get the Grasp of the Undying as proc at full value for a melee. It's just, it's very unfun to play against.
And Nako winning out the push in the early game up towards this top side. Bot side going in favor of Vitality, and they're using it to invade. Vladdy trying to come across here. Shaik does have the Ignite from that Spell Thief. Smite going down. It's Linsis that secures it. Then he dashes in with the Arctic Assault. The play back onto him means he has to flash. Wind becomes lightning and Linsis becomes dead. The follow-up onto Kazi as well with a Q3. It's 2 already. 2 KC and they're looking for more. Tongue lash from Fleshy. Stops Yikes advances, but once again, KC come out early game and they come out strong.
It was so unnecessary for Vitality. This is such a good position to be in with this draft. If they just let this game play out nice and slow, they can get their wins through the extra range they have. But trying to invade just gives those windows for KC to find what they need.
A huge misplay by Linsis here. They're able to get the blue buff through a nice smite, but then he Qs in, misses it, doesn't get the W either, gets played back, and everything ends up landing onto him, and Karsi ends up falling as well. And this is exactly what KC needed to leverage an early game control where they can actually snowball the game into their own favor.
Yeah, a kill on both your carries alongside it. Vladdy getting one, Kalis getting the other. A couple of summoners burnt because the Vladdy and Yikes flashes are down. Only Linsis burnt his on the side of Vitality, so there's a small window where maybe you could do something as Vitality, but Aurora not the easiest to gank, especially in one of these shorter lanes, because you can just go across the veil. She just jumps out of sight, goes invisible, and then runs away from you.
Yeah, you put yourself in a difficult position now as Vitality, because even then when it comes to the early stage of the game, trying to trade effectively in mid and in bot now becomes more difficult. Getting the control that you want for an early dragon or for these void grubs becomes more difficult as well. And again, they didn't need to do that. It's a bit of an unforced error on Vitality's part.
It's not what you want to do when you are trying to scale up into the game. You can see what they were thinking. It's like, oh, we stowed away the blue, that'd be nice. We have bot prio, we have mid pressure. Maybe we can go for it, but a little bit overeager afterwards to go for the fight. Kalis very happy to have got those Berserker Greaves as his first base. Puts the Graviton down onto Kazi, can look for the root, but won't decide to use that enhanced Q. Targamas wasn't going to go for the hook. There we go.
Ike is here.
They put the lantern behind, and Fleshy's the one who's caught out. Does have the flash, has thick skin as well. Doesn't use either. Fleshy falls for the 3rd kill in the game. Shayak looking for a bubble. Only hits onto a minion.
And it's further KC being able to continue snowballing off of Yikes. Good proactive plays. Mistake from Vitality bot lane ends up getting punished, and Shayak tries to move to get something out of the play, doesn't get anything, and lose some minions out on mid as well.
And now KC in a position to look for Dragon. They've got positioning on bottom side, and even the fact that Shayak is shifted down towards that bottom side, it's kind of these like small moments and resources that are being invested for Vitality that are just blowing up in their face. And this is a very early Dragon, which sets you up nicely now for a void take after as well.
This is going to look for this deal. Yeah, with Shayak has 6. Puts the bubble down onto Vladdy. They're looking for the smite fight. The Drake currently at 2,000. Abyssal dive forward by Fleshy, but immediately played back to flash away from Targamas. Linsis on the Drake, has that permafrost propped on it. Should be able to get the smite. KC disengage. Good job from Vitality to force them off the Drake.
And a nice punish by Vitality here. It ends up being a flash trade from support, but crucially the Mountain Drake going for the side of Vitality, and the second Drake now being Chemtech means we'll probably have a pretty good soul on our hands.
And actually a nice timing window from Vitality. Vladdy hadn't quite ticked over to level 6. He was 2 minions or even 1 minion away from ticking over to that. So being able to abuse the fact that Shayak had that little bit of an advantage in that was perfect as alongside the positioning that Vitality had picked up.
Yeah, nice little flank from them overall. Vladdy not having his flash as well meant he had to play so safe. Couldn't really step up into the Zoe. Is trying to find her poke in this mid lane. So the gold lead for 4 members of KC. Shayak flashes forward with the spell that he has stolen away on that spell thieves and gets some damage down onto Vlad. He still has obviously the flash of his own alongside an ignite. Grubs up in 30 seconds. We didn't see the traditional 4-minute swap. This time a 7.5. And the TP coming out from Kana towards that bottom side. Both Naknako and him have invested them. Another bobble's going to land. There's the lantern. Targamas standing in front.
Crucially, Naknako cancelled Kalis' base, so he's really delayed for this top side here. Gonna lose a few minions. And maybe Karsi can even try to get a plate. No.
I think he's going to look towards the grubs.
Yeah. They're about to
push in mid as well. Vladdy just forced the reset. So you've got a lot of room here for Vitality to try and pick this up. And I mean, they started off very well for KC, but just small things here. For Vitality having the pressure on towards Kalist to stop the reset. Oh, hang on.
Curtain call for Targamas, just forcing them away here. Not really going to get too much. Tries to bend the bullet at the end, but Targamas safely standing behind Yike. Kazi and Linces should be able to walk over towards this mid lane. Abyss will dive out from Fleshy to make sure he's safe. Kalist trying to take a plate. And one more auto should be enough, but he can't quite get in range, so won't be able to pick up the plate immediately.
No grubs, so he doesn't get up. 3 grubs for the side of Vitality here after this play as Linces.
He should just give this up. Arctic Assault across the wall. You don't have Smite. Just accept that. Okay, you can have the Gromp. Kana pretty low down towards this bottom side. But he's been doing a good job of surviving through Naknako. He knows he's going to lose this lane. It's kind of to be expected. So if he can stay within 300, 500 gold, he'll be happy enough.
Yeah, I think for KC, they had a great winning spot. But then just the fact that, again, these small things happen means that Vitality are now in a better position. And the key thing for me is if Vitality are in the tempo lead, where they can set up first and get to objectives first, that's where they are most terrifying.
Yeah.
Whereas if you're a KC and you're the ones that are like, okay, we can set up for a position for Kana to look for a flank or Vladdy to look for a flank, suddenly that's where you're no longer able to use that range as Vitality and you become much more vulnerable to the all-in from KC.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm happy to see that both lane didn't end up snowballing too hard for KC, as Karsi's pretty equal across the board to Kalist. Only a 300 gold lead for him, which is pretty negligible.
It's a relatively even early game between the two teams. We thought, as you say, like after KC picked up the first 3 kills, that bot lane was beginning to snowball. Vitality have done a good job of weathering that storm. They are still behind in jungle and in the bot lane. A small lead for Naknako up towards the top side as Shayak looks for Vladdy, can't find him. Yike waiting around the corner here. Wind becomes lightning. Across the veil goes Vladdy. You're not going to be able to find too much more. Glacial Prison will get the slow deadly flourish. Not enough to root Targamas.
Couldn't quite get the setup for the Deadly Flourish, so KC able to get away, and all it cost was Targamas' heal. So at the end of the day, KC going to be very happy that they thwarted that one. Whereas Shayak now much more vulnerable in that mid lane when this ultimate comes back up from Vladdy.
Yeah, Shayak TP'd back to this mid lane, and then immediately had to burn his flash and recall. So he's going to be pretty sad about that one.
Does have the unsealed spellbook, so already has a heal back up and, you know, can steal a flash from someone else. That's what Zoe does. Just find 1 or 2. He's going to lose one of these minions, but the cannon is there for a paddle star to connect with if he wants. Instead, takes out the back of the wave, jumps forward, gets his passive proc, and takes out the cannon.
Beautiful wave play-by-play.
Thanks, man. I still remember, I think it was Freak in the mid lane. Farming minions. That was the entirety of a moment in the game for him. We like back in the good old days, we had some weird games of League of Legends, especially in EU and NA.
The old days?
I mean, we still do, but like, there's Elder Drake now, there's Arakan, there's a lot of ways to throw the game on the way to end the game. Whereas in the good old days, you know, Drakes would just keep spawning. You just get gold from them, you know?
Yeah.
Now, I'm very curious about this Jace grass procs. I know we talked about Cassandra grass procs, but I feel like I'm seeing like Nako proc that rune repeatedly on Kana over and over again.
We'll find out for you, Jack.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll get one of the observers to have a look at the exact numbers for us. It's hard to see when you just hover over the champ because it doesn't actually show. It just shows that he has grasp available to him. Both of them have grasp available. Okay, so 1-to-1, I guess, is the...
Yes.
Vitality trying to set up around mid lane here with that Chem Drake up. They'd love to get their second on the board already. KC using bot lane to try and push forward and deny Vitality. At least a few minions. Kazi's going to try and get his way across here. Targamas the target. Deadly Flourish going to land. He puts down the box. Now needs to flash the wall and manages to do so. Half health though, and without that summoner, it will be much harder for him to fight around the Drake as Kana takes a chunk. Now Nako continues to put the damage back into that Cassandra. He does have TP.
But look how patient Vitality are playing this bottom side of the map. There's no overcommitment. Now it's KC who feel forced to start it because they know they're just taking so much poke from Vitality.
The curtain's open. Kalist takes 1 bullet. And the next one goes into Yike, who's stunned up. Crescent Guard coming out. He takes a quick nap in the river and takes the lantern out of it. Manages to escape. Kalista, new target though, as Flashy tries to get on top of him. Kazi coming in from the side as well. Kalista has both his summoners, so should be able to escape any clutches of Vitality. Linces though still looking for the dive here. Vladdy goes between worlds and dashes away, dodges away from the bubble. Kalist was able to extricate himself from any situation that could have been developing in that bot lane. The Drake did go over to KC.
Good play by KC as they're able to get the Drake, and it's going to be the Cloud Soul, which will be so crucial for both teams here. Getting that movement speed will just help playing against this poke competition. So
I have a proc update.
Yeah.
41 to Nako, 2 to Kana.
41 at 13 minutes is insane.
That is a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of proc.
2 is insane, but for the opposite reason.
I think maybe you're right about that. I think that grasp is not getting huge value.
But if the game goes 50 minutes and it's all team fights, he can get 5 in a fight, you know? Like, absolutely.
He can get up to double digits on those numbers.
Wow. Has the Iceborne Gauntlet complete, Collector and Leandries alongside the Sundered Sky round out KC's first item buys. On the other side, Nako's still short of his first item. And we have a Heartsteel, a Luden's Companion, and a Yumu. Okay, Vladdy still gets hit with the bubble, but not in trouble for now. He'll just wander his way away.
So though, I like how Vitality are trying to play this with just constantly putting pressure off of some of the advantages that they have. As long as they can keep control of River, they can continue to kind of force KC back, and trying to move through these chokes is perfect for Vitality. Against Triac, walls that he can look through for the bubbles, Linces can protect them really well with the ultimate. So for KC, it's kind of like trying to bust through the pressure that Vitality has. It looks like this could work if you had a jungler behind you, but it's just more fake pressure from KC.
Darcy has great guns for a possible Rift Herald fight, but his Severum is about to expire. Shayak with the fancy feet goes from the unsealed spellbook, enough to dodge away from everything there.
Nicely done as Shayak gave it a step away and keep himself alive. Rift Herald is up and available though, so kind of surprised to see Linces on this bottom side of the map. I thought there would be a bit more pressure towards that for Vitality.
Deciding against it for the moment, just using that Jhin in the mid lane to keep control of the wave wherever he can. Kazi's guns will have cycled by now as Nako jumps back in onto Kana, knocks him away, and just autos him for good measure. Kana's still doing a really good job of staying even in CS. Shayak chunked out a little bit in the top lane, but can work his way down to join up with the rest of his team. Kalist sitting on purple-blue, Gravitum Infernum, the hook landing from Targamas. Glacial Prison's going to follow him up. There's the deadly flourish, and pop goes the Thresh. Taken out by Shayak and Vitality. Shayak flashing away. Linces doing the same. The Inferno with the Moonlight Vigil, not enough from Kalist to get through Vitality. Deadly Flourish dodged away by Vladdy. In the end, a 1-for-0 exchange.
And I'm surprised KC nearly were able to get the re-engage there after Targamas got out, but it ends up being just 1 kill for Vitality, and you can really see the power and the lockdown of this Vitality composition as they just layered all their CC onto Targamas, and he couldn't move.
At least the saving grace for KC is that the win wasn't convincing enough for Vitality, so KC will actually be able to move in towards Rift Herald as Vladdy TP's the top to get the push, and then shift in towards the objective. So from KC perspective, I think saving Rift Herald is pretty huge. Vitality are a team that wants to snowball the game, wants to get towers down, so it's more difficult for KC to get into position on the map. And denying that opportunity thanks to Rift Herald is pretty nice.
Linces a little bit too late to the party. Wasn't able to get the steal off. Mikhail's first for Targamas here, really investing in keeping whoever is caught out safe. We so often see that redemption rush, and Mikhail's, you know, it's a similar type of item, an enchanter style item, I'll say. It does give a tiny heal alongside that QSS, the cleanse for whoever it is used on.
I mean, it's huge value this game up against the Jhin, Zoe, and the Sejuani. There's so much that you need to save your carries from, and maybe even with the Mikhails, it won't be enough.
Depends who gets caught. Kalist has a cleanse and the Mikhails at his back. He should be able to escape any situation that happens, but obviously depends if Targamas is close enough. First item complete on Nako. He's gone for the Yumu's Ghost Blade, building up that Mana Mune as well. Already 270 stacks or so on his tier. So basically, as soon as he buys the Mana Mune, it will be upgraded into the Mura Mana. Vitality trying to play around mid with 10 seconds on the Cloud Drake. Second of the game for either of these two teams.
See if Targamas maybe is the target there.
Yeah, okay.
He's gone.
Okay, Deadly Flourish coming out as well. He's not going to die. Paddlestar out, Shayak dodging away from the death sentence and is devoured by Fleshy to make sure he survives the between two worlds from Vladdy. Kana trying to come in from the side as well. Yike! Going forward, Rift Herald has been summoned by KC. They'll use it to charge into this mid-tier 1. Keeping Kalist topped up as well. That Severum helping out a ton as Shaik tries to put the damage across the wall. Fleshy looking for an Abyssal Voyage. Rift Herald used to charge away, but Yike is dismounted, dashes back in, exhausted immediately. Fleshy with the thick skin, not enough. And Kalist will begin to open up. There's the Mikhails from Targamas to keep Kalist safe. A good hook landing onto Linces. Nako now joining the party. But KC will settle for one and then walk towards the Drake.
The patience we saw in game 1 from Vitality just isn't here in game 4. They're trying to overforce in the plays in mid, especially Fleshy, and ends up costing Nakana trying to chase down Nako, but supporting the wings.
Linces needs to be a little cautious here because an all-out would pull him across the wall. Kana, though, gonna go for Nako instead, then dash forward, takes the Lantern out. Permafrost will hit the stun. They get the Drake, they get their top laner out of a sticky situation, and KC now 2 Drakes to 1 and a 1.2 thousand gold lead.
And overall, it feels like KC are just able to continue finding these good plays over and over again. Even though it starts off with Kalist getting chunked, it's over-eager, as you say, Rob, from Vitality that ends up punishing them. As they're not quite willing to just settle for just a chunk, just a little bit of damage. They want to try to get the kills, and that's ultimately what ends up punishing them.
And this can be the difficulty with playing a composition like this. You kind of have to be very sure you are dotting your I's, crossing your T's, getting everything in position on the map for you correctly. Because if you end up messing up, things can go bad very, very quickly. And unfortunately, that's exactly what we saw from Vitality there. But for KC, I mean, great on them. They've been doing a good job of finding moments to go for the all-in, turning back these plays on Vitality. And Targamas in good position with the hooks to follow up when Vitality do overextend.
And Kalist with the right guns around fights as well. Having the Severum there really changed the landscape of that fight. If he was half HP and having to step up without the extra lifesteal, the extra healing you get out of that gun, would have been a very different state of affairs. Still a pretty close game between the two. KC feel like they are slightly more in control, but it can change in a moment. All it takes is a good bobble into a paddle star and Targamas or Vladdy or Kalist all go pop. Vitality still trying to play around this Otacon. The threshold down, as Linces will just dash out into the redemption. Who's the Otacon going to chase? Oh, well, Linces won't be too happy. It's headed his way. Goes back towards Yike. Fleshy puts a ton onto Targamas, but it's not going to be able to follow up with anything else. The rest of his team still in mid lane.
And it does...
Kazi and Nako over there.
It does feel like this game's on knife's edge, but Vitality are not really able to contest how you'd want them to with a comp like this. You'd really want them to be fighting and contesting around mid-wave, but it doesn't really feel like they can get anything done. You see now Nako is here, and they're gonna be able to get this wave, but then Nako immediately needs to run towards the top side, and they immediately kind of drop all the control of River once again.
But also, it kind of feels like they are contesting before they have their ducks in line. Like, you got Linces going in when Chaik is still trying to push out bot wave. You don't have control over mid. Nako is only coming out of base to move to mid to join you. And it ends up giving the tower then to Kana. Kana now TPing to the bottom side.
Nako doesn't have TP.
And that's what I was going to say, yeah.
They saw him top and immediately they just go and say, okay, let's gain control over this Otacon. Let's gain control over this area. Not too much damage on the objective as of yet. It's about 13,500 HP. Nako trying to trade with Targamas towards the top side of this. Walks away. Kana not in the best of shapes. The bubble's going to land. Does have the lantern, but he's asleep for a second. Manages to dash across the wall. Vitality might use this as an opportunity to keep on that Otacon.
I want to keep my eyes on Chaik and how he's positioned for these bubbles, because it could define everything here. Yike playing out of range as the rest of KC barrel down mid.
And KC looking for mid push. Now they're going to start to collapse. Kana still half HP. Does have the all-out. Can try and separate Linces from the fight. The death sentence dodged. Yike dumping in. Crescent guard out. Linces lands the smite. Otacon goes over to Vitality. Linces needs to get the hell out of there. They're all retreating. The curtain's open though. Bubble onto Kalist, but it gets cleansed off immediately. The curtain's not enough. The root lands. Inferno. Moonlight Vigil will not chunk out to Vitality. In the end, the objective goes over to Vitality. And he tried to find the fight.
And it's disjointed by KC as Kana TPs in when Nako doesn't have it, but they're not quite willing to start the Otacon, and Vitality pounce on the opportunity. They get the Otacon, they get the disengage off, they're even able to nearly take a few kills down, but don't quite have the damage to do so.
I think the fact that they managed to get that icon is huge for them, because in all intents and purposes, that should have been KC's objective. But as you say, indecision, going back to play KC, and we saw that against G2 in that game 3, where there was that back and forth of, do we go for Otacon? Are we going for Dragon? What the hell are we doing? And it kind of coming through once more for KC. And now Vitality, with the push away of KC, setting up much better for the siege now, starting to get a bit of control, and this is where they get a little bit more dangerous.
Yeah, 20 seconds before the Drake comes up. Look at the damage. Remember, the damage that comes in after the bubble is amplified as well, which is why you see that Deadly Flourish doing such a chunk onto Targamas. This is where Vitality want to be in position first. Vladdy going in though, goes between the worlds. Fleshy's going to be redemptioned up, tries to dash away, still has the thick skin. Another bubble's going to land, but only on Takano can Pathmaker his way to safety. Naknako TPing into the mid lane. Yike taking damage as he tries to join up with the rest of his forces. Naknako looking for the flank here, looking for the mid lane prio. Guns on Kalist, Infernum, Severum, pretty good for a fight. Now it switches over to the Crescendum, great at close range, doesn't really have a lot of range in his arsenal right now.
I think KC just has to give this Drake here, with Vladdy having no ulti now and then having dropped the position. It's free Drake for Vitality.
Vitality being able to control the walls there was crucial. Again, like having the ability to set up for Naknako. Oh, hang on, Kana? No, he's going to be alright put. And then Shayak to be able to fling damage over the wall.
Naknako, it's a death sentence. A Lantern to follow it. They're going to give it over to Kalist, who happily accepts the gold, and perhaps the mid lane tower alongside it. Fleshy looking for this. Lince is coming in, has that Glacial Prison. Kalist still has the cleanse. Death sentence wide. Kazi with the Deadly Flourish. Yike, Mikhail's immediately through the Glacial Prison.
But top lane has been taken by Vladdy. They are pressuring off of 2 lanes. Not quite able to take it down, but still Vitality being pulled every which direction as KC find the pick.
Big mistake from Naknako there, as his team is doing the Drake. He doesn't expect KC to be the
Baron Rush. You've got red-white.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Baron Rush
perfect
immediately.
weapons here. He's gonna get the green now. Green-white. He does this so incredibly fast.
Kind of going to be able to zone off Karzi as well from being able to enter. Vitality now have to face check it.
Yeah, Linces and Fleshy going to face check towards the top side. Death Sentence landing, but a cleanse stolen away by Shayak. Now Kana is on top of the Zoe. He slept. KC turn off towards Fleshy. The first target all on his lonesome. Cleanse from Kazi. Moonlight Vigil coming out as well. The Gravitum, he can get the root. Yike's going to go for the chase, but flashes and misses. The wind becomes lightning. Still dashes forward with an audacious charge. Kazi trying to run for the hills. The 4th shot movement speed won't be enough to save him. He trades though for the enemy jungler, and that's Baron off the menu. The shot down for Kazi. Lince's trying to run, trying to escape. A good shot blast from Naknako. Death sentence wide. KC still on the advance. Lince's trying to get away, trying to use his top lane as some sort of support, and he might even escape. Banner's still chasing the blast go, and Toe throws enough. The flash from Garner into the knockback, enough to kill off the pig.
The Q3 is the 4th K for KC in that play. The fact that you're able to chase them down so effectively and draw them into these positions where they really don't want to be is exactly how KC want to win out in this game.
And KC are playing this game masterfully. They're able to punish and pull Vitality all towards every direction, which makes it so difficult for Vitality's support jungle. You see Fleshy is up to the side, Lince is the same. Lince ends up wrapping all the way around, which means now Fleshy's in trouble. Lince can't help him. Karzi tries, but he has to burn his cleanse. Kalist ends up landing the ultimate on him, forces him out, and then Shayak dies to Vladdy as well. Naknako tries to join, can't quite get there. It's all just so messy, and that's exactly what KC wants.
The curtain's open. Shayak looking for Targamas here. Kana with a Pathmaker will avoid the CC the bubble provides. A 4k gold lead for KC. Drake up in 2.5 minutes. But the Baron really the fighting point for these two teams right now. Vitality trying to defend without their mid or AD carry, who are just joining the fray. Another bubble, and again it's onto Kana. It's not the target you want. They're chipping away at him, but he is really damn tanky.
Yeah, this is the problem with Vitality's comp when you fall behind. Is now they really don't have enough damage to get through this front line. It's so hard to make this poke actually stick.
Vitality just going to try and clear out a little bit of vision. Their year in the LEC on the line. Their year in League of Legends tournaments on the line. For KC, this is an expected step towards Madrid, towards a possible final, towards Worlds. This is what the team has been building to across the entirety of the year. For Vitality, game one, a huge upset. Perhaps looking to follow in the footsteps of other teams today.
And it's difficult because Vitality have stepped up over the course of this, but KC, they're just a different beast. And Vitality, even though summer started to look so good for them, it may just be that little bit too little too late as KC stepping forward once more, commanding the space, and Vitality, they're just ceding so much control every time KC show up.
Yeah, Cards is on 2 items right now, almost 2,000 gold behind, has a Lord Dominus Regards and a Yumu's. It's damage, but it's not the most effective damage coming out from this Jhin.
Yeah.
Shayak still looking for that poke, looking for the prods in, almost has the Rabadons complete, maybe that's enough.
He did have health Kalist, so at least if Shayak can get the damage, he's in a decent spot, but he's kind of been matched by Kana every single time. And there isn't really the follow-up from Vitality whenever that paddle start does hit.
It's hard as well when you have a Mikaels and a cleanse. Like, do we jump onto the Santa? He can Pathmaker and negate all our CC. If we jump onto Kalist, well, he can cleanse and flash, has Moonlight Vigil for Severum healing.
Yeah. Giant also has to be careful when he goes forward. He has no flash right now. So if he ends up hopping forward and Targamas can get the hook onto where he portals from, could be immediately lights out for the Vitality mid lane.
It's hard. Looks like Vitality just needs to drop the Drake here. They weren't able to get anything on the mid waves. That's really their point of contact, is trying to get some poke that'll actually stick on these mid waves in this open space. That makes it really difficult for the KC lineup, but when they're not able to get that, KC get everything.
Nazi now is on a 3rd item. KC truly in the driver's seat of this game. It's being played at their pace right now. The Atakan take by Vitality is a small mercy for them, keeps them a little bit closer in terms of gold disparity between the two teams, but still, KC really run the map. No one can answer Vladdy on a side lane. 4-0-2 on this. Aurora has the Leandries and the Bloodletters alongside a Haunting guys. And they're sending Naknako to try and deal with him. One of the only players on Vitality with a gold lead. In fact, I'd say the only consequential gold lead that Vitality have in terms of player to player.
It's interesting that Vladdy ended up going for this very HP stacking build, which means that he now as well is not really that easy of a poke target for the Vitality squad, while still having pretty good damage of his own.
The weirding there, you can see. Chunking out Naknako has to be cautious. Vitality very much on the back foot. You can see how deep they're catching these waves, how passively they're having to play.
Yeah, and it's easy to go, well, we say that KC is in the lead, but they're not really doing anything, but unfortunately that's kind of the way their comp operates. If Vitality decide not to interact, they won't interact, but they're interacting.
Oh, Mikael's used by Targamas. The Glacial Prison just a bit short again. As the final bullet grazes Targamas' cheek, doesn't connect. Vladdy's going to be able to take a tower down towards this bottom side. Yike was here shadowing him to make sure that if Naknako had stayed around, Naknako would be donezo. Naknako steps into the bush afterwards, has to burn the flash. Yike there for the follow-up. Naknako down, KC get another.
A phenomenal pick by KC, and again, it's just more nails into the Vitality coffin. They won't get much off the back of it, like looking for the tier 2, but the resets now and the move up towards that Baron area, and keeping control over that area is going to be crucial.
It's also the one point of strength, really, for Vitality. Naknako has been taken off the rift at 30 seconds. There is a Baron available to KC, and they're beginning to ping towards it. Vladdy's going to get that mid lane pressure that we talk about, so paramount to securing these objectives. Vitality have to walk into some darkness. They have a couple of wards just outside of the pit. Vladdy going to chunk out Linces a little bit, who's trying to get in here. The hook doesn't connect. Linces flashes into the pit, and immediately KC turn, but Linces burns down the Baron. The hook lands. Fleshy with a cleanse away. Kazi running for the hills. They just need to get these Barons out alive. Kazi and Shayak will survive with them, but now Yike's still chasing forward, but can't find anything more.
Linces holding on to this game by the skin of his teeth as he's able to get that steal, and you can see the health bars on KC relatively low off the back of this. so they just couldn't follow up to try and finish off the last member.
Yeah, Linsa's the hero Vitality so desperately needed, as he's able to get into the pit using his flash, queuing forward, and then this Nash, oh, just barely he's able to secure it. And Fleshy, despite having the cleanse, ends up going down as well.
Also, just the Shayek's flash damage, actually getting the Baron low enough to be in smite range. You can see KC all stopped hitting it, but the fact that Shayek hit Kalist gave the Baron enough damage that it could just barely be finished off by Lince.
Yeah, really nice coordination there by Vitality. Great play as well from Linces to Arctic Assault first and then flash, because Targamas was playing him over the wall. If he flashed into Arctic Assault, he wouldn't have got over that wall, would have been in the Baron pit. So good decision making by Vitality, but it might be too little too late. They are 5,000 gold behind in this game, and they have to win it. They have to win it if they are to advance any further in the LEC this year. If the rookie experiment of 2025 is to pay off for them, I think you could argue it has already paid off. I think all of the rookies on Vitality have evolved and leveled up a ton this
100%.
year. But for them, they do not want this to be the end of the road. For KC, they're looking just to take that one more step up the staircase that leads to Madrid, and they are doing it relatively effectively. Pretty flawless in Game 2 and Game 3 this game. They're still in a commanding position, perhaps a little bit more of a struggle now they lost that Baron, but there's only a minute remaining on it as Yike jumps forward onto Linces, has the GA at his back to heal him up. Between worlds goes Vladdy, the weirding doesn't connect, but it's Kana who's hit with the Glacial Prison and just takes the Lantern out. KC disengage the fight.
They tried everything to keep it going, but now Vitality, they're going to start to push forward. They want to see if they can get that poke damage as KC start to disengage. But KC now, cooldown's back, want to go again.
Yeah, they step forward behind the umbrella of Kana, who protects them from any of these hailstones being aimed in their direction. Drake up, Soul available for KC. Vitality looking to fight it. Earlier in the game, these sorts of fights paid off for them.
But they had the tools, they had the major cooldowns, but now...
Lince's hooked immediately. He's going to be devoured by Fleshes. They try and get him out. Knocked back by the Intopos, perfectly timed by Kana. And there's two more to add into that death note. Make it a third as Kazi falls. Shayek left standing, but for how much longer? Pops the exhaust onto Vladdy, uses the cleanse, takes the blast cone, dashes away. Vitality are looking for the mid lane tower at least. They land asleep onto Targamas, but the weirding enough to take out Shayek. Nako now running, but with 30 seconds left on the rest of his team, what base will he be running back to?
And KC will look to run down and get as much as they can here. Still long death timers on the carries of Vitality. And now with the Cloud Soul, Kalista is so damn fast with the Lantern as well. He needs to have no fear.
KC, you want to break open both of these inhibitor towers. Mid lane done. KC now set their sights on the bot side.
I think they might be looking for the win. Kana's going to TP back into this. I mean, Shayek's still 20 seconds away. Do you take the 4v5? Do you go back? Do you spend your gold? KC posturing as if they want the win.
Nako has some good wave clear if he can get that accelerated flash or shock blast onto the backline here.
KC, they can see it in their eyes. 3-1 would be the scoreline. Kana's going to clear out that mid lane wave, but they do back away. Yike low. They decide to spend their money, and the curtains open. Targamas clipped with a bullet. Kana takes the next one. The third one missing. KC walk behind their bouncer. Under the protection of Kana, they are able to stroll out of the Vitality base.
And all KC need is maybe a pick. Nope, they're gonna back off. All they need is to recall, run into top, play for that third inhibitor, and the game is pretty much over. As we have a look back on this fight, a great hook by Targamas. And even though Fleshy gets the eat, Linces, it's just not enough. With Kana with a great Q3, they're just able to run them down and the fight is just over.
Yeah, KC, the positioning that they have is just too strong at this stage. Like, you can see that you've got the Aurora keeping the Jace off of being able to enter in towards the play, so you don't get poked from that side, which makes it very easy for Kana to just stand there and absorb everything that is being tossed at him. And at this stage, it's just not particularly strong with the deficit that Vitality are in.
I mean, they're just so far behind. It's going to be so difficult for them to find a way back into this game. Knock is pushing out bot side to try and keep their super minions as far away from the Nexus towers as possible. Shayek looking for any angle that he can land a Sleepy Trouble bubble from, but they're just not opening up for him. Kalist absolutely melts the tower. Kazi gobbled up by Fleshy. spat back out towards KC. The redemption down. Kazi will be healed up by it. Nakanako TPing in, but this is triple in here now for Carmine Corp.
Vitality are desperately trying to hold on, but their base is in tatters. And KC have their sights set on Madrid, have their sights set on that next match that can get them to Worlds. And they don't want to let Vitality stop them.
KC with 3 inhibitors now. They have full control. They're going to look to cheese. Fleshy.
Oh, the hook just wide on connecting on the catfish. Yike takes another chunk. Kana, he's been a target, but he's not the target you really want. Kalist just opens up with the Infernum Zebrum, switches across to Calibrum. He looks for that little bit of extra range. The Baron available to KC. Madrid in their sights, as you say, Rob. And a possible spot at Worlds. KC will take the Baron Vitality. I mean, are they even going to be able to step in here before it's gone?
They're trying.
But Kano on the front line between Worlds. The sleep on Vladdy. Almost enough to take him out, but he dodges away. Kalist kills off Kazi. Vladdy almost fell for it, but Vitality get the Baron. Sorry, KC get the Baron. Vitality get nothing. And now KC will march down with a man advances. Shaik being chased away by Kana. I don't think he's going to be able to get back in time. Does have the TP, but Kana continues to hound him and harass him in that blue side jungle. Yep, Shaik is down. It's 3v5 the defense for Vitality, but they just don't have the wave clear. KC, they took game 1 personally. They'll be going to Madrid. We'll see who they face on Monday. Vitality, their season ends here. KC continue to build the blue wall.
Questions were raised, and KC answered them with a resounding roar. Phenomenal games to end out this series for KC.
KC's demise was greatly overstated. I thought they would struggle, but they did not. Regardless of the draft, they pulled through and they looked dominant in how they did it.
They really did. We'll see how much of that momentum they can take into Madrid as they take about center stage here in the LEC Arena in Berlin. You can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Series vote. Kana, Yike, and Kalist are your options. I think Yike just had a stormer, to be honest. Really good series from him, especially after a disappointing series against G2. A disappointing game 1,
I was going to say,
this series as well. The 3 wins, a lot of it off the power of Yike.
Also want to give a shout out to Targamas because I think he had a fantastic series as well. That Bard, crucial, and also fresh. But bowing out Vitality, commiserations. They should be proud of the progress that they have made over the course of this split. And I am very excited to see what is next for this roster. But unfortunately, there had to be one team sent home today, and it will be Vitality.
Yeah, I think great improvement from the rookies on their side, and it's just been a very exciting team to watch.
They really have. I was sorry. You thought I was signaling for you to hand it to me. I was signaling for you to step into the shot because we were going to be on camera. So I just wanted to make sure you were in the shot as well. Yeah, overall for Vitality, I think when you look at the lineup and you look at where they were expected to be at the start of the year, they've had a really good year.
Yeah.
You will be disappointed because I think after game 1, there were some signs in the series that you could take KC to the cleaners and a little bit more patience at times, a little bit more coordination. Could have worked out really well for them, but today KC deserved winners.
Yeah, and they showed it in pretty dominant fashion. I think didn't leave much room for doubt, but I don't know. I'm just really happy to see how Vitality developed throughout the year, and I hope that at least part of this roster sticks together so we can continue to see how they do.
Yeah. On the KC side of things, though, like if I'm Fnatic and Giant X, I'm kind of like, okay, KC look a little bit back. Maybe you need to be a little bit more worried because they look absolutely fantastic. And I think Yike in particular, huge step up today. And we'll have to send it over to him as he is chatting away to Shox. I want to hear exactly where that confidence is coming from.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy check-in with Yike as KC locks their spot for Madrid. Yeah. Congratulations, Yike. Great job. Yeah, you were going to say thank you, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy we won. I think everyone in the team was very sad losing to G2, and especially me, you know, losing to them, and there was also a world spot, so it's very sad, and a lot more pressure on us. But today we came in, I think we played with no fear, and we just wanted just to win, and going to Madrid now is going to be fun.
It's going to be amazing. But you did come into the series, you wanted to prove something, and then of course that game 1 didn't go your way. So talk to me a little bit about what you really had to improve in order to make this a 3-1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, for sure we are I think we can easily get scared. Like going on stage now is like a lot of pressure, as I said, and even me, I think against G2 I could have played much better. And today, game 1, I think we were kind of choking. I think both teams were choking because it was a 50-minute game.
Yeah.
So.
Well, one choked less.
Yeah. So I mean, we just came back for the game 2, 3, and 4, and good plans. I think good adaptation from everyone. So I'm very proud of everyone in the team.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that because you've played on a lot of big stages, right? And you guys have also had the KC road trip. That was also amazing. You got to play in front of a lot of people. So do you think this is going to be a problem going into Madrid? Because I don't think that many people are going to be chanting KC, of course.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I guess we're going to have the fans against us most likely in Madrid. But it's going to be fun anyways. And usually, I think us on a big stage plays much better. So I'm excited for that. I think it's just going to be better for us.
Yeah, for sure. You mentioned G2 a lot. So let me ask a little bit about that. Because, of course, there is a chance. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow or when and if you would face them. But is that really at the top of your list of like, this is the team that I need to put in a good performance over?
Yeah, I mean, obviously G2 is the team I want to beat the most. It makes sense. And I hope I can play against them in the finals or I guess the third place. So that's the goal, yeah.
Okay, and of course, for Worlds. When you won the winter split, it was almost a given that we thought KC is for sure going to go to Worlds in the form that they are in now. So what do you think you've lost about the form that you had in winter? And what specifically do you need to improve if you want to get that big ticket in Madrid, get the championship, and go to Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing in winter is just, I would assume we were just extremely hungry to win and prove ourselves because we were a new team and everyone wanted to win really bad. And after that, I think spring split, I don't know if it was like more laziness or what it can be, but obviously we didn't play as good. Even going into summer, I think we're just much worse than what we've shown. Like we've had higher peaks, so that feels very bad. Like I know the potential in this team is insane, and the fact that we haven't gone so far yet it's sad to me. So I really want to prove it going to Madrid.
Okay, do you think it goes for everybody? Because Broken Blade did say in an interview he feels that G2 has improved and everybody else has regressed almost. Do you think that's true for the level of the league?
I mean, I think it's true. I think G2, I think Koi has also improved a lot. And I mean, even the last teams that are left, I guess, GX and Fnatic, they're also improving. And I think we could also improve. We haven't improved as much as them, like as fast. And I think that's the main thing for us now. We just need to keep improving and show that we have a very good team.
Level, yeah, currently, for sure. So you'll be playing GX or Fnatic in Madrid for that spot at Worlds. Anything you want to say to your possible opponents?
Well, obviously I want to play against Fnatic because it's going to be Mickey. And sadly, I mean, one of us, hopefully we go to Worlds. Maybe GX is winning and then they go all the way. So I can't say anything about that. But I would love to play against Mickey. I think it would be so fun to play against him in Madrid. Playing against Fnatic is always fun as well. So that's what I hope for.
Okay, final words for the KC fans that you're heading to Madrid. You're going there to defend their honor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited to go to Madrid. I think all the fans we're going to meet there, it's always been lovely to meet you guys. So I hope we can prove to you guys that we can win the split as well, same as winter. And that's the goal for all of us. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Jai. Congratulations once again. We'll see KC in Madrid. Over to PGL. Thank you so much, Shox. KC advances to the next round and doing it against Vitality in this French versus French matchup. I have Caliste and Rhea to talk about all this. Guys, first things first, congratulations.
Thank you.
First reactions after winning this series. I'm going to go to the coach first.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy. I think very...
relieved?
Very relieved, commanding wins. I think even game 1, it was 50 minutes game, but I think it could have been a 4-0 day kinda today. So yeah, I'm very happy. I think we showed a lot of good things, better things than against G2 probably, and also better things that we do in Scream. So I'm very happy about that, and it's good for the momentum as well.
Yeah.
You know, like going to loser bracket is both very scary and both an opportunity to get momentum. So yeah, I mean, very happy.
Yeah, I mean, this momentum you had to go and get it, especially after that first game, Caliste. Do you feel like there's been a mental switch and momentum switch? What happened between these two games? Because crisp after that.
I mean, kind of happy with the win, yeah. But I will say there was no really mental switch. I mean, I will say from our side at least. I think in the game one, we just did a lot of individual mistakes that ended up being like a 50 minutes game. So we stalled as much as we can. Actually, it was just a 50-50 because it's in late game, right? I think if you just like take out a few mistakes that we did, we probably can win this game. And it can happen, right? It just that's what we said. We just did a lot of mistakes. Just refocus, be like locked in, as we say.
Yeah, locked in.
And just focus on the draft and on the gameplay for the next game. And also with each games, like for example, after the game 1 and 2, we could see like things Vitality liked to do and things we should do, and like they don't really have counterplay to it.
The fans voted you for the Kia player of the series here, as you can see. You
them.
talked about, locked in. Yeah, you have a lot of fans. They really love you, but also it's not easy playing in series like this. I mean, Rhea was talking about loser bracket, getting that momentum, but also the fear of elimination. How did you approach this series when it comes to nerves and actually making sure that you were locked in?
I mean, it's a lot of mental preparation. It comes like even before the actual day, like having a good sleep, eating something good, and just being in a good state mentally and everything. So it just from yesterday, I was just focused on myself, what I'm doing good in communication and in gameplay in official, and what I will do like for today in terms of communication, gameplay, and what I can do better compared to like G2. Basically.
Yeah, it's the whole process, honestly. And of course, you contribute to this. What do you think of the way he played today?
I think he played very good.
Yeah?
I'm very happy of him.
Very happy?
Think,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think it was not easy after last week or just the whole week we had, There's a lot of pressure, but I think everyone stepped up today. And I'm so happy about this because I think, I say, not for PR, but overall, like I think we're a team that is very good at bouncing back. And today was probably one of the days where, okay, can we show again that we bounce back again? And we did again. I'm so happy. Like I have a team of clutch players who are able to shine in the pressure moments, just like diamonds. I'm very happy about them.
And I'm going to be honest with you guys. You proved me wrong in the sense that something that I've said today coming into this series was you guys were one best of 5 away from qualifying to Worlds last week against G2. Losing this, given everything that we saw on social media, the potential issues that I was seeing for the team, I was actually wondering how you would bounce back and if you would bounce back. Was that something you felt like you had to focus on, leaving everything in the past, forget about G2, forget about the issues, and maybe try and find a new strength? As Rhea was saying, you have this ability to bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, we will not lie. Anyways, yeah, it was like the last week or the 2 last weeks were just not good, right? We lost against G2, then let's be honest, we had a really bad week of scrims, right? We were not performing good, we were not playing good, and also, well, there was like some other stuff that happened with like electricity, all the stuff, blah, blah, blah.
Crazy week, actually.
So we couldn't really scrim few days. So with this mixed everything, it's not good, right? So the mental can be hard, but like till we're not eliminated, we're still playing, right? And I feel like it's just, if you look at the scenario, it's exactly the same as Winter Split, right?
Sure.
We lost against G2. We're not playing bad. We're not playing good. We're in a bad situation and everything. Then we're in lower brackets, and then we just have to get all the lower brackets up again. And I truly think we can do it. And I think everyone think we can do it. So it's just on us to put in the work like we did in the Winter Split, right? And just show that in Madrid. We have like more time now. We can grow from the past weeks that were hard, right? But now our mental will be good, and then just keep working, and we will see in Madrid.
Last question about what happened last week, because you mentioned scrims and everything. If you guys haven't followed what happened on social media, the district they live in, alongside Vitality and GX, did not have electricity the whole week. So they had to go in another office. GX was at the G2 office, for instance. How did you manage all this, especially in such a crucial situation, learning from the G2 series? Can you tell me more about this week?
Yeah, I mean, for that, I will have to say big shout out to BDS and Heretics because they are in the middle of the city and they share their office with us. I mean, sadly, they had to go home and we could use their office, so we are happy about that. And I mean, I think it's just the usual process as we do. It means reviewing, making sure that we know exactly, both collectively and individually, what we need to be focusing on. I think it's small things that like details will make the big difference. And when we go back into scrim, we just focus on this thing. But I think we have to mention it because I think it's very important. As Kalis was saying, there's a huge mental process that we had,
Yeah.
because there's a lot of pressure. There's obviously it's League of Legends. There's a lot of tilt. There's a lot of blame. There's a lot of also, guilt on my side on some draft last week. And then you need to work on this because guess what? We're still live. We still need to play. So. We did everything we could to be ready for today, and I think it showed.
Do you feel like there was some personalities issues, some issues within players that you guys had to fix, maybe? I don't want you to, of course, criticize anyone, but yeah, of course, with losing, morale being down, maybe relationships get a bit harder. And yeah.
Anyways, if it happened, we couldn't say it, right? Because it's just not cool to say it. But no, honestly, it didn't happen, and I think we all like each other in this group, and that's why we performed that well in winter also, is that we have a really good group. And as I said, it's just we have to keep the mental going, keep working, and that's the most important.
Yeah, focused on the future for KC. Sadly, with their victory, it means that Vitality's road ends here, and Shocks caught up with Mac and Pad after the series. So let's check it out.
End of the line for Vitality here in the LEC 2025, and I'm with the coaching staff of Mac and Pad. So I'm going to start Mac with today because it started off great, and then I guess you guys weren't able to keep it going. How do you look across what's happened today, and also how you can think about your team and your group over this split?
For today, there are a few things that were not as tight as they should be. I think there were a few things in draft, there were a few things on the map, there were a few fights that just made that much of a difference. There were some really crucial ones, if I think back to even the last game, where I think that the draft could have been hard. I'm not sure I love our draft in hindsight, but it's playable. For example, the second dragon is so close to being ours, and the fact that that dragon doesn't go over to us changes the whole dynamic of the game so much. So I think the margins were slim. With regards to the team in general, mostly I'm proud. I'm obviously disappointed. It's not my first rodeo and it's not my first loss. It's not my first really disappointing loss. And more than anything, I'm disappointed for the sake of our players because I'm really proud of the work that they've put in and the environment that we've created and the progress that we've made. So hats off to the players.
Yeah, Pad, I will extend that question to you as well because we saw a group of players. It's basically Karzi and the rookies, right? And they showed us really so much. So how do you reflect on the work they have done and what they showed despite the odds?
Man, I'm just so sad right now. Like when we went out in spring, like the tank was a bit empty, and when we went out summer really early last year, the tank was empty. But the way that the guys have been playing and developing over the last 14 days especially, like the way that we have been scrimming versus Fnatic, K-Corp, like G2, all of these teams, like what they have showed that they can consistently beat these teams. Like going into today, I was so confident, and like I'm too emotionally attached to the games to know why exactly we lost right now. I'm so sad because I felt like there was so much more in store for them than ending here.
Yeah. I can see that it's difficult, so I won't make this too long for you two. But I do need to ask, there was a lot of chatter. There was CEO saying, is this the end of the line for the team, for the coaching staff? And you have quipped about it online, both of you. So I just want to ask you, what may we expect from Mac, Pad, going into next year, hopefully?
Short answer, we don't know.
Yeah.
Long answer, I'm confident in us. I still believe in us. I still believe in the project that we've made. I'm really proud of the work that we've done. I think we did good work this split. And even in the case where I am not here next year or we are not here next year, I believe that we've put a really solid foundation in place for Vitality. And I believe that this team, with or without me, will do really well next year.
Okay. Thank you both. And commiserations, of course, and hope to see you next year.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shocks. Difficult words coming from the coaching staff here. And we know it's going to be a really long off-season for the players and the staff. But I can only applaud the improvements from Vitality this year and the respect I have for all these young players. And I'm excited to see them in LEC next year. Now I want to do something that I don't often do with you guys, but I've asked on X if some people in the community had some questions for my guests here today. Unsurprisingly, I got the same questions every time, and I'm going to start with the drafts here. Do you feel like drafts, Caliste is laughing already, were drafts an issue before, and you feel like there's been improvement on that front?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, there's some drafts that were bad last week, I think, especially last one. I think the other drafts, they're pretty fine, I think, but the only problem is like we are just probably not the best at this type of gameplay. So we need to adapt. We adapted basically from this week. And I think draft is a very complex process because it comes with obviously the bans and the picks and the plan that you want to go for. And every decision you make, you need to make sure that everyone follows, especially with Fearless, which I think last week we a bit failed, like we forgot some things or we are not sure about what we need to pick in that situation. And this is kind of on me because I'm the one who's like supervising this. So yeah, I mean, I think this week, like today, I think the draft were way better. And I mean, it's kind of the same thing as winter. We play against G2, first best of three we play, the draft are completely bad. And then we learn from this. Yeah, we learn and then we adapt. And then hopefully we're able to go in the right direction for the next best of fives.
Talking about learnings, Caliste, this is your first year again in the LEC, and people were wondering, what is your biggest learning as a player and as a teammate actually so far this year? What do you reflect on the most and you feel like made you grow up?
I've learned a lot of stuff already in this first year, and it's not the end, but it's kind of hard to say the biggest thing I've learned. I will say I'm a player that always tries to play on the limit, right? And in my opinion, when you're a rookie, you have this advantage when you're playing aggressive and you're going into a new league that people, they don't know you, right? And they don't expect you to play aggressive or do this decision in this situation. And I think that's mostly what happened in 2023, right? People were not expecting me to play that aggressive and everything. And this year, it's a bit different because people, they knew who I was, right? I've played against LEC teams in scrims and everything. So first, it was to adapt in Winter Split of, well, I'm playing against better players. I need to adjust this limit again and also get better individually, right? Because the level is still way higher than in ERL, most likely in laning phase. And then it's just through the, it's still now, right? People know me and they know how I play. So so how to say it? People can make plans around me, can make sure I get behind in early game, or I can't express myself like I like, and play on that limit that I like to play on and get resources. So it just for the whole year, I would say the biggest thing is adjust my limits in terms of gameplay. Yeah, stay true to yourself, but also stay unpredictable on the Rift. Rhea, last question for you. Is Niski's coffee good? Is he helping with the drafts? Is he helping Vladdy? What is a good Niski angle? You get the note. You see where I'm going here. Can you talk about the coffee maybe?
Hey, coffee is very good. We
It's
go to the place
okay.
together.
All right.
No, I mean, I think Niski is helping, for sure in many ways, whether it's like stuff or I think also one thing that people don't underestimate is having an exterior point of view in a team that has been together for more than 10 months, because we started in November last year, so a long time ago. It's also reminds you of the things that we are doing wrong that we are overviewing a bit, overseeing a bit, So for sure, it's very good to have Niski around. If I have like some questions about mid lane or some specific matchups, I can always ask him, even if I already asked Vladdy. And, I think he brings a lot of creative ways to draft as well. I think we didn't show it yet, but I think there's a lot of good things that he says that are actually happening in other regions, so that we need to give a look at this. So yeah, I mean, very happy with Niski.
All right, jack of all trades, maybe a Niski angle soon in game. I want to talk about the brackets to see where we leave things today, because as Vitality will sadly end their season cases, road continues, and we will see you in Madrid. Yike was talking about the fact that it may be different from the experience you had so far, maybe with the crowd against you this time, and a lot of Spanish fans. But the question I have here is, who is going to join you? who are you going to face in Madrid? Is it going to be GX?
No.
GX, we're praying for your downfall, by the way. Do you have anything you want to, a message you want to send them ahead of their game on Monday?
I mean, good luck to them. I hope they beat Fnatic. No, I don't. To be honest with them. I mean, they are tweeting things on us, saying that we are doing things wrong to them. Guess what? I won't just say it, but they are actually doing very bad things in scrims. Let's just be honest.
Okay.
And I mean, we are not perfect, okay? We are late. We are doing. Sometimes we take too much time to review, or sometimes we cancel scrims because things happen. You know, we are far from perfect, but there are still like some things that are called ethics that I think they are not doing. So I would just be straight like this, and I hope Fnatic gonna win for two things. One, because I think they're a good team, and Upset is there, and I like Upset. And two is I think they've been very good scrim partners, very good also opponents on the stage, whether it was winter or spring. So if you can go to summer and then play against them again, I think it would be very good, yeah.
All right. Thank you for bringing the receipts and giving your prediction. Kellys, do you have a prediction for tomorrow? Match of the week, G2, MKOI.
I was expecting the Fnatic GX, but G2 MKOI, I mean, it will be a really interesting match because obviously it's the two teams that looks the more in shape, right? I think in the LEC. So I think it can go either way, to be honest. It's my opinion. I think I really doubt it will be a 3-0 at least. So I mean, I want to say 3-2 for KOI, right?
Okay.
Because I want KOI to be in finals, and I want to go in finals, and I want to beat KOI in front of the crowds in Madrid, right? So I would say 3-2 for KOI.
All right. The tone is set. Guys, thank you so much, and thank you for being honest, as always. Réa, et merci beaucoup, Caliste, également. We will see you guys in Madrid. Congrats on winning today, and that's all for us here for now. Tomorrow, G2 MKOI winner goes in grand finals in Madrid. I'm super excited. I hope you are as well. Get some rest. Yeah, get some rest. Play some video games. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Love you all. Bye-bye.
Hook onto Vladdy.
That's a lot of CC.
Going out. There's a Soul Shackles as well. Vladdy has no recourse to escape. First blood to Vitality.
Alistar, no flash, no ult. Look on Sam, look on Sam. Alistar, no flash, no ult.
Alistar. Yeah, he will die. Nice.
I can play him. Cage into. You can go.
Yeah, go, keep going. Slow.
Look, I black shield you.
Bomba.
Careful, Yonara.
Don't go through the Yonara.
We have Nash.
Okay.
No flash. I will kill her. I can kill her if she goes.
Man, I go on the tally.
Yonara, no flash, no cleanse. Nice.
They're mega Poppy will die.
No flash this.
I can only look at Oh my god, that was Bomba, by the way. I will
keep fighting. Good fight.
Okay, I go.
Yeah, I have ult for you, Karase.
Yeah.
Corsage. Look on me.
Oh, he's dead. Nice.
No flash.
Go to.
Okay, Atox? Yeah, it's standing.
I start, so watch him. Nice. Waiting. I will take case. I said I have no damage.
Kill him all.
Okay, good job. We stop the Nash.
Hit him.
Yeah, I'm trying. Kill them.
Ult out.
Guys, I'm 0 kills.
Good job.
Homeless Victor.
It's okay.
I feel us in pit.
Don't on me.
Finish.
I can.
Look at Filas.
We got the Nash. Get getting really chunked.
I can get knocked.
I mean, just make it. Kill. Don't go deep. Don't dodge.
Yes. It's hit front. I'm
okay, look here.
Yeah.
Zoe is here, by the way. I'm looking Zoe. Yeah, Zoe.
Nice.
On me.
Nice.
Kill him.
Yeah. Let's go, guys. We're going to Madrid.
Good job, guys.
Okay, guys. Very good.
We are back.